Ooh, that's a nice little animation, okay. They call it the GE rate in English. Wait, is this a real thing? It was a video of a very dark place. The background was pitch black. Maybe it was indoors. What the frick? I don't like that. I stood up abruptly, threw my bag over my shoulder, and looked toward the door to the classroom. Oh, ew, I didn't need to hear that. Dude, my conspiracy theory brain is on freaking high alert right now, dude. I got all the freaking cannons firing in my brain right now. All the pistons are moving, baby. I have been forcefully shown artificially created dreams during my sleep, some of which include video, audio, and even voices. Yo, we've been getting dreams too! Oh, frick! Yeah, dude, they're trying to... Nah. I can see your panties, Sakihara-san. I didn't click the green button! No! You can't do this to me! You can't! You're not allowed to! I didn't click the green button! I'm safe! That's what that means! That's what you've told me up to this point, game! A psychiatrist. The moment I saw that word, my heart rate skyrocketed. Nah, it wouldn't be him, right? That's a bait. There ain't no way. There's no way it's, what was the name? Takashima, I think? There's no way it was Takashima. Ooh! Hey, yo! Regardless, I needed to get out of the classroom as soon as possible. Huh?
So, what were you two talking about?
I'm telling you, dude, she's an operative. She is a delusion operative. There he is, my boy. Love Bon. Otherwise, you might never find yourself a husband before you shrivel up completely. Yo, calm down, bro. She didn't ask to be flamed, man. BRB, putting on my roller skates. That's so cringe, I love it. Oh, dude, I might use that IRL, bro. I might use that. That's so cringe. I love it. Several students had collapsed. Their eyes had rolled back into their heads. Foam bubbled from their mouths as their entire bodies convulsed. What? Oh my gosh! This is moving quickly. But back to Bon, baby. He'll make me feel better. Bon's awesome. Bon makes me happy every time. For some reason, walking around like this, it made me feel like you wanted to do something reckless. I wanted to kill someone. Yup. Before long, there will be no need to endure the hardship of gathering votes for elections. Nor will there be risks of prosecution for extorted political canvassing. Holy crap, dude. This is too real, man. This game. I can't breathe. You're choking me. I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna die. I hope they don't get Sua, man. I kind of like Sua. What if he finds out something and they want to bip him, dude? That'd make me cry. But finally, it started. What the frick? What the frick? Where the heck was it coming from? The package! In a normal situation, I would never get caught dead carrying around a figure. Because it could get damaged, obviously. Yeah, that's why. That's why. Obviously because it could get damaged, not for any other reason.
So don't you dare let Shogun fool you with his lies.
Dude, she's the delusion. She's one of the delusions that's trying to make us think everything's okay. That didn't seem like a decision. What? Darth Spider? Darth Spider? What the frick? Why are you throwing that out here in this super, tense moment? What? It was a bit lukewarm, but it was enough to satisfy my thirst. Oh, frick. I'd been the only one on that pitch-black rooftop. Ew, gross. If Bon had involved Sua, a promising new detective, his partner would have inevitably been harshly rebuked by their boss. Bon wanted to avoid this, because Bon's the frickin' man! Love Bon. I think I'm losing my mind. I couldn't get that kind of peace from 2D or delusions anymore. I couldn't survive on just my delusions. I wanted to see her. This is so... Okay. I don't know what's going on. What incarnation, my guy? At least we're back with Bon. Good old boy, Bon. We love Bon. You're a real piece of work, you know that? Dude, if they end up getting married by the end of this, that's gonna be so cute. Oh! Oh, frick! Oh, they're gonna kill him, oh no. How's it going, everybody? And thank you all so much for 200 subscribers. I'll be honest, I never thought you guys would actually vote for a 12-hour video. I didn't expect anyone would actually want to see 12 hours continuous of a video, or have to wait that long for another one to come out, but here we are. I don't want to take too much of your guys' time since you have a behemoth of a video to get through, but I just quickly wanted to say thank you if you've been here since 100 subscribers, if you've been here since before 100 subscribers, and if you've just recently joined to help us get to 200 and beyond, because as I am recording this, we're already like a third of the way to 300, so that's kind of wacky. I'm thinking the next time I want to do something special for the channel, like when we hit a milestone, will probably be the 500 subscriber milestone. So let's try to hit that, since that's halfway to getting to an even bigger milestone, which is 1,000 subscribers. I spent a lot of time on this video, and a lot of crazy stuff happens this episode, this very, very long episode. So if you would, and you haven't already, please subscribe, like the video, ring the notification bell to get notified when I drop more content, share this video with your wonderful friends and family, and leave a comment letting me know what you thought of it, and if there's anything else you'd like to see me play in the future, whether that's simply just more Chaos Head, or some other game, and it doesn't have to be a visual novel, it can be anything. So without any further ado, here is the very special 200 subscriber, 12-hour long Chaos Head video. One last time, thank you all so much for being here, and I hope you enjoy the video. How's it going, everybody? HoodlaMutt here, back with some more Chaos Head Noah. And last time, the most important things to really recall are that we got confronted by Yua while we were kind of hiding out in at Cafe, as we were worried about being found in our little container. We were confronted by Yua, but not in the way as we were before. Well, kind of in the way as we were before. Rather than being accused, though, we were trying to, from her point of view at least, be helped by her basically pleading with us to go with her to the hospital to get help for what she believed was our DID mental illness that we have. As she believes that's why we are acting as Shogun and also probably killing people. But we don't really have a whole lot to go off of from her perspective, so that's all we kind of know as to what she's thinking. Takumi fled, of course, because Takumi. But then we ran into a park after running and running and running and running through Shibuya for a long time, and we got confronted by the police, who asked for our ID. We showed it to him, and then seemingly he tipped off someone else that was around that was apparently, looking for us, and they started following us, and Takumi started believing that all the people, the homeless people, the people on benches, all these different people were all operatives of the police, like waiting for him or the killer or whatever. And so he started booking it, and they started chasing him, and he ran all the way to Gigantus, where then we ran into Fess, and coincidentally, right, yeah, and she took us to an underground, like, subway tunnel type deal going on, I believe is what it was, and there, she finally showed us her D sword. Yes, it's D sword. I've been calling it Die sword. I guess I should have went with with what I thought the pronunciation was probably, but I went with my gut instinct instead. So, yes. She showed us her D-sword.
Good job!
And told us that the one that we bought was bogus. And then also showed us that, just similar to how Senna did, that the world is not what it seems, as we saw two different fesses, the schoolgirl fess and the punk rock girl fess. And that was where we kind of left off, and seemingly now we are with Ban Yasuji once again. So let's just get back into this, shall we? As he walked cautiously through the narrow, trash-ridden streets of Maruyamacho, Ban Yasuji jammed one hand inside his pants pocket. Inside, he found a few dozen small coins. Sir, what exactly are you expecting to find at the crucifixion crime scene? It's already been more than 2 weeks since it happened. Don't you think it's been investigated well enough? With all due respect, new evidence isn't just gonna pop out of thin air. His partner, Detective Suwa, had been walking behind him, grousing in an irritated voice for quite some time. That was understandable, of course, as the job originally assigned to them had been to tail an important witness for the new gen cases, Nishijo Takumi. Oh, interesting. However, the two of them had abandoned their tailing mission and had instead come to the scene of the third New Gen incident, colloquially known as the crucifixion. Ban had decided to abandon their original task of tailing Nishijo Takumi, forcing the burden onto some other detective in the same jurisdiction. Yeah, it's because he knows that it's not Takumi probably that did it, right? Because he understands something that hasn't been shared with us quite yet. The rookie detective, Suwa, was not pleased by this. Come on, there's no way this'll pan out. Let's just go back to tailing already. The rookie detective had consistently been pushed around by his senior without any explanation, and he could not stand it. For that reason, he had been insistently trying to persuade Ban for a long while now. But to this, Ban only said, "Oh, quit your yapping and follow me." He remained aloof and refused to heed his junior's perfectly sound arguments. Finally, they at last came across a narrow road, blocked off by yellow barricade tape. As Suwa let out the latest in his myriad of sighs, his cell phone began vibrating near his chest. He quickly took out his phone, which had been set to vibrate, assumed the look of a capable detective, and pressed the accept button. Suwa here. Yes. Yes. As he listened to Suwa's voice coming from behind him, Ban came to a stop in front of the barricade tape. Behind that tape was the crime scene. A deep darkness had settled over the area, just as it had when the crime had been committed. But now, there were no remaining traces of the incident, save for the barricade tape. You lost him? A girl? Looks like they got us. All right, then go ahead and head back to the house in Shinsen. Yes, make sure to keep your eyes peeled. No, don't worry. Assistant Inspector Ban will take all of the flak for you. Ban smiled wryly upon hearing that. Suwa could be surprisingly shrewd. Of course, Ban had no intention of placing the blame onto his subordinates, nor onto the detective he had placed in charge. We'll join up with you as soon as we're done here. Really sorry about all this. Good luck. Right as Suwa hung up the phone and returned his begrudging gaze to Ban, Ban ducked under the tape. Suwa had no choice but to reluctantly accompany him. They lost him, huh?
He figured out he was being tailed. Seems like there'd been some commotion at an internet cafe a bit before that.
And the girl?
Kishimoto Ayase.
Ah, the little lady from the band that's been causing us a whole host of trouble. What's the connection between them?
They both go to the same school. Same year, even. Other than that, nothing in particular. They're not even classmates. Bon brought a hand to his chin, savoring the rough texture of his stubble for a moment. After which, he took out several coins from his pocket and started counting them in the dark one by one. Suwa stared at his eccentric senior with a puzzled look on his face. What are you up to?
Of course I can't find any 5-yen coin when I actually need one. Suwa, you have a 5-yen coin on you?
Perplexed, Suwa took a 5-yen coin out from his wallet and held it out to Bon. However, instead of taking it straight away, Bon tore the bottom button off the shirt he was wearing. He then untied the thread fastened to the button. Sir, have you finally lost it?
You've got a real mouth on you, you know that?
Bon chuckled and lightly whapped Suwa on the head. He then took the thread and weaved it through the hole in the center of the coin. Oh, that's right, I forgot yen have holes in them, don't they?
Alrighty, I'll let you do the honors.
After pinching both ends of the thread with his fingers, Bon let the 5-yen coin hang down and handed it to his junior. A pendulum?
Mm-hmm.
Bon smiled mischievously.
This little guy might give us an important clue for this case of ours.
You're kidding. Bon-san, could you spare me from your craziness for once? Is this why you abandoned your assignment to come here? Suwa's tone was almost mournful. He had been pushed around countless times by Bon before now, but this time, Bon had finally managed to utterly stump the rookie detective. Is this some kind of psychic investigation? Like dowsing or something? You've really been watching too much TV, sir. For the guy getting on my case, you sure seem well affiliated with this stuff.
Well, yeah. I've checked out a few shows like that. Last week, there was one centered on Yuri Brightman.
Yuri
Brightman. He's this psychic detective from America. What I saw wasn't anything all that flashy. But the program did have some esteemed college professor on it.
But it was still on TV, yeah?
You really like to pick apart every little thing, don't you? You'll get it once you actually give it a shot. Come on, let it hang down.
When his senior issued that request, Suwa did not have any room to refuse. His lips pursed in a sullen manner, but he reluctantly accepted the 5-yen coin. He pinched the ends of the string and began to twirl it around in a circle, creating centrifugal motion. It was too dark for either of them to see it clearly, so Bon flicked on a 100-yen cigarette lighter and used it as their light source. You smoke, sir?
I quit smoking over 10 years ago. Why do you ask?
Well, you've got a lighter on you, so I just figured.
I was just prepared, that's all.
Right then. So, what am I missing here? Try moving it around a bit more, and then try to stop it. Bon monitored the movement of the 5-yen coin intently. Bon's eyes were so intensely serious, Suwa could no longer complain about this being a pointless excursion. Just as I thought. You get it now, Suwa? Get what? The movement of the coin. Ooh, that's a nice little animation, okay. Doesn't it feel like it's been forming an ellipse? Using the thread as support, the dangling 5-yen coin was slowly revolving around in a circular motion. Suwa cocked his head. It's not just because of how I'm swinging it? Or something? Are you trying to make an ellipse? Well, no. I just kind of made it go around. Try not to move your hand as much. Okay. Suwa consciously tried to move his hand in a circular fashion, but no matter how hard he tried, the trajectory drawn by the 5-yen coin was always elliptical in shape. Really? Okay. This is real weird. Even if you try to force it to make a different shape, it won't let you, right? Bon's face was full of pride. Suwa, on the other hand, was still not convinced and continued relentlessly in his quest to try and change the motion of the pendulum. Well, it's not like this phenomenon can be witnessed just anywhere in Shibuya. Even so, I've heard that there are about a dozen places where the same thing happens. Huh. This really is pretty out there. But what does this have to do with the case? Bon looked up in satisfaction, put his lighter back in his pocket, then retrieved the hand fan that he had stabbed between his belt and his pants. Do you know why Shibuya attracts so many youngins to it? What? Because this 5-yen coin forms an ellipse? Suwa thought he was making a clever jab, but Bon nodded readily in response, calmly fanning his face all the while. Yup, you got it. Huh. Okay. Alright, back to this, yo. Why do you think that Shibuya attracts so many youths? Oh, she's gonna answer it now, okay. Suddenly, the conversation I was having with Fess transitioned into something completely unrelated. Japan. No. Even if you examined the entire world, you would not find many places similar to this one. Did this have something to do with D-swords? If not, then I didn't care. I had to somehow find a way to get Fess to tell me how to get my hands on a real D-sword. Neither Shinjuku nor Ikebukuro. Shibuya. The name of this city has taken on a life of its own. Both in front of and behind me, the same words were being spoken from the two Fesses at the exact same time. Perfect synchronization. It gave me a somewhat strange feeling. How is he not freaking out because of this? He freaked out from like literally any other thing that was just a nothing. It was always just a nothing burger. And then he has literally a clone in front of him and he's just like, yeah, whatever. Just you know, I just want to figure this out. You know, it's like, what are you talking about? Like he's so, the way he freaks out about the wrong things sometimes, I feel like. Had Fess split in half? Were both of them the real Fess? Or were both of them imposters? There is a thought engraved into the hearts of men all across Japan, that this city carries the name, the City of Youths. Why is that? Why? Well, that has absolutely nothing to do with me. Because the city is ripe with fashion? Because it is populated heavily with stores? Because many trends originate here? Because it appears often on TV? Because the public transportation is favorable? No, it is none of those. The two fesses paused for a moment. Being watched from both in front and from behind started to make me feel uncomfortable. It is because of the greater will. The greater will? Okay. The will of a higher being. Or, to put it simply, the will of God.
Okay. Where's this going?
This is bad. My rational side warned me. Could this be? Maybe she was trying to recruit me into some sketchy religious cult. I began to feel uneasy. Man, maybe I should just get the heck out of here. But upon hearing the next thing Fess said to me, I realized I no longer had that option.
How are you still not freaking out about the okay, anyway. It's like, he's like, are they trying to get me into a religious cult? I would be like, why are there two of you? Like, you know, that's what he should be freaking out about.
D-swords, too, are guided by this will.
Okay. To begin, you've got this thing called gravity. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Bon returned to the main street from the alleyway, and then began walking toward Shibuya Station. Suwa, who now assumed they were going to Shinsen, chased after his senior detective with an obvious frown on his face. You mean the law of universal gravitation?
Real good head you've got on your shoulders there. Not surprising considering the nice college you came out of.
Suwa grew discouraged in response to Bon's slightly mocking tone. Well, I unfortunately didn't study the occult at my university.
This doesn't have anything to do with the occult. There are these areas scattered across the world where gravity is unbalanced. Several of them.
Unbalanced?
Okay. That's what's causing the pendulum to form the elliptical shape. They call it the GE rate in English.
Wait, is this a real thing? This isn't just for this game? This is a real thing? There are actually areas that have, like, differing gravitational pull? Is that a thing? I've never heard of this before. For real? That's wacky? Okay.
GE rate? Let's see. What did it stand for? Gravitation era?
If we're talking gravity here, then could it be gravitation? Gravitation error rate?
Oh yeah, that's it. You got it. Gravitation error rate.
Translating that literally would give you number of universal gravitation anomalies, I would think.
I'm sure you'd be able to find it if you sifted through a physics dictionary.
Is that where you got it from? The GE rate, an imbalance that contradicts the law of universal gravitation. Is this real? Gosh dang, I didn't know that was a thing. If that's actually real, I'm freaking looking this up afterwards. I didn't know that was a thing. Discovered by Isaac Newton, the law of universal gravitation is a fundamental force of nature that acts between all forms of energy and matter, i.e., anything that contains mass. It is commonly believed that the great number of strata layered upon the Earth's surface play a large part in this law. A typical example of something that disturbs local areas would be lava beds. This phenomenon can be found at the foot of Mount Fuji, Aokigahara, also known as the Sea of Trees, where there have been several recorded instances of compasses becoming unusable. Really? That's wacky! Studies have also shown that fossil beds, particularly rich in iron and calcium, are another type of stratum in which magnetism is repelled. Okay, that makes at least a little more sense, I guess. Adding on to the previous factors, magnetite is also believed to have a particularly strong influence on gravity. If magnetite, a naturally occurring magnet with an octahedral crystal structure, were to be found beneath the Earth in a quantity large enough to warrant being recognized as a dike, it would be as if the ground itself were a magnet. This would then result in an extremely high chance of the area producing minute gravitational deviations. Really? That's wild. Okay. The GE rate is the measurement of the gravitational values in a region in which such values have been distorted by the previously mentioned geological strata. That is a lot of info for my little brain. When Bond's explanation concluded, the two men who had been walking the entire time were just exiting onto Dogenzaka. The scenery surrounding them instantly turned bright and dazzling. I've heard that the average GE rate in Shibuya is one of the highest recorded in the world. I've even heard that there have been cases in which a ball placed at the foot of a hill goes right on up all by itself. That's freaking weird! I didn't know that was a thing! Are you serious? Suwa, who had been listening in utter silence up until now, showed his surprise with a slightly exaggerated tone. Sounds like a world ripped straight out of a sci-fi flick. You enjoy that type of stuff? I'm not a big fan of the convoluted ones. The large-scale epics are what I'm really into. It's all Greek to me. Your explanation sounds pretty darn plausible, but it's still fairly hard to believe. I'd never even heard of a GE rate before today. Yeah, me neither. What the heck? Don't act like your ignorance applies to everyone. A gumshoe needs an objective view of the facts. That's true, but what Suwa said was equally true. The research into the GE rate was minimal, and it certainly was not something that would be taught to an everyday college student. Bond himself had not even been aware of it until a few weeks ago. For starters, you still haven't answered the most important question. So, the gravity of Shibuya is unbalanced. I got that, but what does that have to do with the young people being attracted to here? There's a surprisingly big causal relationship between gravity and humans, you know? Did you know that the biorhythms of all living things are affected by the moon's gravitational pull? What, are we getting into astrology now? What the heck? Though, I will say, the organization, what was it called? Nozomi? Or whatever? Nozomi freaking talked about biorhythms, right? They said they were trying to get everybody's biorhythms in alignment or whatever. So, we know that there's something to do with that. That means something. But, also, that's, yeah, I mean, this feels very like astrology, horoscope type lingo, which I'm not too keen on, I must say, but, and by not keen on, I mean I don't believe in, so, but I'm interested to see where he's taking this. It ain't just the tides. I've heard about how the moon has an effect on sea turtles spawning. Yeah, something like they only lay eggs on the night of a full moon. But it's not just sea turtles. Corals and other species that only spawns on full moon nights. Oh yeah, that's, the thing where it looks like it's snowing on the ocean, right? It's been scientifically proven that gravity's much stronger on full moon nights. So, naturally, this ends up affecting humans as well. I mean, it's not to say that there's, like, no scientific element to, like, those types of things. Because, you know, I've heard, like, especially, like, specifically women with, you know, being discreet are affected by, like, lunar cycles and stuff like that. You know, to what degree, like, you know, a lot of people like to say that it like, alters behavior. You know, that's the part that's kind of like, I don't really know about all that. But I could maybe see some, like, actual physical things, like maybe like kind of what he's talking about. He's saying that, you know, animals are kind of like lining up with full moons and stuff and the gravity and all that. But I mean, I feel like there might be something to the, like, I don't know if it's like, if you would call it biorhythms, but there is probably something to, you know, how the Earth and the moon and stuff kind of affects people. I just don't, I don't believe that it, like, would mess with people's behaviors, so to speak, and make them do different things. Like, I think there's, like, a belief out there that, like, on full moon nights is when people often are the most, like, violent and want to cause crimes. But that could easily just be chalked up to the fact that you can see at night, right? When there's a full moon. So, you know, it would be easier to you know, do criminal activity when you can actually see, but it's also still, like, dark enough that people can't quite make you out. I don't know. It's like, I feel like some of that is just kind of, you know, whatever. But anyway. What? Like with childbirth? Not just childbirth. Biorhythms, like I said before. They're closely related to normal psychological phenomena, of course, but they also have an effect on traffic accidents, illnesses, appetite, libido, stuff like that. You know how they say blood rushes to your head when you get excited? That's from the moon's gravitational pull. I don't know about that, but okay. That's a bit of a stretch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That sounds, again, it sounds a little bit more like astrology. That's, okay. That's like saying that the feelings of individual people don't matter, and that it's all the moon's fault. Kind of, yeah. I mean, that is, in essence, kind of what's being said, right? It's like, again, it's like the people who really believe in, like, horoscopes and stuff, it's like, they start saying, like, well, you know, you can't be mad at me because it's just not my day today, right? Because my horoscope said that because of the way the stars align, that I'm a jerk today, so you just have to accept that fact. It's like, no, you're in control of yourself. Like, don't be a jerk. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I feel like that's... anyway. Well, I wouldn't go that far. But it has to do with a thing called crowd psychology. The moment someone arrives in this town, they might feel exhilarated, or maybe like doing something a little reckless. This, then, likely applies to people's reactions to the string of new-gen incidents. I mean, okay, so you're just saying it might spike somebody's emotions a little bit, right? Like, I don't really buy it, but okay. All the folks in this town who have seen the news are more or less having the same reaction. Every last one of them's enjoying it. They all revel in the feeling that it'll never happen to them. That it's just somebody else's problem. So, are you saying that the GE rate is also responsible for this type of crowd psychology? The possibility's there. If it's subconsciously ingrained into the minds of youngsters that, say, coming to Shibuya is a real hoot, then that's why so many people are attracted to this city. Huh. Okay. In reality, I don't know if I buy that, but we'll go along with it for the sake of the game for now. Suwa really is a fast learner, Ban thought to himself, impressed. The junior detective was still young, but that part of him truly was worthy of praise. In addition, what set him apart from the other young people was that he did not just follow his seniors blindly. Whenever he had a question, or whenever he thought something did not make sense, he would always voice it, despite the fact that he was a junior in name. Now that we more or less have a handle on what the GE rate is, how are we going to use it to catch the culprit? If these recent incidents were influenced by the GE rate, it'd be pretty strange if something similar hadn't happened over the past few centuries. Which means our next step is to get an expert to look into it. A specialist. You're not going to do it yourself, sir? Me? I'm just a detective. Ban smirked from ear to ear. The only thing I plan on looking into is New Gen. Which is why I skipped out on work today, so I could measure the GE rate at the crime scene. If the crime scenes we've had up until now all show abnormal GE rates, what do you think that might mean? No way. Suwa's eyes went wide, and he stopped dead in his tracks. It seemed as if he had realized what Ban was trying to imply. The incidents all happen in places with abnormal GE rates? If that's true, then that means we can somewhat predict where the next crime will take place! We don't know that for sure yet. That's why we're gonna have it investigated. There was something lurking within this city. Something yet unknown, hidden deep beneath its flashy exterior. Perhaps it was akin to Pandora's box, something not meant to be touched by the hands of men. Thoughts such as these pervaded Ban's mind as he watched the pedestrians file down the streets of Shibuya. Huh. That's interesting, if nothing else. So hold on. We gotta take a second here. So he's saying that any place that there's abnormal gravity, basically, is the concept, right? That exhilarates people. It gets them excited, but also might put them in a place to be more reckless, right? So it'd be almost like they get this like boost of testosterone, you might say, if it's like a guy, right? Which might cause them to be a little more aggressive. That might cause them to be a little bit more of a risk taker, right? It's almost like he's saying that this abnormal gravitational pull acts like a form of being drunk a little bit, right? Like it just, like how he said the blood rushes to your head. So, in that particular concept, I could buy to a degree that it's like, okay, it might put people a little bit out of whack. It might, heighten, I don't know if you want to say endorphins or whatever it might be, to like want to be more of a risk taker of some kind, to do something that usually you wouldn't do, which taken to its extreme would cause you to kill people, I guess. But like, that's a real big stretch, at least from his point of view, right? Like that just seems, again, unless you're saying, because he's talking about biorhythms, this is all kind of, I would say, fairly new agey type talk, right? So it's, it seems more like saying that, in certain places of the earth, people are more readily going to become like psychotic killers or whatever, like they're not going to be able to control themselves, which, like, from my perspective, at any point in time, you have the ability to control yourself. Like, even if there's like something that might throw you a little bit out of whack, right? Like, let's say something that is like truly scientific, right? Like, let's say you're in a place where there's just no sun all the time, right? Somewhere like, I don't know, Alaska or Antarctica, where like so many hours of the day in Alaska specifically, it's like, I think it's like 6 months out of the year, it's like
almost completely night, if not like almost always night or something like that. I don't actually remember exactly, but they don't see a lot of sun. And so because of that, you could say that they are more likely to be depressed because of the environment around them, because they're not getting vitamin D, right? And so because they're more depressed, they're more likely to want to be, they're more likely to be agitated, they are more likely to you know, lash out, they're more likely to maybe even want to commit suicide, let's say, right? But all those things are still under a person's control, right? You could never blame the fact that there's no sun on the fact that they did that action, right? Like, it might put you in a different mindset. It might actually affect your body, but you still have your mind. Like, I don't feel like that would completely just, like, make it so you almost, like, it's almost as though it's insinuating you start to maybe not have a choice. Or like, you're so heavily influenced that you're pulled towards a very reckless choice, in this case, like killing somebody or something, right? Because the gravitational pull is off or whatever. I don't know, like, that just seems kind of, that just doesn't seem, I want to say, like, scientific. That's not even the word I want to use. It just doesn't seem logical to me. But, all right, I guess that's what we're running with for right now, so we'll see where that goes.
D-swords, too, are guided by that will.
As soon as I heard those words, I knew I couldn't take it anymore. Fess had been going on and on about all these things I didn't care about, all while continuing to dodge what I'd actually asked her. I couldn't possibly care less about some greater will, or why Shibuya attracts young people, or whatever else. There was only one thing I wanted to know. How do I get my hands on a D-sword? Mustering up my courage, I asked Fess that question. Tell me! Without changing her aloof expression, Fess gazed down at the D-sword she was holding. Despite how gigantic the sword was, she seemed to be handling it with incredible ease. Maybe she just had an absurd level of physical strength or something.
It isn't something one can teach.
Why not? Why is it that you'll go on and on about all this random crap, yet you can't tell me the most crucial thing I need to know?
You must find it by yourself. I do not know of any methods.
You don't know? Then how in the living crap did you get the D-sword you're holding in your hand right now?
However, D-swords can only be seen by those who possess the power.
So, in other words, those without the power couldn't see them? But I could see it extremely clearly. But then, what did she mean by the power? Was she saying that I had supernatural powers? Like what the two Fesses in front of me had?
You can see my sword, can you not? That can only mean one thing.
If Shogun and Yua were destroying my life because of it, then I didn't want this stupid bullcrap power. But I still did want a D-sword. Because it'd grant me salvation. Fess had said so. Why do you believe her, right? You know, it's like, why do you believe her all of a sudden? It's like when all of a sudden, just because Dimi hugged him, he's like, oh, obviously she's not a demon now. Like, he's so freaking, like, I don't know if shallow's the right word, but like the way he thinks is so like wishy-washy, you know? He just, there's so many things he's hyper paranoid about, and then other things that he's like way too trusting with. It just makes no sense to me. It's like he doesn't apply his paranoia evenly across like all situations he comes across. It's just weird to me. Anyway. Stuff like the greater will and the reason why Shibuya attracted young people
made no difference to me. I didn't want some random power, nor did I want to be roped into all this BS in any way, shape, or form. But in order to escape the clutches of Shogun and Yua, I had to get my hands on a sword. Feel it. Feel the will chosen by the world.
This really is like Kingdom Hearts Keyblade stuff. Like it will choose you. You know, if the will chooses you, then you'll be able to get the cool sword. It's like if the Keyblade chooses you and you're a key bearer, you know, it's like it's similar vibes.
But Fess's answer was as ambiguous as every other darn thing she'd said. Biting my lip, I tried desperately to think of any way I could extract information from her. But as a person who was terrible at talking to 3D people, I couldn't think of anything that'd be effective at all. I tried to pull from my bank of eroge situations, but everything that came to mind was fairly unsettling, such as slipping her an aphrodisiac, tying her up, or imprisoning her. What the frick have you been reading, my guy? Oh my gosh, no wonder you're such a degenerate, bro. What the frick, brother? Oh my gosh, bro.
Fess, fix him. Fix him, help him find his sword. Fix him.
Man, I may or may not be extremely screwed up.
Yeah, you think? Yeah, at least you're waking up to it, man. That can start the change, you know? You can start to become better from that. At least he's self-aware. Again, I have to at least give him props for self-awareness, but self-awareness can only take you so far. Eventually, you have to change. You can't say forever, yeah, I know I'm a degenerate, but I'm still gonna just keep being a degenerate. It's like, no, once you... Self-awareness is the first step to healing, right? And then you change everything from there. It's still possible, Takumi. We can still save you. Don't worry, it'll be fine.
What is your name?
Huh?
Fess turned her back to me, then slowly began to walk deeper into the tunnel. I am Kishimoto Ayase. When she said that, I realized that we still hadn't introduced ourselves to each other yet. Nishijo Takumi. I couldn't see Fess, Ayase's expression from where I was. Why she was laughing, I didn't know. Let us meet again, Takumi. Ayase was moving farther and farther away. I fearfully turned my head to see what happened to the other Ayase, only to find out that she'd disappeared without a trace. Had she literally disappeared? Or had she just walked out of the underpass? Ayase had said that the other Ayase was a delusion. Maybe that was the power of the D-Sword. I returned my gaze to the inside of the underpass, and right as I did, I saw that Ayase was going up the other staircase, which was about 50 meters deeper into the tunnel. Eventually, her figure disappeared completely, and now, all that remained was the eerie silence of the underpass. I wasn't brave enough to yell after her. I was too exhausted to run after her, and I was overwhelmed by the feeling that it wasn't worth the trouble. In the end, all I could do was return home as cautiously as I could, making sure not to be spotted by Yua or the police on the way.
Oh, freaking really? Okay, well, I thought she was gonna be our mentor. What the heck?
It felt like it'd been ages since I'd last been in my base, but in reality, it'd only been half a day. I'd left my computer on, leaving my Seraton screensaver to cast a pale light together with her smile across the dark room. I locked the door tightly from the inside and threw myself onto the sofa. When I closed my eyes, I couldn't help but remember everything that happened today. I couldn't believe even the police thought I was the culprit. They had it all wrong. There was absolutely no way I could have killed all those people. Investigate like you actually give a crap. This isn't a game. Otaku freaks like myself were ostracized by society, so they must have thought that they could just pin the crime on one of us and the public wouldn't even bat an eye. They couldn't actually catch the real culprit, so they wanted to save face by using me as a scapegoat. Darn it. What could I do to clear my name? The scene at Cafe flashed before my eyes, sending a chill down my spine. There existed someone that was even more terrifying than the police. Yua, my enemy. I had been so unbelievably relieved that I hadn't heard anything from her recently. I had been growing more and more confident that she'd never contact me again. But today, I'd realized that I'd been mistaken. In order to oppose all of them, I needed a D-sword. I glanced at the cheap sword that was leaning against my PC desk. It was a fake. Ayase had said that only people with the power can see them. The day I'd bought my sword, Nanami had seen me with it. And unlike Ayase and Senna's swords, it didn't glow. Where would a real one be? I had to get my hands on one as soon as possible. If I didn't, I was doomed. Getting wrapped up in something this insane. It sucked so much. You have DID, multiple personalities. No! That's not true! That's impossible! Multiple personality disorders are supposed to be rare in Japan. You've been watching way too many freaking movies, Yua! I don't have multiple personalities. There's no proof of that at all. Not true. It's not true. But that chat log is consistent with what Yua told me. That's all fabricated. It can't be considered proof. But there's no proof that I don't have multiple personalities. My doctor never diagnosed me with multiple personalities. But that very doctor, Dr. Takashina, is now gone for some unknown reason. I'm me! I know that better than anyone! But I don't actually know myself. That's deep, see? That's... When you can get to that point that you don't actually know yourself, so many things can make sense in your life. There are far too many people who think they know themselves. I've had people tell me that they know themselves better than anyone else, when just like, it's so obviously not true. It's funny because a lot of those same people can have people literally tell them things that they didn't realize about themselves, because in most cases, naturally, we as people are blind to ourselves without knowing it. Like, we have this innate pride within us to say, nothing's wrong with me. Everything, it's everyone else that has the problem, right? Everyone else is to blame, it's not me. And also, I know what makes me happy. I know what makes me sad. I know what makes me, all these different things, right? But we don't really know. If we really knew, we wouldn't keep chasing those things, right? Like, if you really knew what would make you happy, you wouldn't keep chasing them. You would know what it is and you'd have it by now. But you don't, so you keep searching and always find yourself wanting, right? But getting to that point where you can say, I don't actually know myself. Obviously, in Takami's, concept of this, right? He's saying that I don't know myself because, apparently I'm Shogun and I don't know it, right? That's probably what he's getting at. But just as a statement in general, I think it's a really powerful statement that when you finally realize that about yourself, that you don't know yourself, that you can then start to be honest with yourself. And then you can start seeking things that really are true instead of things that are false and lies, You can start seeking things like virtue and truth and righteousness, all these things that are like
like really tangible, you know? I'm getting a little philosophical here, I guess now, but you know what I mean? Does that make sense? I think that's a really powerful statement to be able to come to say that you don't actually know yourself, because there are too many people that are too prideful to be able to say that very statement. They all the time want to say, you don't know me, when in reality, they don't know them. You know what I mean? Very interesting. Anyway. I felt chills on the nape of my neck. The usual presence. Someone was watching me. The unknown gaze. Whose eyes are those eyes? Yeah, that's right. It's Shogun. He's the killer. That's what it said in the chat log, right? And Yua is one of Shogun's underlings. The new gen cases were all Shogun. But does Shogun truly exist? Are you sure he isn't just a delusion? I'm normal. I'm completely normal. Right? I clutched my head and shouted out to no one in particular. But what I got in reply was, "You've got mail, you big dum-dum." Sera? I sluggishly made my way over to the computer and checked my email. The sender was Grim. Uh-oh. Found something interesting was the subject line. It was probably just bait, and the contents of the email were meant to screw with me. I didn't have the energy to deal with him personally right now, so I stuck to just reading the email. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, let me read this. So, Neidhart-kun, why haven't you joined the chat room at all? You haven't been on ESO either, so I had no choice but to email you. There's a MewTube link. I would have told you to watch this vid because it's seriously screwed. I know what you're thinking. It's probably just Grim screwing with me, but no. It was recorded by the new gen perp. The net's going absolutely insane over it. Hurry up and watch it before you miss the hype. Shake my head. Oh, frick. A video that'd been recorded by the new gen culprit? My fingertips on the mouse began to tremble. I couldn't take my eyes off the email. Did that mean the killer was in the video? Who was it? No. Was it me? I both wanted to see it and didn't want to see it at the same time. This was the proof. Proof that I wasn't the killer. Or proof that I was the killer. Which one it would be, I didn't know. It was a gamble. Feeling my heart begin to beat faster and faster, I moved the mouse cursor and hovered over the link. But I couldn't work up the courage to click the URL. I want to help you. Shut up! Don't treat me like a criminal! Don't act like you feel sorry for me! I didn't do it! You're the one on the criminal side, Yua! In an intense fit of rage, I clicked on the URL. Uh-oh. It was a MewTube video. The word loading appeared in the video window. It's not me, 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 it's not me. In reality, it only took about 10 seconds for the video to load, but those 10 seconds felt like an eternity to me. Eventually, it finished loading, and the video started to play. I thought we were going to see a real video.
It was a video of a very dark place. The background was pitch black. Maybe it was indoors.
What the frick? I don't like that. It's the group dive. I just read it. Oh no. No. Oh frick. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I leaned my head in close to the monitor, trying my best to parse the information on the screen. It was dark, and therefore hard to see, but there were several men and women there. They were all making a ton of noise. Maybe it was because the bitrate was too low, or maybe it was because the people in the video were too distraught, but I couldn't make out a single thing they were saying. Every once in a while, whenever someone screamed violently, the sound would clip horribly. After watching for a bit longer, I was able to determine that there were 5 people in the video. If you included the cameraman, it would be 6. The cameraman didn't enter the frame at all. Because of how dark it was, the faces of the 5 people were just barely visible. As though to comfort one another, they were caressing each other's heads, patting each other's shoulders, and hugging. What the frick? I could also hear the high-pitched sobbing of a girl, likely overcome with emotion. It was definitely bizarre. But how did this video have any connection to New Gen?
Obviously, they're on top of the same building where the group dive happened. You can't be that dense.
Was the person filming this really the New Gen culprit? At the very least, I knew I had no memory of recording something like this.
No, 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 don't jump scare me.
And then, after a short while, the camera, or rather the person holding the camera, began to slowly move forward. The 5 subjects, who were about 5 meters away from the cameraman, gradually grew larger and larger. The picture was fairly grainy. Maybe the original image data was re-encoded with an extremely low bitrate in order to reduce its size. A modern video camera should have a night vision function, so I wondered why the cameraman hadn't made use of it. Could it have been an older camera? As soon as I thought that, the camera suddenly panned to the left and then to the right, showing the surrounding scenery. What I had initially thought was just the pitch-black darkness of a room was actually the night sky. In other words, the video had been recorded outdoors.
Oh, okay, so he's not seeing the whole picture we're seeing right now quite yet, okay.
As for the reason why there wasn't a single building or anything, it was because the video had been taken on the roof of a skyscraper. The 5 people were on the edge of the roof of a very tall building. Right behind them was the ledge, and right below that ledge was the glittering nightscape of Shibuya that could only be seen at high altitudes. This is... Finally, I understood. I finally understood what this video was. I finally understood why it was said to have been recorded by the New Gen culprit. The group dive. A locked room mystery in which a group of 5 men and women jumped from the roof of Cornelius Tower. The sole fact that remained unclear about New Gen was whether or not this specific incident was a murder case or a group suicide. If this video was of the 5 people who'd jumped to their deaths, then that would mean that there had been a 6th person at the scene when the incident occurred. The 5 people shown in the video hadn't just been making noise for the sake of it. They were all slumped down on the ground, crying and shouting as they huddled together. They all refused to give up, despite the fact that they were fated to die soon. One was shaking their head in denial as they cried. One was clutching their hair tightly as they fell to their knees, their shoulders heaving with each sob. One was pleading with the cameraman as they sobbed, asking why they were doing this. One had already gone mad and was laughing as tears streamed down his face.
Wait, what? Saying why were they doing this? That means they made them do this somehow. Yo, what the frick?
It was a rabid, violent desire to stay alive. A fervent, intense plea to not die. Disconsolate indignation that screamed, "Why is this happening to us?" Innumerable, raw emotions swirled around the group. Yet, in a bizarre juxtaposition, the cameraman's voice was never once heard. The cameraman was eerily calm. "Stop it! Stop it!" No matter how much I pleaded with the footage that had been taken nearly a month ago, nothing was going to change. I knew full well that it was meaningless, but I subconsciously screamed at my monitor all the same. These people don't want to die. With no possible way for my words to reach them, the cameraman was holding moved even closer to the 5 people. Terrified, the 5 of them all tried to crawl away, to get away from the camera. But they couldn't. Right behind them was the very edge of the helipad. There was no guardrail of any kind. The 5 of them had nowhere to go. If they moved back even a little bit farther, they would fall. Refusing to heed the 5's pleas for their lives, the cameraman continued to focus solely on filming, as if to agitate the 5 all the more. He had driven them completely to the edge, to the point where they took no farther action at all. Then, without any sort of cue, nor any form of signaling one another, the 5 people who had all been crying out in grief suddenly fell silent. Then, they all stood up.
He's controlling them. Oh no, whoever the camera person is, they're controlling him. Oh no.
The wind on the rooftop of the Cornelius Tower was powerful. Beckoned by the wind, the 5 of them nearly staggered. If there was even the slightest misstep, they would fall. As if in preparation for such a thing, the 5 men and women all joined hands, seemingly in resignation. They grasped each other's hands tightly. Stop! Stop it! Don't be crazy! Silence. It seemed to me that even the sound of the wind whipping violently through the air had stopped. All I could hear was the sound of cars driving along Shuto Expressway at the foot of the building. Even then, the cameraman did not make a single move. And then, a single person among the 5 whispered, "Whose eyes are those eyes?" I froze in front of the monitor, feeling as though my heart was being strangled by an ice-cold hand. Why? Why those freaking words again? Wasn't this supposed to be the first new gen case? Whose eyes are those eyes had been the dying message from the vamp buyer case, and that one came forth. This didn't make any freaking sense. Paying no mind to the screaming inside my head, the video continued to play. Hand in hand, the 5 men and women slowly stepped out into the empty air, almost as if there was a path laid out before them. And then, just like that, the 5 fell into the nightscape of the big city. I bit my lip and covered my eyes.
Oh!
The group dive hadn't been a mass suicide. It, too, was a murder case. The culprit had been there when it happened. And as for who'd filmed the video, I knew who it was. Mixed in with the sound of the strong wind on the rooftop. Mixed in with the sounds of the 5 people crying out in grief. Mixed in with the blaring horns from Shuto Expressway below. I was certain that I'd heard one particular faint sound.
He heard his laugh, didn't he?
It was the sound of creaking steel. Oh no? A sound that could only be heard when the cameraman was moving forward. The sound of a wheelchair.
Oh, it was Shogun. Oh, frick. Okay, yeah, I mean, we kind of knew, I guess we knew that, but okay, all right. What the heck?
What appeared in front of me back then was real. The camera's line of sight was far too low. Shogun.
To no one's surprise, the leaked video of the group dive exploded. Grim had told me that the entire internet was going insane, and lo and behold, he wasn't lying. A huge chunk of that channel was now convinced that all 4 new-gen murders had been committed by the same person. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, Miser, Connecticut. Whose eyes are those eyes is the new-gen killer's signature move. School dropout to be Shizuoka. The guy who upped it on YouTube has to be the perp. Whose eyes are those eyes? They even turned it into an acronym. What the heck? Is so freaking sweet. Night Guard. Hyogo. Okay, I'll report that immediate. Oh, whoa. Whose eyes are... White Collar Worker, Oregon. Too Long Don't Read. Whose eyes are those eyes? Was written out of the scene of the vampire, yeah? Or written out at the scene of the vampire, yeah? That means there's a connection between the first and the last case, despite all the people saying they had nothing to do with each other. Which then means that the man-child and crucifixion cases also have to be connected. Darn, I'm getting way too into this. Can I scroll or... Nope, I gotta click. Okay. Rookie baseball player Ibadaki says... I think that's supposed to... Is that a chair or is that a face? I can't tell. Whose eyes are those eyes? Lion Dancer, Sky City. Also, whose eyes are those eyes? Whose eyes are those eyes' first appearance was at the vampire case, so it couldn't possibly have copied the group dive. Secretary Kanagawa. No, don't look, Lel. Smoke, whose eyes are those eyes every day? Smoke. Oh, so this is supposed to be... Is this supposed to be read as wheat? Smoke wheat every day. Okay, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. That's stupid, but it's kind of funny. Okay, all right. I have to read it as that now. Wage slave Nigata. I saw the video, but it looks fake as crap. Some actors just did it for views. I bet one Perica on it. What the heck is that? Okay. Pilot Stratosphere. You jerks really ought to stop using whose eyes or whatever the heck so often. The killer just wants attention and you're giving it to him. Yeah, that's kind of true though. Not
Not gonna lie. Plastic surgeon Mie. The same dude did all the new gen murders? Total... okay. Total jerk face. That's what we'll call him. Chichijima. Whose eyes are those? Eyes! Napping Yamanashi. Nah, the tower in that vid's actually just 2 meters tall, and there's a trampoline or something below it, Lamau. Yeah, that is what a lot of people do. They always explain it away. Everything, they always try to explain it away. Psychometrer? Metrer? That's weird. Metrer. Kamchatka. Kamchatka. Wow, that was... Kamchatka. Whatever. Agreed. If that phrase keeps being a trend, there will keep being more murders. Y'all need to tone it the heck down. It's not just a meme anymore. Wheat. Film connoisseur. Seto Inland Sea. I live in Shibuya. Lamau. Obligatory don't look. YouTube video. It's topping the charts. The view count, it's skyrocketing from 17-year office lady Kanto. It's so brutal. Don't look, guys, Lamau. Chieftain Tokyo. Time to make the MHK News' top report. Woot! Interior designer, Western Japan. Anything from the perp behind wheat yet? Yeso Scallop Cultivator, Tokyo. Breaking news taking over every station. Woohoo! Sept To TV, though. Lol. The news on TV was just as erratic. Like 140 had said, every available station, save for To TV, had been interrupted by the breaking news, where they'd played the leaked video on loop. The broadcast had lasted for about an hour. It was pretty shocking to see that the footage had actually been broadcast across the entire country. Of course, all the stations censored the part where they'd dived off the building at the end, but it was still extremely impactful. The opinions of those on TV were more or less the exact same as everyone online. They all attributed the 4 new-gen cases to the same culprit. Then again, that wasn't really much of a surprise. They had finally found a common denominator between them after all. Whose eyes are those eyes? It had become a popular phrase all throughout Shibuya. The phrase had first been shown to the world when the details behind the 4th case, the vamp buyer, were shared. People then learned that the victims of the group dive had said it as well, even though it occurred a month before the vamp buyer case. In the 4 incidents that had occurred so far, it'd been used in both the first and the last one. It had to mean something. It made the theory that a single person was behind the murders all the more probable. The police then held a press conference, stating that they intended to identify the person who'd posted the video as soon as they could. A number of politicians commented that the actions of the culprit were completely deplorable, and that they needed to be apprehended immediately. The YouTube video had been removed by a moderator less than 3 hours after it was uploaded, but by then, it was too late. @Channel had already gotten their hands on it, and from there, nothing could have stopped it from being re-uploaded and spreading like wildfire. And then, just before midnight, the following facts had been revealed through a police statement. The group dive video was uploaded from a computer located in a Shibuya manga cafe known as @Cafe. It was uploaded from a specific private room in the facility. Room number 37.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh frick! Well, we know he's sleepwalking. We know that's happening, but now they're gonna close in on him, dude. He can't go back there again. Oh no! I hope he doesn't have any like private info on there, right? He shouldn't, because it's a public thing, right? I'm sure, because even though he treats it like it's his spot, it's not really, so I'm sure he wouldn't have put anything on there, but oh no! Even Yua said that Shogun was using this same computer, right? Oh no, man. But wait. Oh no, but if we use this particular room every single time like Takumi indicated, surely the owner or whoever's running this cafe knows we use that all the time because we go there all the time, right? Like, they would know our face. They would know who goes in that room specifically the most often. There is no way. They're going to come closing in on us now, right? I mean, that's got to be it. Oh, no. I sat paralyzed in my seat, my head hanging low as I hugged myself tightly. Without realizing it, I had started eavesdropping. I was becoming hypersensitive to the voices coming from my surroundings. I overheard a lot of conversations, and, unsurprisingly, the group dive video was the topic on everyone's mind. Some girls were even jokingly saying to each other, "Whose eyes are those eyes?" I bit my lip and let my gaze wander onto the surface of my desk. That video was evidence. Evidence that Shogun actually existed. Evidence that I hadn't killed anyone. It proved that I didn't have multiple personalities. That the old-looking man in the wheelchair was the new gen killer. But why would Shogun even upload it? Why would he hint at himself being the killer when the culprit's identity had been shrouded in mystery so far? Only two explanations made sense to me. One, Shogun was showing off by killing people because it amused him, which was pretty likely considering that time when he'd appeared in front of me. Or he was trying to provoke me. For some reason, Shogun and his underling, Yua, were doing everything in their power to screw with me. I don't know why he keeps thinking Yua's still part of it when she clearly said that she was just trying to help him. You know? Like, she obviously doesn't like the murders. So, like, I don't know if he's just not hearing that, but she's made it pretty clear that she wants nothing to do with the murders. She's trying to figure them out. You know what I mean? So I don't really know why he keeps thinking that. I didn't know the reason why. I just knew that they were trying to frame me as the new gen culprit. Okay, well, yeah, kind of that was happening, right? So it came across like she was trying to frame him, so I forgot, yeah, he kind of does still think that, so he probably overlooked a lot of the other crap she was saying and is just like, oh no, she's just trying to say that I did it, but I didn't do it because I'd never do anything wrong. You know, it's probably one of those things. At this point, even the police were probably suspicious of me. Shogun was trying to corner me. Did you receive my message? You must awaken. Quickly. Because if you don't, many more people are going to die. Don't forget. You mustn't run away. Yeah, no, I think Shogun's trying to help us. So my current conspiracy theory is that we probably did kill these people and we don't, but like, it's like a different version of us or something, you know? Who understands the precognitive stuff going on right now. That's why we're having like all this memory lapse and like we're going in and out of delusions because it's like we're us but also not really us at the same time. It's like something like that. And Shogun is actually the real us trying to help us wake up. right? Because he's saying, I'm sending you messages. Whose eyes are those eyes? It's like he wants us to figure out who's watching us. He's trying to get all these things to happen. Maybe when we're killing people, he's also taking over in our head and writing whose eyes are those eyes as a message so that we'll hopefully see it and then understand what's going on. I don't, that's not like a good theory, but I definitely think that we did probably do something. We had something to do with this. Just because of how hard he's saying there's no way I could have done it. So I'm not really sure, but I mean, it's not the best argument, but you know, it's all I got for now, I guess. When he'd appeared in front of me, that was what he had said. It felt like he'd been trying to intimidate me, and that he was basically saying, I'm going to kill you too. Don't you dare run away. And now, he'd totally blindsided me by uploading that video and making sure that it spread all throughout Japan. There was no doubt that Shogun had moved his plan to the next phase. It'd been naive to think that I wasn't being targeted anymore. If anything, it'd be more accurate to say that his plotting against me had moved from passive to active. It was now finally in full swing. I was terrified, especially of that video. Shogun had killed 5 high schoolers without even lifting a finger, despite being even worse off physically than me. If all the new gen cases were actually his doing, then all those other gruesome murders, the man-child, crucifixion, and vampire, had all been enacted by that very same frail body. Or maybe Yua had helped him out. In any case, I didn't have any faith that I'd be able to defend myself against people who'd commit such horrible atrocities. Just thinking of them sent chills down my spine. Chills that combined with the red-hot anger I was feeling. Why was I being targeted like this? What did I do to deserve it? And there was also that message. Whose eyes are those eyes? If I wasn't careful, I would start trembling uncontrollably. To keep that under control, I had to keep my body from relaxing. I had to always be aware of my surroundings and be ready to bolt the second I sensed someone approaching. I didn't know when Shogun or Yua would show themselves again. Heck, I had no guarantee that Yua was Shogun's only underling. Maybe even my own classmates were under his influence. Their laughter and idle chatter acting as mere camouflage until just the right moment. I had to find a way to parry surprise attacks like the one in At Cafe yesterday. If I didn't, I'd be killed next time for sure. I needed to get a D-sword ASAP. The only way out of this was to get a D-sword. I'd internalized what Ayase and Senna had said, and I'd searched online about it, and it all had me convinced. Getting my hands on a D-sword would save me. The night before, I desperately tried to gather information on D-swords while keeping an eye on the new gen crapstorm, but my research barely bore any results. It was written on the whiteboard too, remember? Or the chalkboard. I just remembered that. I wonder how that happened. I wonder who did that. I cradled my head, tearing at my greasy hair. How was I supposed to find a D-sword?
You must find it by yourself. I know not of any methods.
Ayase had said that, but that was barely even a hint. My thoughts weighed heavily on me. I was starting to freak out. My heart was steadily getting crushed by anxiety. I needed to hurry. To hurry and find a D-sword. Whatever it took, I had
I had to find one. If I didn't, I'd be done for. Before becoming New Gen's next victim, I had to find one. But I needed to find out how. I had no clue how you were supposed to get one. I needed some kind of hint. Something. Anything. I had to figure it out fast, or I'd lose my chance at finding it. Was I even capable of finding one? This was no time to be at school. It was my own life or graduating. I didn't need to debate which one was more important. And yet, why was I... Sensing someone approaching me, I quickly raised my head and braced myself for contact.
Whoa! Talk about making me jump!
Dimi was standing there, blinking repeatedly as if she'd been stunned by my sudden movement. I made you jump? Oh, stop scaring me like that! All the stress in my body released at once, and I crumpled on top of my desk with a big sigh.
Are you okay, Taku?
Fulfilling her usual quota, Dimi peered into my face. I hurriedly lowered my eyes.
You look kinda pale. And you're sweating buckets. And your eyes are bloodshot.
Was Dimi with me or against me? An ally or an enemy? After she'd saved me, I'd grown a lot less wary of her. But there were still a ton of unanswered questions that I had yet to figure out. Like, why she'd been covered in blood at the scene of the crucifixion. Or how we were supposed to be such good friends and that we'd been classmates since our first year. Yet I had no recollection of it.
Are you feeling okay? Do you need to go to the nurse?
Dimi tilted her head slightly, a worried expression on her face. No. I'm fine. I turned away from her. I couldn't say it to her face. Man. When the classes for the day finally ended, I felt like every ounce of energy had been drained from my body. Even during class, all I'd done was remain on high alert, repeatedly scanning my surroundings. I hadn't slept since yesterday, but staying this vigilant kept me wide awake. The school day felt like an eternity, and the sheer amount of time I'd spent there sent me spiraling into a deep depression. Why was it that the way we perceive time changes depending on our mood? Well, because you're more aware of it, right? Because you're constantly looking at it. You know, when you constantly look at the clock, it seems like it's moving in slow motion, but it's because that's where all your focus is at. But really, it's just, in reality, it's just moving the same as it always has. You're just either more aware of it or less aware of it, right? So, it's an interesting concept when you think about it. Some say that time flows at a constant rate, but that might not actually be true. Oh, are we getting some Steins Gate stuff now? This is like a little hint, a little nudge toward what Steins Gate would become? Okay. Yeah, because this is like what Fatis felt, right? She had this kind of a thing where she was talking about that maybe time isn't exactly a river or whatever, right? Okay. The speed of time changes depending on each person's subjective perspective. I've always theorized that it's a conspiracy to homogenize humanity's understanding of the concept of time by implementing units like seconds and hours. Also, they can deceive people into forgetting that perception of time varies from person to person. Well, I mean, but it's split up into seconds and hours because that is like, I don't know if you'd call it scientifically, it's more like it's mathematically accurate, you know what I mean?
I don't feel like that's really a human construct. Well, to some degree, right? Because we have the entirety of a day being 24 hours, right? Like, we made that up. We came up with the measurements of clocking each hour, how long each hour would take, and how many of those hours would make up what would be considered, you know, the total of a day from dawn till dusk and until the next dawn again, right? So, to a degree, I get what he's saying, I guess, but I still feel like it's not really up to a person's perspective. Like time doesn't, like the sun rising and setting, it will always be at the same rate. It's never gonna slow down based on me watching it or not. It's just the fact that I'm watching it makes it feel slower than if I wasn't watching it. You know what I mean? But I don't know. So that's interesting. And building off that theory, if the length of time is dependent on each person's perception, then conversely, doesn't that mean that the flow of time can be controlled at will? As I thought about that, I remembered Senna talking about controlling other people's wills. And conversely, with this technology, even those who have been blind from birth will be able to accurately view anything that the eyes can naturally perceive. This is made possible by using video equipment such as video cameras. Video data from a camera is converted into electrical signals that are sent directly to the brain, causing the person to observe that sequence of images. Conversely, that would mean converting images that a person observes into electrical signals, then sending them to equipment that can render video. The aforementioned equipment didn't have to be a video camera either. For example, what would happen if you connected a person to a hard disk recorder and then showed them recordings of someone's vacation? What if instead of real-life recordings, you showed them an anime? Technically, anime is 2D, and therefore delusionary. But people who are blind from birth have never seen anything from the 3D world. So if they were shown an anime and told, this is how the world is, then they would believe that the 2D world is reality, right? To that person, that delusion would be their reality. A delusion perceived as reality. That's an interesting perspective, yeah. Yeah. But, like, the thing, though, that's being taken out of this is he's just going, again, from a very subjective viewpoint, which makes sense because he's rather a narcissist, right? So everything he feels is going to come from what he believes to be right. So he's going to say, this must be the world because this is how I believe the world is. But really, there is absolute truths out there. It's just the fact that he feels he can't truly prove them, that those absolute truths don't actually exist to him, right? And I think this kind of goes for everybody, with anyone who has a delusion out there, who thinks something about themselves that just straight up isn't true. They're going against the absolute truth of reality, but saying it's not my truth, right? Like, we've gotten into this culture in this world, specifically in America, but I feel like it's been around the world as well, where people are constantly, they're just totally obsessed with my truth. I have to speak my truth and my this and my that and my whatever. The world has become insanely filled with all these hyper narcissists who just look at the world so purely subjectively and then want to have everyone else submit to their subjectivity, right? So it's like, I perceive myself this way, therefore you have to bow to that, you know what I mean? And so on and so forth. And it's like, it's weird that this game is talking about these delusions. Like, again, it's like how Steins Gate did. I keep bringing this up every so many episodes in these science adventure games, but they talk about stuff that is like happening in the world right now. It's like really weird, and they're old games. They're like from the 2000s. That's what freaks me out. But it's like they're so accurate. Like, this is really how people think. It's like every single person tries to guide themselves based off of what they perceive as their own, you know, as what reality is, based off their own subjective view of it. Rather than trying to find objective truth. Now, I say everyone, but there are people who eventually try to go toward what is objective truth
things that are virtuous and righteous and all these other things that are actually good for people and real and you know, concrete and all those things. But the irony of that situation is then anyone else that doesn't agree with that will say, well, that's your subjective view, right? They'll all say that's your delusion, you know? So like people call Christians, for instance, you're under a delusion because you believe in the sky guy, you know? You believe the man with the beard in the sky, right? That's always you'll hear that often as just a derogatory term for God. But like those things are truly concrete when you start looking at the world objectively and you start really digging into meaning in life and things that, like, you know, when you try to look at the world without God, everything suddenly starts to not matter anymore. But that's going down like a pretty nihilistic rabbit hole, but that really is what you come out with. When you take God out of the equation of reality and like regardless of how you perceive it, as soon as you take him out, as soon as you take out absolute truth, absolute authority, absolute all this stuff, nothing matters because everything's now morally relativistic. And if everything's morally relativistic, then it doesn't matter what you do. It's not a matter of who's right and who's wrong. It's not even a matter of, well, you do your thing and I'll do my thing. It's that your thing and my thing don't mean anything. And so there's no point in doing them at all. And there's no point if you did do them. So I could kill somebody and they'd say, well, that's not good for me, so I don't want you to do that. And I'd say, I don't care because there's no absolute truth telling me I can't. You know? So as soon as you take God out of the equation, it's like nothing matters. Not even seeking out your selfish pleasure from like an Ayn Rand point of view. You know what I mean? Because her whole concept was that, you know, everything a human being does, no matter how virtuous or perceived virtuous anyway, I think is how she may have worded it, something along that. Don't quote me. It's something along this. I'm paraphrasing pretty hard. But everything that somebody does, no matter even how virtuous, is still coming from a selfish point of view. It's all selfishly something that person receives greater pleasure, for instance, from sacrificing themselves, from taking a bullet for somebody, for instance, right? Sacrificing their life. They gain greater pleasure from that than from preserving their own life. So it doesn't matter how much you try to sacrifice or do for other people, you will still, in her eyes, be perceived as selfish. You still do things for your own greater pleasure. But even if that was the case, which it's not, but if it was the case, it wouldn't even matter because seeking after your own pleasure would be meaningless without God. It would be completely meaningless without a concrete form of absolute truth. And I say God because he is like the epitome of absolute truth. He's like the foundation of what absolute truth stands on. Without him, there is no truth. You can't stand on it. There's nothing to stand on. And everything collapses and nothing matters anymore. So it's like, it's a fascinating thing that they're bringing up all these things of delusion to bring it back around to the game again. Sorry, I was going on a really big tangent there, but this is something that I have mulled over even in just my own free time, you know, just in my own time when I'm thinking about stuff. And, you know, I do a lot of, not to sound like pretentious or anything, but I do a lot of philosophical thinking because those things are interesting to me and they're important, they matter, especially like I'm saying in the world we live in where a lot of people really are under their own delusions, right? As Takami's kind of indicating here, everyone has their own delusion of what reality really is unless they are all under delusions unless they are looking at and seeking after and trying to do what is absolutely true, that one absolutely true thing. So the part where he's incorrect is saying that, you know, well, you know, the fact that man makes up seconds and hours is, you know, just a man-made concept because, you know, really time only matters based from person to person. So, you know, you can't really make those things concrete, but there is a concrete amount of time. It's just, you can't say that humans have truly figured it out. Maybe they did, but maybe they didn't. Maybe they're off by a few seconds or something, right? Maybe they're off, maybe seconds aren't even the right measurement or something, right? But there is a certain amount of, like there's a reason math works. You get what I'm saying? You know, there's a reason 1 + 1 = 2. You know, that's not a concept that I came up with. That's just how it works. You know, that's just what reality is. But there are even people out there that are trying to say that is literally not the case, that math is a social construct. And that's bonkers, but it's like people are trying to push what their delusions are, what they want to be true onto other people.
And that's almost where I feel like this game is kind of going, because they're talking about controlling people's wills and getting people's biorhythms and figuring out how to manipulate them. It's really scary and interesting and cool, especially because it feels relevant right now. You know, the fact that it's like a corporation, like a government entity, is really cool and scary at the same time. It's like, ooh, it gives me chills. But I really like that. Anyway, I'm sorry, this was a humongous rant that I just went on. You're probably like, get back to the freaking game. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna put a timestamp in front of this rant so that you don't have to listen to it if you don't want to. But yeah, this is interesting. Anyway, I just had to kind of workshop that in my mind there for a second anyway. Oh, okay, all right. We got a choice. Oh boy. Well, there's girls in here, so I'm not clicking green. That's just how that works. But do we pick red? There's no reason to pick red. I don't see this as a threatening situation, so we're just gonna stay neutral, I think. Unless he says something that changes my mind. Here's another example. If person A sent an image from their brain to a hard disk recorder that processed it and transmitted the image to person B's brain, then person A's delusion would become person B's reality. Dude! This is Steins Gate Zero! That's freaking wild. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah. It's a lot of... It's a big concept. That I like that they talked about these things in this game and then started to explore those in it's not sequel games, but games that they made later on. I can't think of the word I'm trying to say. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. Delusion becoming reality. In theory, it was possible. Holy crap, I was a genius! Lamau. I was over the moon by how brilliant my theory was. Maybe that was how I'd acquire a D-sword. Ayase had said they had something to do with delusions, hadn't she? All right. I should hurry up and go home so I can look it up. Okay. I stood up abruptly, threw my bag over my shoulder, and looked toward the door to the classroom. Hey, how you doing? Go say hi. It's just weird that she's watching us after what happened last time. Uh-oh, we can't get out of here now. This image is there's something weirdly threatening about it. I don't know why. It's because she's blocking the door and we've never seen this angle before. It gives me, well, certain vibes of a different game that I don't want to say because it'd be probably spoilers for that game, and since it's not part of the side venture universe, I'll just leave it at that. But anyway, it reminded me of that, and I went like, ee! Only to find her standing there, looking at me. I instinctively screamed. At least half of my classmates were still in the classroom. Every one of their icy gazes peered at me at once. Stop it! Run! Don't look at me! Run away! Please! Don't look at me! Get out of here! In a pure state of panic, I blew past my classmates and burst out of my classroom via the door Yua wasn't standing at. Holy crap, he flipped. With no real destination in mind, I found myself in the courtyard. But the second I set foot in it, I was hit by the strong urge to vomit. I tried to hold it back, but it was no use. I fell to my knees and spewed out the contents of my stomach. Oh no! Oh no! He got so scared he vomited all over the place. Gross. Oh, ew! I didn't need to hear that. The stomach acid made my throat burn. My vision blurred from tears. It was hard to breathe. The aftertaste was absolutely vile. I must have been way more maxed than I'd thought I was.
It might have been because of the all-nighter I'd pulled.
Aw.
As I wiped the corners of my mouth, I looked all around me restlessly, but I couldn't see a soul. However, the shadowy corners and the blind spots I'd never usually paid attention to had become terrifying to me. I began to think that Yua and Shogun might be hiding in them. The second my brain came up with that, I could no longer take a single step. Someone, save me. I wanted to cry. I felt nauseous all over again. I didn't end up vomiting, but I dry heaved several times. The pain made me cry even harder. I was nearly sobbing at this point. But then, suddenly, someone's hand began to gently rub my back. Is it Demi? Terrified, I turned around.
Yeah, I figured.
You're okay. Demi was there. Everything's going to be okay. I wasn't being condemned for feeling this way. No. Her words were a tender affirmation. Because I'm on your side, Taku. She didn't even so much as grimace at the smell of my vomit. She didn't show any signs of disdain when she saw my face covered in tears and snot, nor when she saw the vomit still clinging to the corners of my mouth. She simply gave me a gentle smile, reassuring me that it would all be okay.
Aw.
She drew closer to me. She continued rubbing my back gently. Why was it that before, and even now, every time I thought I needed to be saved, Demi would always heroically appear in front of me?
She's probably part of his delusion, right? Some delusion he has is she's like his real world version of Seratan, right? Either that or Seratan's his version of her. I'm thinking she's the delusion though. I think Demi's the delusion. She's like I don't know. She's part of something in his head though, but almost like made manifest because we know Miss Mikun's there too. Unless Miss Mikun, what if Miss Mikun is also somebody? What if he's like? What if these are different parts of his brain, dude? What if all these delusions that he's seen of these other people are things that he wishes for, right? So just hear me out. Hear me out, okay? It's not a foolproof plan, but what if Miss Mikun, for instance, is what he wishes he could be, but to like a toxic level, right? It's like, it's this hyper, in his mind, masculine form that is just totally good with, as he would say, 3D women, right? He can just go up to any girl and get her to like him so that she'll want to be with him and all that type of stuff, right? He's just a total stud, right? You know, but he can't be that in his mind, but that's what he wants to be. So he created Miss Mikun to be able to be that person and to be his friend, right? To kind of help him be his own wingman, to help pull him out of his rut without even knowing it. And then Demi is there in the opposite spectrum, where, well, kind of opposite spectrum, where she is, you know, Takumi thinks he's constantly pathetic and gross and such a freak because of all the stuff that he, you know, indulges in and likes and the degeneracy that he's partaken in to just try to make it through life right now, right? And but she's there, like he's showing, right? It's like she doesn't care that I'm weeping and that I'm a mess and that I'm pathetic and that I got vomit on my face and all this stuff, right? She is his comfort blanket character, right? That he's created in his mind, and she's always there to make him feel better. The only thing that wouldn't line up with that is the fact that he saw her killing someone. So unless that symbolizes something, like if that's a poetic, like if that poetically means something, I don't know. But I'm just wondering. But by that logic, you would have to start thinking, who else is a delusion, right? Is everyone a delusion or just these characters? Because he said, because the only reason I said Miss Mikun is because I thought, well, maybe Demi is something that only he sees and has come up with, but we know that she and Miss Mikun have talked back and forth. So we know that they've conversed, but they could just be conversing in Takami's mind, right? But, well, no, because Miss Me did talk to, well, okay, wait. I was gonna say, we saw Miss Me talk to, what's her face? Fess, but Fess has this ability to perceive delusions and all this stuff. So what if she can just perceive him? Or no, she ignored him. What if she ignored him because he wasn't real? Whoa, wait, what if dude, if I'm right, this is gonna be freaking Steins Gate Zero all over again, dude. I better freaking get some props. There better be likes. There better be comments. There better be subscribes. There better be notification bell rings, dude. Everywhere on every platform. I don't even care if they have all those. I better get them. You better create the ability to make those be part of those platforms like Twitter and freaking Twitch. So that way, that way you can actually use them because I will deserve it. Dude, what if? I just thought about that. I wasn't connecting it until just now. Yo, what if Miss Me never actually has ever talked to anybody? Because he talks about how, oh yeah, I talked to the girl in the other room and we hooked up and it was a great time. But what if she never actually talked to him? Oh my gosh. Oh no. Cause Takami would never know. He never goes anywhere with him. Ever. He never goes anywhere with Miss Me. So he just sees him at school. What if he's fake and Beamy's fake? But then who else is fake? Nanami can't be fake, right? Right? I'm trying to think. Wait a minute. Well, okay, Nanami has never interacted, I don't think, with anyone else so far other than Takami. But she did buy food. So unless Takami bought food for 2 people and just sat there talking to himself, that's weird. So that doesn't make sense. Sorry, I have to take a break. I gotta figure this out now. I gotta see if this is a plausible concept suddenly. I wasn't thinking about all this. Wait. Wait, okay, so then Yua's the only other person we've been in the head of thus far other than Bon, too. But Bon's kind of like his own, he's like the side plot, right? He's kind of subplot B, where otherwise, other than Bon, we've been in Takumi, except for those couple of times of Yua. I think there's been 2 so far. So she could be real. She could also be real. Especially too because she seems to not understand what's going on. But freaking Beamy, Senna, Fess, what the frick is her name? Kozue, and well, those 4 seem to be outside of the matrix, if you will, right? Nanami's not, but I don't know. I think he's created his own fantasy world thing, I think here. I think that's what's going on. Oh no. Something like that. If I'm freaking right, dude. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna flip. I'm gonna flip if I'm right. I was thinking stuff like that before, but I'm like, nah, stuff just doesn't add up because these people, they talk to these people, they acknowledge them, so I think that they are still part of reality, but it's something that he's just blipping in and out of. But then I realized, I'm like, oh, frig, Miss Me never actually talked to anybody. They never actually said anything to him. Yo, oh my goodness gracious. Yo. Okay. All right, we're moving on. I'm sorry, we're moving on. Right now, Beamy was right here. It reassured me. I felt better. Before I even realized what was happening, my true feelings began to pour out. Despite the fact that I never talked about myself. Save me. Being alone is so scary. Maybe that was why I bothered coming to school. Oh man. No. Does he just mean that right now, or does he mean that for his whole life? I think it's both. That's so freaking sad. Bro, that even makes more sense. What if he created these friends so that he would have friends, but they're not real? No! That freaking sucks if that's the case. No! Oh, frick. No.
Oh, frick. Up until now, I'd always thought I'd be way better off alone. Of course, even now, it was still terrifying to talk to others. I wasn't at all confident in my ability to actually talk to anyone. But with Shogun and Yua trying to destroy my life, I had never been so anxious, scared, and alone. I wanted someone to be there for me. They didn't even need to be nice to me. I just wanted someone to be present. Yo. I'm scared of being alone.
Well, if you're scared of being alone, I'll stay by your side, so you won't have to be.
Those words held no ill will, no hesitation, no irresolution.
Though, of course, I can't be there all the time.
Her shy gaze suddenly moved up toward the sky. Her eyes were looking so far away. Just what could she be looking at in that sky? Dude, she meant that. I can't be here all the time. Does she recognize that she herself is a delusion? Dude, my conspiracy theory brain is on freaking high alert right now, dude. I got all the freaking cannons firing in my brain right now. All the pistons are moving, baby. Oh, man. Okay.
We'll go to school in the morning. Talk about whatever comes to mind in between classes. Eat together at lunchtime. Then at the end of the day, we'll head back home. Sometimes stopping by a shop or two on the way back. Then when we do get back, we'll chat for a bit in your room. And then, when we're all tuckered out, we'll say goodbye with a nice wave and a see you tomorrow. If you're fine with that, I can definitely go the distance. I've always wanted to be that person for someone.
Wasn't that kind of almost like being in a relationship? I was stunned. She was completely serious. I could see it on her face. Why?
Huh?
Why would you go that far?
Because.
Because? A flag if I'd ever seen one, right? Because I love you, Taku. I could see it coming from a mile away. That had to be what she was going to say, right? Oh no! Granted, I had no clue why Demi would have fallen for me. Yo, she's about ready to spill something. Something's about ready to happen. No, wait. This crap had to be bait. Something similar had happened before. With Yua. With her, it had all been nothing more than deception, ending with me drowning in the depths of despair. So I couldn't get my hopes up. I had to prepare for the worst. It was possible that Demi, too, was an
Bishi!
She suddenly saluted me. Bishi means something. That's gotta be like a code word or something that wakes him up. It like gets him out of his panic. Because she did it before, remember when he was flipping out? And then he was able to talk a little bit better, you know? That does something. I don't know what that is. That means something. What does that mean? I was taken aback by the suddenness of it. And my mind shot to the possibility that she was about to reveal her true self. And yet, all that I saw on Demi's face was that same bright, gentle smile.
Because we're friends, of course. The way I see it, it'd be weirder if I didn't help you, you know?
Okay, alright, playing coy, huh?
Well, there you go. That's why. So no more being a sad sap, Taku. Understood?
Mm-hmm. Because we're friends. If she'd said, because I love you, Taku, and this is how I'm going to show it, it would have felt like my life had begun anew. But even if we'd be friends, that alone made me incredibly happy. Having someone being kind to me. What I don't get is why he so quickly got used to her. I'm still not over that. He came to like her right after she had hugged him. It was like night and day. He just like flipped the switch and then there he was. You know what I mean? He was like getting to where he could deal with her. But Yua, who's been, well, she hasn't been normal. I was gonna say she's been pretty normal. She's not been normal. She's been kind of odd and weird, and she talks weird and all this other stuff. But she hasn't really been that big of a threat. She's actually been like, let me help you and stuff, and he freaks out and runs away. So it's like, I don't understand why this is happening, which is why it makes it feel like Demi is more of a delusion. You know what I mean? I don't know. Having someone do things for me without expecting anything in return. I couldn't believe how happy it made me. It might have been the first time I'd ever felt like that. But, above all else, it made me realize that I wasn't alone. To me, Demi's existence was my salvation. The nausea I'd felt earlier had finally subsided, and I was feeling much better. I have a feeling that's going to come into play. He just called her his salvation, but Fess explicitly said, your sword will be your salvation, right? So I bet that's gonna it's gonna screw him over, or Demi is like a Soul Eater style freaking D-sword weapon, right? She's like a human weapon. What'd they call him in that? I forgot what they called him. They had a special name. But anyway, it's like it's a person that can turn into a weapon, or a weapon that turns into a person. It's like one of the two. Anyway. Huh.
Here. Wanna use this?
Demi held out a vermilion handkerchief. It had a faint floral scent. I meekly accepted it, but I was hesitant to use it.
I don't mind if you get it dirty. Heck, why don't you just keep it?
Thank you. I felt guilty about it, but I ultimately decided that I would accept her generosity. I wiped off the vomit that had stained the corners of my mouth with the handkerchief. It was the first time I had ever received a present from a girl that wasn't a family member. I wasn't so sure about calling it a present, though. For me, someone who was so isolated and helpless, even a simple thing like this felt like an irreplaceable treasure to me. I felt so delighted, so relieved, that I nearly started to cry all over again.
Should we mosey on home then?
Her voice was so carefree.
We'll head back together.
Apparently, she already intended to make good on what she'd said before, that she'd stay by my side. Not that I'd told her whether I wanted her to or not yet. But it wasn't like I had any intention of saying no. Being alone terrified me. I didn't want to be alone. Dude, you just ran for your life thinking Yua was gonna kill you, dude. He's so schizo, dude. He's like so all over the place. As I was now, I had no one to rely on but Demi. Well, miss me, kinda, right? A little bit, right? And Fess, too, technically. Maybe Senna, you don't know. However, I still couldn't say that I was stable now, even with Demi with me. On the way back, I chose to take a different route than usual, walking cautiously all the way. I couldn't stop trembling. Every corner with even an inch of shadow seemed dangerous. Every time I got to any kind of intersection, I was tormented by delusions of Yua or Shogun waiting for me at the end of it, making me freeze in place. Whenever that happened, Themi would take over. She would look over toward the end of the intersecting road, and when the coast was clear, she'd nod to me. See, she's not acting like this isn't normal. A normal person would be like, what is wrong with you? What are you doing right now? Why are you not making sense? Why are you so freaking out and all this stuff? She's not, though. She's like his perfect girl. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, man, yeah. Something's going to come out and she's going to be like, I'm just your delusion. And everything's going to be fine, but he's going to flip and he's going to be like, what is real? It's going to be like this whole big thing. Golly.
It's okay. There's no one there.
Relieved, I followed after her. Everything she'd done without even a hint of irritation.
Say, can I ask you something? What the heck happened back there?
Okay, well, she is asking, so I guess screw me. I don't know. I'm still going with my theory, but it's like anyway. Every time I say something, it's like then they thwart me, so I'm like I don't know anymore. But I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking to my guns, baby. I was slightly hesitant to tell her. If I said something here, Themi could become a target for Shogun. I would get her involved.
Oh, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have...
No. I'll tell you. My mouth had already started moving. I definitely didn't feel comfortable with the prospect of getting her involved. But if I didn't explain to her what was happening here, she wouldn't be able to understand the gravity of the situation. For the sake of my well-being, I had to turn a blind eye to the possibility that it might put her in danger. She'd been the one who'd said she'd stay by my side, so I was sure she'd be fine with it. So, I told her everything. I told her that Shogun was the actual new-gen culprit, that Yua was one of her underlings, that they were both stalking me, what had happened in front of 10-7 the other day. I laid it all bare, albeit not without a fair share of stuttering. Interesting. When I told her about the time Shogun appeared before in a wheelchair, Themi's lips pursed, and she began to ponder. I had always wanted to ask her about back then. Seemed like now was as good a time as any.
I wonder if I saw anything like that. An old man in a wheelchair.
She certainly didn't sound like she had. Try to remember. It's really important.
But...
Themi frowned, almost like she was hesitant to say what was on her mind.
For starters, the Shibuya Station Plaza wasn't empty. Far from it. You know that, right?
See, she's saying all this, but I don't buy it, man. I don't buy it. I think she's freaking... She's his delusion. She's part of his delusion. She's not real. She's not real. I don't believe it.
It was the same as always.
So that was what Themi had seen back then. I was hoping that she and I would agree on what we'd seen, but I guess not. Themi, or me. Which one of us had seen what the area was actually supposed to look like? Had I been wrong about what I'd seen after all? Had that empty Shibuya been nothing more than a delusion of mine? But if it was, then there was a small discrepancy. An old man had appeared in that empty Shibuya. Shogun. What was the explanation for that? If the Shibuya being empty part was a delusion, then Shogun could be a delusion as well.
There were a whole bunch of people in front of the station, so it'd be kinda hard to notice one guy in a wheelchair. So, yeah, sorry. I didn't see anybody like that. Sorry. I wish I could help.
At the very least, I knew Shogun himself wasn't a delusion. At first, I thought he was just a delusion. But ever since the group dive video had come out, my perception of him had swapped to the exact opposite. Shogun was real. He existed in reality. But that empty Shibuya, meanwhile, it could have just been a delusion. And in reality, the front of the station had been overflowing with people, just like it always was. I was the only one who'd observed something different, a different set of scenery than everyone else. But how could that be possible? I mean, it's not that... I mean, we know people can, like, see things, right? We know there's, like, people who can mentally not be well, right? So, like, that seems like that should at least come to his mind. But he's not willing to accept it again because he still has those narcissistic tendencies, so... yeah.
So, putting all that aside, do you mind if I ask you a favor?
Uh-huh. Demi joined her hands together in a prayer-like gesture.
There's a CD I really want to buy, and since we've come all this way, I'd like to make a real quick stop. Would you be okay with that?
I really wanted to get back to my base as soon as possible. The reason I'd taken such a long detour was because I was afraid of the possibility that Yua or Shogun might have been ready to ambush me. It wasn't so I could go on some shopping spree. But if I were to refuse after all that, she might end up going back on her promise to stay by my side. If I were to screw up badly enough, she could get angry and leave by herself.
Well, that's kind of toxic to think that way.
What the heck should I do? This sucked. I needed Demi to stay with me. I wasn't sure I could make it to my base alone. In the end, I wasn't able to refuse. So, I did what I had to in order to survive, and stuck as close as possible to her. I guess it was reasonable to think that Yua wouldn't attack me in a public place like this. But I was more afraid that they might have been hiding among the crowd. Every time I would almost bump into someone, I would scream inside my head.
Police cars?
Demi's words frightened me. I quickly retreated behind her.
Oh,
I got protests going on, okay. Demi was right. There were 2 police cars parked on the road, and right next to them were 3 police officers in uniform. The police had also been pursuing me. Obviously, the basis behind it was a completely false accusation, but the incompetent police didn't know that. Those cops might have been searching for me, too. Or so I thought, but that apparently wasn't the case. The cops' gazes were fixated on the crowd of people marching down the street like they owned it. Were they protesters or something? Obviously. They were carrying these giant signs and flags, and they were wearing the typical sashes and headbands you'd see among those kinds of people. There was a child marching along with his parents, holding hands with both of them. He looked like he had no idea where he was, and he was wearing a t-shirt with the words, "Whose eyes are those eyes?" written on it in permanent marker. I bit my lip. Oh, man.
I wonder why they're protesting.
The people marching were of all ages and genders. Their march was mostly silent and solemn, but at times, they all echoed their chants. Drive the devil out of Shibuya. Expel his demons from this place.
Demons?
On the signs were a number of different things, such as drive the devil out of town, or protect Shibuya from terrorists. It must have been some kind of protest against the New Gen incidents. There was no point in protesting against that. If they had the time to do that, then could they please just hunt down Shogun and kill him? Then I wouldn't need to worry about him anymore.
Taku, let's go.
Clearly uninterested, Demi turned her gaze away from the protesters and quickly started walking toward the entrance to the CD shop. As soon as we entered the shop, Demi headed straight toward the indie section. Unlike the J-pop section, there weren't many customers there. Oh, she's gonna find a Phantasm disc, right? She's gonna be like, oh, I love this band. Watch. Demi stopped in front of shelf P, then started looking for the CD she wanted. But after a minute of browsing, her shoulders slumped.
Darn it. I don't think they have it.
An indie group whose name started with P. Could that be? Yeah, of course it is.
Taku, do you know Phantasm? They're all the rage right now.
So it was them. How could I not know them? I'd even gone to see their concert, and I owned a CD. I nodded, and Demi smiled.
I'm not really super in tune to this kind of stuff, so I only found out about them recently. I planned to borrow it from a friend, but no one I know seems to have it. That's why I figured I'd just go out and buy one for myself. It's been over a week since then, and I've been looking everywhere for it. But no matter where I go, it's always sold out.
Is he going to give her his copy?
Are they ever gonna restock it?
I own it. Demi's eyes went wide.
You own it? You mean the CD?
I showed her a nod. And when I did that, Demi... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, no green button, again. But also not a freak-out moment, so we're just staying neutral. Put her hands on my shoulders. She suddenly brought her face in closer to mine, which immediately made me flustered. The sweet smell of shampoo wafting from Demi's hair tickled my nose, and I felt my face turning red.
Hey, Taku, let's make a deal.
A deal?
If you lend me that CD, in return, I'll...
She looked at me, her expression dead serious. Yeah, this is not a good green button one, I can already tell. I gulped. She'll what? What was she going to do? She was lost in thought. Yeah, you could totally see which way that would have went if you would have chose, you know, one over the other. She probably didn't have anything in mind yet. I don't want you to...
Huh? Oh, so you don't want to lend it to me?
Demi's shoulders drooped in disappointment.
Aw, I was looking forward to it.
No, that's not what I meant. What I meant is... I don't want you to do anything for me. I'll just lend it to you.
Taku. Thank you so much!
A big smile shot onto her face. She looked incredibly happy. She looked like she was halfway ready to glomp me. What glomp? What? I couldn't say I made girls happy very often, so it inadvertently made me happy too. I was glad I'd been brave enough to say it.
Bishi! Then I'll take you up on that offer. All right, then let's not waste any time. To Taku's house.
I managed to make it back to base safely. Thanks to Dimi, of course. One thing ended up catching me off guard, though. When we arrived, I'd asked her to wait outside while I cleaned my room, but she flat out refused. What? When have you ever cleaned your room for anyone? I know he's having like a change of heart moment type deal, right? He's like, she's different because she, you know, I'm having some weird dreams that involve her and whatever. And also she hugged me that one time, but like, I don't know, his change to being different is very abrupt right now. At least that's how it feels to me anyway, so.
Come on, I saw exactly how dirty it was last time. There's no point in trying to clean it for me. You don't have to try and make it look like you're someone you're not. We're friends after all, right?
Yeah, but I wish I knew what exactly that meant. Dimi was completely absent from my memory, meaning I didn't really know her. Every once in a while, I'd find myself taken aback at how ridiculously friendly Dimi was whenever she talked to me. It wasn't unpleasant or anything, but it only made it all the more clear how different we felt about each other. On that particular note, was Dimi serious about there being no point in me cleaning my room? The floor was littered with empty boxed lunches, and the bed was piled high with edoge cases. Edoge cases with not exactly the most safe-for-work cover art. Either Dimi had nerves of steel, or she had no reason to feel on edge around me. But trying to figure out which it was only made me feel even more confused. Dimi, unaware of how distressed I was, went to sit on the sofa, looking earnestly over the lyric booklet included in the Phantasm CD. I plopped down in my chair, and the tension flooding my body left soon after. My mind was completely maxed after spending most of the day terrified, yet I wasn't feeling that exhausted. Maybe that was thanks to Dimi being there.
Anyway, what should we do?
Closing the lyric booklet, Dimi stretched her arms out high and sent a smile my way. What should we do? What were we supposed to do? She hadn't come here to hang out or anything. She just wanted me to lend her a CD. She was doing me a favor by staying with me. But what the heck were we supposed to actually do? Did we have to do anything? If we were in an edoge, we'd probably jump straight into an H scene. But... wait, stop! I really shouldn't be thinking about that right now. Even under the best circumstances, it was still a really tense situation. Being alone in my room with a 3D girl and all. If I were to have some unwelcome delusions, I might suddenly shoot back into reality and end up saying something weird. Silence. Dimi was staring vacantly at the various manga scattered on the floor and the edoge piled up on the bed. Awkward. I knew that most of the awkwardness would dissipate if I just said something, but the only subjects I could think of were video games and anime. And I doubted that Dimi knew anything about either. Wouldn't it be more logical for Dimi to say something? She was the one who'd said she'd stay with me and all. This was going to be a bad time if she actually expected me to lead the conversation. Holy crap! I really did suck with 3D girls. I was grateful to her for staying with me, but I couldn't handle the sheer, unrelenting silence. The fact that the room barely had any light was also an issue. It gave off the illusion that the room was dark for some lewd reason. Unable to take it anymore, I turned to face my PC. I needed to look something up. I'd been thinking about it at school. It might end up giving me a hint as to how I'd get my hands on a D-sword. Is it possible to translate images pictured in the mind to actual images? Using what Senna had told me about VR technology and people being electronic devices as a base, I began researching the subject.
What you up to?
Dimi stood up and approached my desk. Should I explain? But how to go about it? It'd take forever if I told her everything.
Oh, come on, don't ignore me! What are you getting up to over there?
Seeing no reaction from me, Dimi poked me in the back with her finger. I couldn't just ignore her, right? Yeah, it'd never be that easy. Do you believe that delusions can become reality? As I entered a few keywords into the search bar, I spoke without looking at Dimi. Instead, I pretended I was talking to Seiratan.
Huh? Like, do I think delusions can come true? What? That's impossible. If we could do that, everybody'd be omnipotent by now.
That's a good point, actually. Delusions created a world in which any action, no matter how unrealistic, was possible. If they were to become reality, the unreal would become real. Unreality would become reality. Right.
Why do you ask?
There's a system that can kinda do that. In America, there's a patent that exists.
You're kidding, right?
I could feel Dimi's doubtful scoff on my back. So, in response, I showed her the image of the patent that Shiho had found for me.
What's that?
Proof that the patent exists. A picture of it.
Huh. No kidding.
Dimi leaned forward and brought her face close to the monitor. She was right up next to my face, peering intently at the screen.
Oh no, I stink at English. You can read it, Taku? That's so cool!
She was way too close. She was so close. I could see the glittering of her eyes as they reflected the light of the monitor. I got flustered all over again.
So, what's it say?
It seemed it had piqued her interest. I tried to avoid thinking of how close she was to me and attempted to focus on Seiratan and the monitor instead. By using a video device, like a video camera. Even people who are blind at birth can see the scenery through it. That's a pro tip.
Wait, like, the camera could basically be their eyes?
Yeah. They call it VR technology.
Wow. It'd be amazing if that was real.
But it is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Senna told me there's already been successful tests.
Then again, what does this have to do with delusions becoming reality? I think I might just be too dumb to understand.
As I explained it to Dimi, I tried searching for a number of keywords that might have been related, but I couldn't find anything. Even so, I kept on trying and typed more and more keywords. The scenery reflected in video devices, and the delusions people have in their heads are both electrical signals.
Oh?
Think about it the other way around. Instead of sending electrical signals to the brain, think of it like sending them out of the brain.
Huh.
All I got were filler responses. She probably didn't understand a thing I was saying. Probably. I couldn't be bothered trying to explain everything in detail, so I just stopped trying. I had to concentrate on my research. It didn't really matter if she understood it or not. After all, it was nothing more than a hypothesis I'd come up with.
So if you do that...
Dimi was still making noises and nodding to herself. Time to ignore her. I'd been doing a whole lot of searching, but I still was unable to find any data to confirm my hypothesis. I tried taking a different approach, this time focusing my research on the patent itself. I went and checked a foreign website that Shiho had told me about, one that listed American patents. I'm kind of just staying real chill right now because there's not a whole lot I know to talk about other than what I've already beaten with like a dead horse, so I'm waiting to see if he finds anything before I can kind of comment on anything, so. Once I was there, I began to look for patents that would fit what I had in mind. Oh! After following a few links, I finally found an image with a similar vibe to the one Shiho had sent me. At a glance, though, the patent was clearly different from the VR apparatus one. I should read it right away. Apparatus and method for remotely monitoring and altering nerve impulse signals and reproducing them as video and audio output. Oh, whoa! That was exactly what I'd had in mind. I involuntarily leapt out of my chair. This is huge!
Huh? Huge? What's huge?
Simply put, this is the technology to read people's minds. Whoa, what?
Read minds?
To sum it up, the audio and video people were imagining in their heads could be stolen by using a certain apparatus. Moreover, it even said that nerve impulses could be monitored from satellites. That meant it was possible to spy on a subject's thoughts no matter where they were on the planet.
Can you really do that? Isn't that the kind of thing you'd find in a sci-fi book?
Patents can't be filed until the system's been fully completed. You could never get one unless it worked. that had been made clear to me when I'd been looking up stuff about patents earlier. That's why this must be a system that's already been proven possible. This wasn't mere fiction. As long as you had the technological capabilities and the funds to build it, you could implement it any time. Before, Senna had told me that.
If it's possible to convert specific information into nerve impulses, wouldn't it be possible to control all 5 of the senses and even the free will of people itself?
I couldn't find a source for that, so it remained as mere conjecture from her. However, for my own theory, there were sources. Why would something so insane not have spread all throughout Japan? Well, we know they're trying, right? If the little insights we've been getting are to be trusted, the Nozomi or whatever corporation, they said they're trying to mess with people's biorhythms and whatnot, and yeah, so the question is, though, what's their motive, right? We don't know what their motive for doing this is yet. We just know that, according to this type of stuff is possible. But there's always a bad, ill intent, you know? It's like a gun, right? Guns are amoral. They're completely immoral. It's who's using the gun that makes it a good thing or a bad thing, right? And anytime there's an incredible invention that's made, it almost always is going to end up being, someone's going to try to use it for evil. Every single time. Without fail. And so it's like, you know, you can't really stop that element, but in order to figure out what's going on with Takumi, in this case, finding out the motive of Nozomi is going to be the thing I'm probably going to be looking out for the most now, because if I can figure that out, I might be able to figure out what's going on with Takumi, because he's obviously probably either he's a test subject, right? Because he goes to the hospital, and then we had Hazuki-san there, who was having us fill out that form, but we know that there was an agent in the background when he was younger, so they're probably using him as a test subject, and that's why he's having these weird delusions and all this other crap that's happening to him. We just don't know why yet. We don't know what they're trying to figure out. Like, is he in a matrix? Is he not? Is he in his own personal matrix, in his own mind? And, like, he can't tell what's reality and what isn't? And again, who's Shogun? And how is he involved in all this? I think Shogun is actually a good guy, personally. I just have a feeling. I have a feeling he's like good Takumi in the back of his brain trying to wake him up, and he's like, listen, I'm trying to tell you, whose eyes are those eyes? I'm trying to get you to question. I'm trying to get you to figure out what's going on here, you know what I mean? Because as of now, Takumi is content with just letting his life waste away. In this container that he's in. And again, why is he in this container? That makes me think of that too. If he is a test subject, is he a test subject against his own will? Like, did his parents actually allow him to be in this container, like he's thinking? Or is it something that, like, this Nozomi Corporation set him up in and made him think so that they made him think that was the case, like induced a delusion in him or something, so that he could remain an isolated test subject or something, right? Again, there's not enough information to put together, but until we know the motive of Nozomi, we're probably not going to understand a whole lot here. This clearly deserved a Nobel Prize, if not something even bigger. I continued my research, this time looking up the mind-reading keyword. Then, I found a record of a particular lawsuit from America. Uh-oh.
Oh no, more English. I'm gonna get a headache!
It was a really long document, so even I had a hard time reading it. It probably would read poorly, but I decided to use a piece of English to Japanese translation software. The contents of what was written there could be summarized like this. Legal record, Plaintiff N.K. Rabin, or Rabin. Defendant, the United States Department of Defense, CIA. Plaintiff's allegations. I have become aware that my mind has been read via a use of a peculiar device. My monitored thoughts are then recorded and subsequently transferred to an unknown location using satellites. The aforementioned satellites have taken me hostage. I have been the victim of constant, unending attacks, regardless of the time of the day, all of which were carried out by those very satellites. 1. Tracking. 2. Mind-reading telepathic surveillance. 3. Monitoring of all bodily signals. 4. Biorhythmical attacks. 5. Aural attacks. 6. Physical debilitation. Yo! Takumi's had just about all of those so far. Oh crap, because we've been getting tracked, we've had our mind read, and we just didn't understand how. Is Demi? No way, is Demi an agent, dude? She can't be. Right, I still think she's part of his own mental delusion, but maybe she's a mental delusion that they put into his head or something. Right? To track him and to read his, and that's why she can read his mind and all that? I don't know. I don't know. Monitoring of all bodily signals, that happens probably at the hospital. Physical debilitation hasn't fully happened yet, unless you consider the sleepwalking thing a thing. Or if you can consider Shogun, I mean, he's technically debilitated, but he's like a figment of our imagination, so it's like he's some repressed version of us that's not maybe actually real, but maybe kind of is, I don't know. I don't really know what an aural attack is, but a biorhythmical attack we haven't, as far as I understand. Well, the biorhythmical attack, if the whole concept of biorhythmics is to be believed and followed in this game, then that means that they said that like places like Shibuya, right, the biorhythms are kind of like crazy because of the GE rate or whatever. So maybe the biorhythmical attacks that have been attacking Takumi is why he's so deranged, why he's so paranoid, why he freaks out when freaking Yua's just watching him in the door, you know what I mean? I wonder if that all is part of it. Okay. Putting the pieces together. Since the latter third of December 1990, I have been forcefully shown artificially created dreams during my sleep, some of which include video, audio, and even voices. Yo! We've been getting dreams too! Oh, frick! Okay. Yeah, that's what I was literally just saying. Artificial, right? They've been sending Takumi artificial, like, delusions, whether in dream form or in what he's perceiving as reality. Oh, frick. Everything that this game has shown us up to this point could be fake, and I don't know which parts are real and which parts aren't. Oh, no. How can I guess anything if I can't determine what is reality? I can't even make an assumption at this point. Like, I am, but I can't really. Like, not with authority. It's not like Steins Gate where I'm like, okay, we know that there's certain things that are based on reality and things have to work a particular way. It's just how did they work, because we're not given the full information, right? We're in the essence of an algebraic equation in story format, right? We have to figure out X, but we have Y, and then we have the product, right? We have the solution, but we don't know what X is. In this case, we don't have X, Y, or Z. We don't have none of it because we don't know what reality is. I don't even know if what we're reading right now is real because of that. I have a feeling that's what they're trying to make me feel, but still, it's like I'm kind of have to be along for the ride. I of course I'm still gonna conspiracy theorize, but still, it's like I can't. There's no way of me really knowing what's gonna happen here. So the only constant we may have, as far as for our control group of this kind of experiment that we're seeing here unfold with Takumi, is potentially Ban. Because Ban may not be, he's kind of seemingly his own person, and he's also very intelligent, and he's also, he seems to understand something outside of what, like, Suwa understands and a lot of the other police corps as well. He's just kind of keeping it to himself, right? So, like, is he having the same delusion as Takumi? Is he actually a real person as well as Takumi? And he's trying to help navigate and figure out what's going on with these, like, if he can figure out what's going on with these crimes, then he can figure out, like,
what's going on with all the weird stuff he's experiencing that he's just not telling us, the audience, about. Like, maybe he's experiencing a lot of the same stuff Takumi is, but he's just not talking about it. That's what I've been thinking up to this point. I don't know. I can't, again, I can't really figure it out by just hypothesizing because I don't know what's real, so we'll just have to keep moving forward. From February to May 1992, I have fallen victim to several biorhythmical attacks, all of which serve to torture me via the induction of pain and or psychological harassment. Yup. Yeah. Recognizing that these attacks were aimed specifically toward myself, beginning February of 1992, I began to record the following information in a journal. The date, time, and contents of any particularly agonizing psychological attack I could remember. The biorhythmical attacks were aimed at every single region of my body. The pain, torture, and psychological harassments were coordinated in order to cause discomfort, fatigue, and agony to specific regions of my body, or in some cases, my entire body. What the heck? The main regions affected are as follows. Who is this Rabin guy that we're listening to, or Rabin, whatever? And what importance was he? Because why were they attacking him specifically? What did he have? He was a plaintiff, right? But I can't remember what a plaintiff is, so maybe I'll look it up later and see if that helps me at all, but I don't know if it will or not. Chest, visual system, abdomen, brain, to induce sleeping disorders. Interesting. Brain, to show me artificially created dreams, right? Oh, and it said, wait, it said, hold on. It said, it said chest and abdomen as well as visual system. So we obviously know visual system. Takumi's seen crap, right? He keeps seeing whose eyes are those eyes. But the abdomen, right? He gets sick, right? He got sick at Gigantus. Yeah, he's absolutely being a victim of this. He's being a test subject. Or at least they want him to think that he is. Something like that, you know? The chest thing, I don't remember him having any chest pain, but I'm sure at one point he's like, my chest, I can't breathe, and, you know, whatever he, you know, because he's just always a pansy about everything. But it could be because of this, right? So, okay. Mind reading, telepathic surveillance, and the government was involved.
Wait, are you serious? Oh, I know about this one. I saw it in a movie a few years ago.
That was fiction, though. But what was written on these records very much wasn't. There were two possibilities. Either the plaintiff was a total mental case, or the entire thing was factual. It was difficult to figure out where exactly the boundary between the two was. Taking into account the patent from earlier, it could very well be truthful. So Senna and Ayase weren't total mental cases, particularly Ayase. Back then, Ayase had cloned herself right before my very eyes. I hadn't witnessed the exact moment when it happened. All I knew was that when I'd turned around, another Ayase was there. She had also shown me how she pulled her D-sword out of thin air. It had been neither a hallucination nor a delusion. After showing me something like that, there was no way I could still label her as a mental case. However, Ayase had also said this.
This, too, is your delusion.
Huh. Yeah, she did confirm that, didn't she? Yeah, so I wonder if she knows that this corporation, Nozomi or whatever, is giving them delusions, and so she's woken up to it, which is why she can just, like, pull a freaking keyblade out of her chest, you know? And, you know what I mean? And freaking, well, you know, just out of thin air. But also, if she recognizes that, then she also recognizes it in Takumi, too, and is then telling him they're putting you under a delusion, but she's not telling him the full information. So does she not know fully? Or does she know fully, but doesn't want to tell him the total truth because she knows he needs to come to the truth himself? As in, you cannot convince anyone of anything, you can simply influence them. That's a big concept in everything. And just in general, like in debating and everything. Like, the point of debating somebody is not to convince them that you're right. It is to influence them into convincing themselves that what you're saying is true. Because no matter what, whether you're on the side of truth, like absolute truth or not, the whole point of a debate is, even if you weren't on the side of truth, you're still trying to get the other person to say, yeah, you know what, I think you're right. Now, if it's an honest debate, both of you will be trying to find truth, but just in general, right? You get what I'm saying? So it's like, in this case, she might be just letting him figure it out himself. She's not spoon-feeding him. She's instead letting him figure it out and just saying, you're in a delusion, and then he has to kind of work that out himself. But probably more likely is that she doesn't fully know what's going on herself. She just understands that basic premise. So either that or I'm just full of it. I don't know. We'll find out.
That strange phenomenon. Had it been my delusion coming to fruition?
D-swords can only be seen by those who possess the power. You can see my sword, can you not? That can only mean one thing.
Maybe that was what Ayase had been talking about when she'd mentioned the power. A power that projected delusions into reality. Maybe I had that power.
If you're in the Matrix, maybe you probably would. Uh-oh, okay. Well, no green button, because Demi's in the room, so it's either red or not. Is this a red button time, though? I don't know. I don't think it is. This doesn't feel like something that you should necessarily... Well, wait a minute, but if the red button makes him freak out and find out the truth, right, because he's able to be pessimistic enough to think, someone's putting me under a delusion, that might free him. If I stay neutral, he might not care enough. This might be a red button moment. It might be. Do I click the red button, though? Is the question. Because it lines up pretty well with Takumi right now. I'm gonna click it. I think I'll click it. It feels right. It feels right to me. I'll read a little bit. If it gives me a little more time, maybe I'll change my mind. But for now, I think it's a red button.
No. I was probably just jumping to conclusions. It was a total stretch to think that a psychic ability existed just because something, a system using scientific means, was able to reproduce delusions as images. You must find it by yourself. I don't know of any methods. But what if the method to obtain a D-sword was by using such a psychic ability? So, let's suppose I had that ability within me. It might have been worth a try.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. Now if I hit the red button, is he going to freak out and say, no, it's not worth a try. I have to run away again because, I don't know, he'll jump to conclusions about something? I don't know. It feels kind of red button-y. But I still want to keep it. I still want to keep red button. I want to see what happens. Yeah, I'm going to keep red button.
Leaving Demi to stare at the PC screen with her eyebrows furrowed, I picked up the toy D-sword sitting in the corner of my room. I went to stand in the center of my room and brought my sword to eye level, like I was an ESO character.
Uh-oh, maybe he won't be able to do it now.
At that point, I started to feel kind of ridiculous. There was no way a skinny Japanese guy like me would look cool holding such a huge sword. It was easy to find pictures of cosplayers doing the same thing online, but the vast majority of them
just felt painful to look at. Someone would probably feel the same way about me if they saw me like this. This might have been asking for the impossible. Despite my pessimism, I gave it a try nonetheless. I guess I just needed to picture an image of a sword in my head. When the word sword came to mind, I couldn't help but think about ESO. Maybe I should picture something akin to the beautiful, sinister swords that Senna and Ayase had, each complete with a sharpness that could sever anything it touched. I couldn't quite form a clear shape. Maybe it was because I still couldn't gather my thoughts. I needed to focus on either an actual sword from ESO or a sword like Senna's and Ayase's. If I had to choose between them, I should really go for the latter. Alright, let's see where this leads me. While reproducing one as a delusion inside my head, I planted my feet, gritted my teeth, and tried grasping the sword with the power I now held in my hands. I prayed as hard as I could inside my head. Become real.
Stop.
Suddenly, something warm and soft covered one of my hands holding the sword. Startled, I opened my eyes. Oh, okay. Themi had reached out her hand from beside me and grabbed my wrist. Her head hung low. Her eyebrows were furrowed in distress, and her lips trembled slightly. What the? Something was wrong. It felt like she was an entirely different person from the one that'd been getting all confused about patents earlier. And what was she telling me to stop? A bit. An unpleasant memory flashed through my mind. Themi was on my side. She was supposed to be. However, I still hadn't solved the mystery surrounding her. Yes, thank you. Okay, that's what I at least want him to revisit that, because he was going down this road of like, she's my friend now, and I'm like, dude, you still don't understand everything. You gotta kind of figure some of this out. He's just too paranoid in places he shouldn't be, and not paranoid enough in places he should be, but now maybe this red button got him back on track. Let's see. Did Themi know something about D-swords? With a gulp, I nervously called out to her.
Taku.
With her eyes cast downward, Themi opened her mouth. Her voice was stifled, devoid of any and all emotion.
About that sword.
Themi was my ally, wasn't she? She wouldn't betray me like Yua did, would she? If even Themi betrayed me, I'd...
You should throw it away.
Why should I? My voice nearly cracked. Did Themi know something after all?
Because...
Themi's gaze finally moved, but this time, it landed squarely on my eyes. It's either gonna be a silly thing, where she's like, because you look like a dork, you stupid, or she's gonna be like, she's gonna teach us how to get a sword. It's one or the other. But it feels like it's building too much up into something serious that it's gonna subvert it and be not serious anymore. Watch me be right. I hurriedly averted my own. What was she going to say?
Because... You're supposed to be a high schooler.
Huh? Told you! Told you! Told you! I'm so freaking smart, dude! I knew it. I knew that's what was gonna happen. She's gonna be like, you're not supposed to be playing with swords like some freaking nerd. You know, I knew it. I knew it. That could have been a hint, though. She could have been saying, like, you know, like, it could have been some of her actual self coming out to be like, that's not how you're gonna get the sword.
Just like, because Ayase already said that, right? She's like, yeah, the one you have is a fake. It's not real. So, you know, it could have been that, but then now Dimi's trying to be like, oh, haha, it's just being cute, you know, whatever. But I don't know. Dimi suddenly broke into a grin. A very mischievous grin. The abrupt change in demeanor left me speechless.
I mean, I can understand that boys love toys and stuff, no matter how old they get, but I'm not really sure that extends to you swinging around such a huge toy alone in your room. Isn't that more like something you'd do in elementary school? Oh, but even then, I'm kinda happy that you're comfortable enough around me to show me your hobbies, Taku. It feels like you're telling me a secret only I can know.
What the heck, man? I'd gotten all scared for no reason.
Where did you buy that anyway? Wasn't it expensive?
So here's something else I'm noticing too. I don't know if I mentioned it before. I don't think I did. Anytime we pick what I'm thinking is the correct answer, if you notice, we don't get that slideshow of the like before it becomes something else. You know what I mean? This time we didn't get that. Did you notice when I clicked the red button, it didn't go. It just went along with the story. So I have a feeling that that particular choice is the one that will help me get to the true ending when I inevitably end up having to do this again, because I haven't, obviously, I've had multiple moments of so, but it seems like anytime I get the right answer, it doesn't do that. That tells me that that's like the real choice. That was like the right answer or whatever. So, I don't know. That's just an observation I noticed. It was 10,000 yen. I got it in a variety shop in Shibuya.
Wow, 10,000 yen? Though for a toy sword, I'm not sure if that's cheap or expensive. But wow, I didn't realize till now that they actually sold toys that big. I've never seen one so huge in person before. Did someone tell you they were selling it at the variety shop you went to?
She really wasn't gonna let it go. Was she interested in these kinds of swords or something? Maybe Dimi was actually a total Chinibyo in disguise. So the one who'd been making fun of me for having a sword actually wanted one herself? Tsundere much? Lamau. I did my own research. Online.
Oh, you saw it online. The internet is so cool. You can really find anything on it. Though, to be honest, I stink at it. I can't even use a computer. Anyway, are those swords a new trend or something?
Uh-huh. Why do you ask?
Well, I'm just curious why you decided to buy one.
Maybe I should just tell her the truth. If she was going to stay by my side moving forward, maybe she'd end up helping me search for a real D-sword in the future. If that was the case, it might be better to just tell her everything now and get it out of the way. This is only a fake, though. But real ones exist.
Real ones?
Dimi tilted her head, puzzled. I know people who have real ones. Two of them. Girls from our school.
Girls? Would girls really want a toy like this?
It's true. And also, they aren't toys.
Oh, right. Sorry.
A real one glows. And it has this insane sense of presence, too. That's what I'm looking for. If I could just get my hands on that, I'd be saved.
Saved?
Demi looked quite puzzled, but I was dead serious. Not to mention a D-sword would be a powerful tool to confront Shogun. So, help. I wanted to say that I needed her help to find it. However, when I thought about what I could even do if she said no, I grew too scared and anxious to say anything. I dropped the fake sword on the spot and sat down on the sofa. With a sigh, I closed my eyes. Would Demi offer me her help in order to find it? If she did, everything would turn out okay. But I knew how unrealistic it was to expect her to go that far. Up until now, Demi had always come dashing to my rescue whenever I was in a tough spot. Almost like she could read my mind. Because she can. We know that she can do that. The thing is she real? That's what I need to know. I don't know that yet. In that case, then maybe
Anyway, what I wanted to say is, even if there are real ones, you better not buy any, okay? The one you have already is just a toy, so it's fine, but if you ever got your hands on a real one, that'd be a violation of the Swords and Firearms Possession Control Law.
My hopes were crushed instantly. Oh, what an insane disappointment. Then again, Demi's reaction made sense from the point of view of an average person. These past few weeks, I'd encountered so many inexplicable things, I was nearly at the point where I was ready to believe anything that Senna and Ayase had said. Maybe Ayase was right. I had to find a D-sword entirely on my own.
So, Taku.
I felt Demi sit down next to me.
So, about those girls with the real swords. Who are they?
Her voice came from very close by. She was right next to me. Dude, she's... Okay, we know that in the opening credit or whatever, or the opening video, the opening whatever, you know, the little video that we got, we know that she killed us, right? Is she actually bad? That seems too obvious, right? But they wanted us to believe that she's bad since the beginning, and then they tried to subvert it now, so are they just trying to do like a double bait and switch? Because here's the thing, why does she care? What does she want to know for? Maybe we'll find out, but what does she want to know for? Is she part of Nozomi? Like, again, is she a delusion Nozomi is giving Takumi so that when he tells her, that information is then going to a satellite to them so that they can find out who else is, like, awakened to this Matrix world that we're in or whatever, you know? And then they can round them up or whatever? I don't know. It was just the two of us in an enclosed, dimly lit room, and we were sitting right next to each other. Emergency! Everyone! Battle stations! Emergency!
It's honestly a little surprising. I didn't think you knew any girls besides me. Wait! Is one of them your girlfriend?
So that's where she was going with this. Could it be Demi was trying to seduce me? No, she is. See how they're trying to subvert us right now? Demi's an agent, dude. She's some kind of... Either she's a delusion made by them entirely, or she's a real person being, like, put into his delusion from some base somewhere or something. I don't know which. But, dude, no, I think she's a delusion, my guy.
Yeah, no, she's from Nozomi, and they're trying to get info. They're like, who are these other girls that have these swords like this? Because they know that that's a key component to them figuring out how the world works, and they don't want them to figure it out or whatever. Dude.
The only possible conversation that could result from this topic was one centered on romance. After I told her the truth, she'd give me her confession, and then the mood would start getting really hot and heavy. And then... oh, frick. I couldn't do this. I wasn't even remotely prepared for this. I opened my eyes and frantically shook my head. Both Ayase and Senna were mysterious creatures, not to mention absolute mental cases. Schizo didn't even begin to describe them. I'd have moe'd over them if they were 2D characters, but I'd never moe over 3D crap. Especially with Senna. Talking to her just scared me. It wouldn't surprise me if violence was just part of her MO. I wanted to stay as far away from her as possible.
So, that's a no. That kinda puts me at ease, I guess.
Huh?
Yeah, dude, they're trying to... Nah. Flag tripped! Nice. Nah. No. This is sketch. No. Okay. They're trying to do something with us here. Yeah, they're trying to milk info from us right now. There's no way. Okay, so still a girl in the room, no green button. It's just it's part of my principle, I think, at this point. But is it a red button or is it a neutral button? I don't think it's a red button. It doesn't feel quite red buttony. I feel like they want me to press the green button, but I don't trust it. I don't. For more than one reason, but I don't trust it in general. Boy. I don't know. Maybe we leave it undone. We just let it go as it is. Just see what happens. Because it's certainly, because what would he do if it was red, right? She'd be like, good thing, I thought you knew someone else that would, that would miss you when I kill you or something, right? Is something that could potentially happen. Or, I don't know. I'm going to leave it undone. I'm just going to leave it as it is, neutral. Oh crap! My whole body froze in place. She'd clearly said that on purpose, right? Was she subtly hitting on me right now? Judging from the flow of this conversation, there was a good chance that Demi had me right where she wanted me. How should I answer? Should I just come out and say exactly what she wanted to hear? Yeah, surely nothing bad could come from that. But I wasn't sure I had the confidence to go out with a real girl. Yeah, nah, we're gonna leave it neutral. I was at a loss about what to do, so I opted to subtly examine Demi's expression. Oh, hi. Come on. Sitting like that was cheating. And while she was clearly wearing a miniskirt, she was also holding her knees as she sat. So, I can see your panties, Sakihara-san. I didn't click the green button! No! You can't do this to me! You can't! You're not allowed to! I didn't click the green button! I'm safe! That's what that means! That's what you've told me up to this point, game! You can't! No, that's not okay. I'm spitting freaking all over the place right now. Don't do it to me again! I did the neutral option. That means you can't do it. That means you absolutely are not allowed. That's what that means. I didn't click the green button, dude. No way. No, you're not gonna do it to me.
Actually, depending on the angle, it almost looked like she was completely commando. Against my better judgment, my eyes directed themselves to the home of her thighs, the V-zone. I desperately called forth my rational side to suppress my lust.
Frickin' what the frick? There's no way. Dude, I think I'm right. I think my judgment is correct. They have sent her as a delusion to try and get info out of us. That's what her whole purpose is. That's why this is happening even in the neutral section. No, dude, I probably should have hit the red button. The red button would have been the get out of here button, and I thought, but I didn't want him to freak out just in case. Gosh! Oh no!
The way she was sitting, it reminded me of the cover of a classic moe eroge, titled Free Sister. In the limited edition of its anime adaptation, there was an illustration with the heroine sitting exactly as Demi was now. Think one of those boxes labeled Free Kittens.
Dude, frickin' gosh dang, dude.
That illustration was irresistibly moe. I'd even had it as my PC wallpaper for a while.
Hey, Taku?
Yeah? Oh, frick. I was acting suspicious, wasn't I? Though to be fair, a 3D girl was hugging her knees and tilting her head as she looked right at me.
What was I supposed to do? Why? I didn't click the green button. Why is this my fate, dude? Why my life? Why? Let me get out of it. Let me escape. The only person he hasn't done this to so far has been his sister. Thank the Lord. And also, freaking Kozue. Like, gosh dang. I can't. I'm freaking out, dude. I can't. This is not okay. I didn't press the green button. That means it shouldn't happen. Ugh!
If she kept acting cute, I was gonna die of moe overdose. Even though she wasn't even 2D. In contrast to my blatantly libido-fueled thoughts, the words Demi spoke were...
Is she gonna say, whose eyes are those eyes? No way. No way, no way, no way.
Taku, have you ever thought about your future?
Oh, good. Oh, good. I thought that was gonna go crazy for a sec.
Huh?
What I mean is, all living things, including people, hurt something else just by being alive.
She looked very deep in thought. Was she trying to say something here?
Does that make sense?
Yes. So?
So, you know, you shouldn't push yourself so hard.
Huh? Did she mean I didn't need to force myself to go to school? That I should stop playing ESO beyond what was reasonable? Stop being a total addict? And try to live a healthier lifestyle? Or was she implying that I shouldn't hold back whenever I was struck with lust, and to let my instincts take hold?
Well, that's not the right answer, that's for sure. It's definitely the other one if she's trying to say anything. At least in terms of what's actually right.
Well, I doubted it was that last one.
Yeah.
Hup!
Demi stretched as far as she could, then eagerly rose to her feet. The hem of her skirt fluttered in front of my face.
I'm really thirsty. Do you have anything to drink?
I stood up and headed toward the fridge. I peeked inside. I had some half-finished cola, but I'd drunk straight from the bottle, so it probably wouldn't be the best idea to give it to Demi.
She's gonna be like, oh, cool, cola, and she's gonna drink it, watch.
If you don't have anything, I could go out and buy something. There's a convenience store over by Shinsen Station, right?
I felt Dimi stand up behind me.
I'll be right back.
Oh. She gave me a big smile, then left without waiting for my response. Dude, what if she said that to us? I missed exactly what she... Hold on, let me go back. What did she say? What did she say? She said, all living things, including people, hurt something else just by being alive. So you know, you shouldn't push yourself so hard. Bro, what if she was trying to say that so that way we would tell her about Ayase and Senna and all that stuff, right? Yo, what if that was a thing? Because she just left right after, right? She just immediately booked it after that. She went to report or something, dude. I don't freaking trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. She gave me a big smile, then left without waiting for my response. Phew. Being alone with a girl really did make me nervous. Especially with how Dimi sometimes did things that made my heart skip a beat, whether she was aware of it or not. Though, in all honesty, she probably wasn't. I sucked in the lingering scent in the air. I could sense the remnants of a floral scent wafting through the room. This was the smell of a girl. Dimi's smell. Ew, dude, don't be freaking weird. Also, smell? I'm so screwed up. Man, see, it's like when he says stuff like that, it makes me feel bad for him again. You know what I mean? Like he recognizes that, like he's so lonely, but he doesn't want to be anything but alone, but he's also so freaking lonely he can't stand it. So he does messed up things like this, and then he's self-aware enough to know that what he's doing is really weird and gross and all this other stuff. That's what's so sad about it. He's such a tragic character right now. And it's like, I do care for him in certain ways, and then other times I'm like, bro, if you don't shut your mouth or help a girl when she falls down the stairs, dude, like, that type of stuff is like, that freaking makes me upset. Really bad. But anyway. I sat in my chair, dejected at how low I'd sunk, unable to do anything but cringe at my vulgar deed. I should be terrified of Shogun and Yua, but here I was soaking in complete ecstasy. While Dimi went out shopping, I went back to researching the patent and mind reading. When I reached my computer, I noticed that Grimm had entered the chat room and was looking for me. Oh, okay. You there, Needhart? Hello? Needhart? Needing as usual, I see. Come on, kid, chat with me, please. Seriously, I've got new info. Needhart-chan, dinner's ready. What a goof. I sighed and reluctantly entered the chat room. Look who finally decided to show up. You're too slow, Needhart. Thanks to that, I've entered Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes mode. Darn it. The heck was Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes mode? Grimm obviously just wanted to use the phrase for the heck of it. Even though he knew I hated seeing that freaking thing, I'd always freak out whenever I saw it. Oh, okay. What kind of new info? New gen, Av. It happened, bro. The 5th case. Uh-oh, okay. All right, let's see it. Let's hear it. Another one. Of course, I felt the usual depression I always felt whenever I heard about new gen. But on the other hand, I was also bewildered. I was sure that Shogun and Yuo would target me this time. My fate had been delayed, it seemed, though I wasn't sure whether or not to be happy about that. Want to know the deets? It's on the Taboo homepage. A quick search should tell you everything. What time today did it happen? Not today. They found the body last night, but the victim died the day before. This time was seriously insane. The dead guy's brains were removed. Ew! What the frick? Why? Wait, what? Without warning, Grim started telling me the details of the case, and I began to panic. I was beyond done with all this gory crap. I didn't want to hear about any of it. If I got word of it, I might imagine myself getting brutally murdered in the same way, even though I still hadn't found out how to get a D-sword. And yet, Grim continued mercilessly. It was seriously freaky, dude. What do you think the cause of death was? Drumroll, please. Emanciation. Which means he was alive even after his brains were removed. Bro, what the heck, man? That's freaking... What is up with these? They're all super, like, chilling, grotesque types of death, too, you know what I mean? They're all disturbing. They're not just like, guy gets shot in alley, you know? Like, why are they so creative, is what I want to know. The repulsiveness of it all sent chills down my spine. I wrapped my arms around my body. I didn't want to hear any more. Spare me, please. I'm begging you. My life already went to crap a long time ago. So please. Apparently, he was in a state kinda like brain death. He might have even been like that for over a week, just sitting there brainless. He couldn't eat or drink. So no wonder they died of emaciation. @Channel already named the case Numbskull Limphao. What is that? Netizens? Oh, netizens, got you. Netizens really are epic at names. Okay, so this part's hilarious. Get this. The victim was a psychiatrist. A psychiatrist had their brains removed. Actual WTF Lamau levels of irony. Oh my gosh, what the frick? A psychiatrist. The moment I saw that word, my heart rate skyrocketed. Nah, it wouldn't be him, right? That's a bait. There ain't no way. There's no way it's, what was the name? Takashima, I think? There's no way it was Takashima. No. There's no way. Or Takashina, I think is what it was. I might have been overthinking it, but I had to check to make certain. But I also didn't want to. Oh boy. After hesitating on and off for a while, I eventually went to the homepage of Taboo and opened the news article reporting on the Numbskull incident. Oh no, it is! No! What? It was Takashina, that's why he wasn't there! Something happened to him. Well, no, because he wasn't there for a long while, right? At the hospital. But what happened to him? Why did he end up becoming a target? Wait, so it says, early morning on the 23rd, the body of 41-year-old Takashina Fumio was discovered in the streets of Shibuya Ward, Tokyo. The victim, Dr. Takashina, was a psychiatrist at AH Tokyo General Hospital, also found in Shibuya Ward. The TMPD have released the cause of death, stating that the man died via emaciation due to severe malnutrition. Oh, that's because he wasn't coming in. He must not have been taking care of himself for some reason. What do you mean? What the frick? Did he die because someone made him go insane and then they took his brain after, or like while he was still alive or whatever? What do you mean? As well as this, Dr. Takashina's head was found to have received a clean cut along the top of the skull and his brain was removed. The authorities claim it is possible that he survived in a state akin to brain death long after the removal of his brain. The investigation revealed that Dr. Takashina had not shown up to work ever since the 10th of this month. Oh no. Yeah, how many days was that? That was 13. 13 days. Yeah, that's a bad omen. No way. Ever since last month, Shibuya Ward has received immense publicity regarding the string of grotesque murders known as the New Generation Madness. The Shibuya Police Department are investigating these murders under the possibility that they have all been committed by the same culprit. Freaking what the heck, man? Not Takashina! Bro, I thought he was going to end up kind of being a supporting character. I didn't realize he was going to be gone. I thought that was a bait for sure. I thought there's no way. That's just him being paranoid. But what in the world? Okay. How could this? How could? The victim's name. Yo. Was Takashina Fumio. Dr. Takashina had been killed. He was provoking me. Shogun was blatantly provoking me. No, dude. Nozomi was at that hospital, dude. They had an agent there. That dude knew something, I think. And they didn't want him to talk about it. Whatever it was. They got him. It was Nozomi. They did something. They controlled his brain, his biorhythm or whatever, made him think a certain way. You know, controlled his will, and he just, like, stopped eating. Or something, you know? Yo. To do that, he'd killed the only doctor I could rely on. Just to set an example. This can't be. It can't. Help me, someone! Someone! Help! I let out a scream. My mind was in complete disarray. I felt like I was on the brink of snapping. Not like this! Not like this! Not like this! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Dimi! Save me! I searched for Dimi. Holy crap, he's freaking breaking! I frantically looked around the room over and over. She wasn't there. She wasn't there. She wasn't there. Why wasn't she there? Because she just went out shopping. I lay down on the ground, clutching my head. Help me, Dimi. Help me. Don't leave me. I'm begging you.
Okay.
Oh. Someone responded to me. Yo? Huh? She's a delusion. There's no way! She didn't open the door! There's no way. She's a delusion, dude. She's a Nozomi delusion spy, like some AI program sent into his brain to be a delusion or something. She's not real. She's not real. I'm freaking calling it. She's not real. That's hands down. Ain't no way she got in here without us listening to it. There ain't no way. We would have heard that door open. We would have heard it and we didn't. There's no way. That's fake. She's fake. She's fake. She's gotta be. Shocked, I looked up to find Dimi standing right beside me, holding a convenience store bag. Dimi. She'd come back. Oh, thank goodness. Relieved, I held out my hand. Dimi crouched down and embraced my hand with both of her own. Her hands had been cool when she'd touched me before. But now, they felt so unbelievably warm.
I'm here. I'm here, Taku. You don't need to be afraid anymore.
Using her finger, Themi wiped my tears away with a gentle smile. You're a freaking fraud. How pathetic could I be? I wasn't a man at all. Yo, is it just me too? He just had another freak out, right? And it was like, it's not necessarily connected to him. He just thinks it is. But we know from the last episode that they said that part of some of the stuff of like what they can do to you is like mess with your psyche stability or whatever. That's not the way they worded it, but you know, they had like, that was one of the things they could do, like psyche attacks to make you, to like mess with your head. I wonder if they're like giving him like severe crippling anxiety or something. That's why he just freaks out, and paranoia. That's why he just freaks out like out of nowhere and so like violently, you know what I mean? Oh man, I'm trying to figure it out. Showing how terrified I was. Crying and screaming. All in front of a girl. And yet, even while knowing how pathetic I was, she'd still said that she would stay by my side. Right now, this warmth I felt was the only thing keeping my mind from shattering. Until I got a D-sword, I never wanted to let her go. Huh. Whenever night fell, Miyashita Park always found itself engulfed in a peculiar air. Whose eyes are those eyes? 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 Huh? In the center of the park stood a large group of people packed together. There must have been no less than 100 of them. Most of them seemed to be in their teens, with some wearing high school uniforms, and others, particularly girls, wearing fashionable casual clothes. Interesting. I wonder, see, this is again, most of them seem to be in their teens. It has something to do with like teenagers and like young people of some kind. But is it just a biorhythm thing? Like what Ban and like kind of Nozomi are hinting at? Or is it actually a different reason for why? Like, is the biorhythm thing more effective in young people, which is what makes young people more reckless? You know what I mean? But like, this is not recklessness. This is like mind-controlled cult behavior. At least what it sounds like. Like, I don't know what the heck. Within the crowd was an otaku-esque young man with glasses and a Ganguro high school girl, the latter of which was a fairly rare sight in this day and age. Ganguro? The heck is that? I don't know what that is. Is that supposed to be like a not gaijin, but what do they call it? What do they call it when Japanese girls try to be like Americans or whatever? You know what I mean? They try to be like a different culture, so they dress and wear makeup and all that stuff like other cultures. They have a name for that. I can't remember what it's called. From an outsider's perspective, one would think that they were attending some kind of event, but upon closer inspection, it became clear that their behavior was anything but normal. They were all looking at the ground, their eyes unfocused and empty. Even though quite a number of people were gathered here, none of them conversed with each other. They simply stood there, frozen in place. Every last one of them wore the same faint smile, all while murmuring something under their breaths. A phrase that their whole bodies and minds were dedicated to saying. Whose eyes are those eyes? That phrase seeped from the mouths of the 100 of people there. Despite their smiles, the chant rose as nothing more than a flat, emotionless murmur, echoing throughout the park like a Buddhist sutra. Naturally, Due to the bizarre state the people there were under, no one else was roaming Miyashita Park. A female office worker on her way home from work and a middle-aged woman walking her dog attempted to pass through, only to find themselves terrified by the strange sight and turning back the way they came. There was only a single man who was paying close attention to that peculiar group. At first glance, it appeared that he too was part of the group, but in actuality, he was standing alone a few meters away from it. Wait, is this Bon? Considering his choice in clothing, the man would have blended in quite well in Akihabara. He wore a plaid shirt, deeply worn sneakers, mittens, a red bandana, and a large green rucksack. He was fairly corpulent, which made the buttons on his shirt appear as though they were about to come off. It was late into October, so while the air should have been quite cool, the man's forehead was covered in sweat. In constant war against this, the man attempted to wipe it away with a towel, but to no avail. That's gotta be Bon, right? Because he always has the fan to cool himself down. He looked around restlessly, seemingly unable to calm down. And yet, from the way his shoulders moved, he almost appeared as if he was laughing. Ever since they had begun, accompanying the sutra-like chants was a distinct mechanical sound, the origin of which was the man's rucksack. Another high schooler, this one wearing a blazer, entered the park. Interesting, Senna? Instead of flinching at the sight of the peculiar group, she kept her eyes locked onto them as she steadily approached. The way she walked, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, gave off an aura of pure confidence and gallantry. In somewhat of a contrast to this, the girl carried a half-eaten popsicle in her hand. Where's she getting these popsicles? Are they just delusions? Can she taste her delusion? That'd be sick. Can I just, like, keep making ice cream, but it doesn't ever make me fat because it's a delusion, but it tastes good because I'm freaking crazy? So I can just, like, lick the air, but it's like I'm eating ice cream? That'd be awesome, dude. I want that power. Give me that power. The group paid her no mind. They were completely absorbed in their own world, continuing to repeat the same phrase over and over again. Being ignored did not faze her either. She did not even raise an eyebrow. Then, as she was drawing closer to the group, she suddenly stopped. She nibbled at the popsicle while remaining thoroughly composed. As she chewed, the distinct sound of crunching escaped her mouth. Once she finished eating, the girl looked at the stick left behind by the treat, clicked her tongue, and tossed it away at her feet. Litterer? Hello? Her eyes sharp as ever, her gaze slowly moved over the faces of each individual in the group. If that really is Bon, he should arrest her now. For freaking littering, how could she? Hey, what are you doing? The man with the rucksack shouted at her, the girl now clearly beyond the limit of what he could ignore. Naturally, the girl, Aoi Senna, was well aware that the man had been watching her since she had arrived. Interesting. With a mocking snort, she abruptly crossed her hands over each other, then straightened her arms out in front of her. Then, the area between her hands warped faintly, and the vague shape of a metal rod appeared. Huh? Is she about ready to battle? It looked similar to a hoe or a shovel, but the shape matched neither of those descriptions. It was a razor-sharp sword, with a bifurcated blade. Never used that word before. After a moment, it took on a definite shape, and Senna grasped it with both hands. However, it did not end there. Immediately after, a blue light illuminated both sides of the sword Senna was holding, as well as the air directly to the right of her where it was pointed. Just as before, Metal pieces appeared from that glowing blue space. Ooh. As they took shape, they noisily fused with the long blade that had appeared before them. At last, a ring formed, one from which another long trail of light streaked far to the right. The bifurcated blade traced the trail's trajectory as it came into being. Though one might have originally thought it to be a hoe or a shovel, it was now clear that it had transformed into a gigantic sword. Sharp, yet elegant. Translucent, yet destructive. Sinister, yet beautiful. With an overwhelming sense of presence, the sword settled in Senna's hands. The man with the rucksack showed no reaction. He simply stared at Senna with a malicious look on his face. Huh? Not Bon? You've got nothing to do with this. Get out of here. With a voice quite high-pitched for a man, he had ordered Senna to leave, accompanying it with a violent gesture. His tone was thoroughly domineering, though he kept his distance from her. Senna, on the other hand, opened her mouth without showing any shift in emotion. Are you the one responsible for this? It seemed to be more of a request for confirmation rather than an actual question. She rotated her gaze toward the man with the rucksack, locking him in place. Oh! In response, the man showed clear signs of fluster, providing a fierce contrast to what he had displayed before then. Dude, she actually is like a straight-up superhero, what the heck? I need an answer. Where is Hatano? The man, too paralyzed by fear, was unable to act, nor answer her question. The group of people muttering, "Whose eyes are those eyes?" paid no attention to the exchange between the two. Rather, their eyes did not even register it. Senna's gaze met with the man's. The first to avert their gaze was him. Who's that? Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Remaining silent, Senna brandished the greatsword she was holding in both hands in a Kasumi no Kamae stance. She slowly lowered her hips, and then she cast her upper body forward. Ooh! Oh, dang! Yo. Don't be mistaken. The sword emitted light once more. But unlike before, what it released was not a blue light, but a light blending together of fierce purple and red. Ugh! Whoa! What's happening? Suddenly, a high-pitched screeching resembling a woman's scream resounded. The atmosphere between her and the man was warped with anger. But not in the metaphorical manner. It was entirely physical. The very air itself vibrated, converging toward the sword Senna was holding. The red glow of the sword became inconceivably intense, to the point of dazzlement. Senna took a small breath and gritted her teeth. Ooh! What'd she do? She kill him? A booming sound roared. A shower of sparks surged. A sonic wave erupted, one that sought to blow away the air itself. The vibration in the air then immediately subsided. The sword, however, continued to flicker with a brilliant red glow, one reminiscent of pulsing blood. Yo! Senna slowly pointed the tip of her sword directly at the man. As one would expect, the previously indifferent group started showing signs of agitation. Bewildered, They all started running away as if they had returned to their senses. Huh? Senna paid them no mind. She simply kept her eyes locked on the single man with the rucksack. The man, who until now had shown no clear signs of fear, began to panic. He started taking a few steps back, his face turning pale. He shook his head in denial.
Wait! I really don't know who that Hatano guy is. I was just told to...
I said, don't be mistaken. Senna did not even remotely entertain the man's supplications. I only asked so I didn't have to say hello. Regardless of what you said, I'd have destroyed it anyway. A fierce glitter dwelled within her eyes. The man shrieked pitifully, turned on his heel, and attempted to flee. However, the group which had only just dispersed was now running away in confusion. His escape route blocked, the man, who had grown far beyond frantic, stopped dead in his tracks. And in that very moment, Senna kicked off the ground and closed the gap between her and the man's back.
Ooh! Hey, yo! Sick!
It was a blow so swift, it was hard to conceptualize that it had come from Senna's slender arm. The blade swept horizontally, shredding the rucksack the man was carrying. The impact blew the man away. He collapsed to the ground and curled into a ball, covering his head with his hands. Having lost the will to flee, all the man could do was tremble.
Who is this guy? Come on, man. You gotta tell us. You can't just leave it like that. Yo.
His groin was now sodden, the man having become incontinent out of fear. Senna walked over to the man and, without paying him any mind, gazed down at the contents of the destroyed rucksack.
Uh-huh!
A collection of small sparks spurted out from within, emitting a crackling sound. There was a device inside. Its shape might have originally called to mind a device one size larger than a modem, but after getting demolished by Senna's D-sword, it was now in pieces. It could not be of any use anymore. The deafening mechanical sound that had been coming from within the rucksack could no longer be heard.
Huh?
Nozomi. Muttering to no one in particular, Senna's voice oozed with hatred.
Oh, dang, what?
As fall moved forward, it gradually been getting colder outside. The fact that I'd been able to go outside in a short-sleeved shirt only a few days ago felt unreal. The color of the sky was also somewhat dull. Its previously bright tint seemed to be fading. If you went to a park, you'd be able to see the vibrant autumn leaves sprouting from the trees. Maybe they were sucking the color from the sky. As I looked up toward that sky, I jammed my toothbrush into my mouth. The nice thing about my base was that I had no eyes on me. I could do anything I wanted on the roof without fear of other people's scrutiny. It was also fairly spacious, giving it a nice open feel. My sink was located outside of my container, which allowed me to brush my teeth outside when the weather was nice. It was pretty inconvenient when it rained, though. As I rubbed my sleepy eyes, I moved my toothbrush around my mouth and thought back to what happened a day prior.
Wait, so he said that's where his sink is. Is his toilet also right next to that? Because that's like, that'd freaking suck. If it's raining and you have to use the bathroom like out in the elements, what?
Even after everything, Themi had stayed in my room until late at night. She'd even held my hand until I finally calmed down, which had taken at least an hour. Although I should clarify that nothing had actually happened between us before she'd gone home. Two people of the opposite sex, and the same age no less, had been left all alone in a cramped room for hours on end. Yet, they'd never broached any particularly lewd topics. If I had the skills to carry out conversations like that, I would have gained normie status a long time ago. Oh my gosh, why was I like this? The part of me that wanted this bullcrap sexual gratification made me want to puke. Themi was genuinely trying to help me. And it was as a friend, nothing more. She had already done a lot for me just by saying, "I'll stay by your side." That alone had made me feel leagues better. Having just that pillar of support made a tremendous difference. Despite the gut-wrenching murder of Dr. Takashina in the numbskull case, I'd found myself feeling pretty stable after the night had passed. Maybe it was because my mind was preoccupied by the patent and the trial records I'd looked up yesterday. The power to project delusions onto reality. Did such a thing really exist? Was I being targeted by Shogun because I had the power to do so? If I did have that power, a childhood memory resurfaced. Oh yeah. It was the day I hadn't been able to go on that field trip. The day where I'd been the only one not involved in a certain accident. The bus had crashed, and several of my classmates were injured. And Mr. Saito, my teacher, died. I remembered images of those things appearing vividly in my mind back then. I'd seen them, clear as day. Had it really been just foreknowledge? What if those images hadn't just been foreknowledge? What if they'd been a delusion of mine? What if I'd projected that delusion onto reality? My body threatened to start trembling, so I wrapped my arms around myself in an attempt to counter it. If that's really true, then I'd be a murderer. Huh.
Hello there.
Themi was standing there. Despite how early in the morning it was, she was just as cheerful and energetic as ever. The moment I saw her smile, the trembling I'd been unable to fight suddenly ceased. That was odd. I used to get extremely uncomfortable whenever 3D girls were around me. But for some reason, I felt at ease now that Themi was here.
I'm here to pick you up. Why's your mouth hanging open like that? You're gonna catch flies.
Oh, I understood now. According to the minimum attendance chart, I had to go to school today. I'd probably told Themi that yesterday. No, you didn't. She's just your delusion, so you're not remembering things because she's just popping up when you quote-unquote need her. But it's probably Nozomi or something. What if the container is like that modem thing? Or maybe his computer is the modem thing that Senna just like slashed in half, you know? What if he has one of his own versions of that and Nozomi's like been screwing with him all this time? Oh, I just noticed there was a washing machine outside of his apartment. What happens if it rains? That can't be good. Huh? That's weird. Okay. So, oh, and is up there on the left, is that like a ladder to get to what I'm assuming would be like an outhouse? Okay. That's
Strange, but sure. How does he not stink? Does he have? Is there a shower there? I don't even see if there is one or not.
Did you forget I was coming?
Yeah. It had to be that. Because of Shogun, I'd been too afraid to go out on my own. And that was when Dimi told me I'll stay by her side. She was keeping that promise.
Did you think I wouldn't actually come or something? Bishi! Mwahaha! Well, sorry to disappoint, but you can't get rid of me that easily. I keep my promises.
Dimi winked mischievously at me. What eroge was this? Bro, come on, dude. I couldn't believe a girl from my class had come to pick me up. It was a scenario I would have never expected to happen in real life. If she wanted to make it genuinely top tier, she should have barged into my room and woken me up. That would have insta-killed me. While I cooked up idiotic delusions like that, Dimi looked up at the sky. That distant look of hers again. She's looking at something. She's looking at a satellite, dude. She's looking up to where the satellite is, isn't she? Bro, I bet she's looking up to where the satellite is, and she's like, I'm telling them everything, dude. How much you want to bet?
The winter sky looks so lifeless. Why do you think that is?
Well, the sun's light is composed of 7 colors, the well-known colors of the rainbow. For those 7 colors to reach the human eye, they first have to pass through the Earth's atmosphere. When that happens, a phenomenon called scattering occurs. To put it simply, when light collides with the particles in the atmosphere, it gets refracted in several random directions. Since it gets refracted in random directions, it results in light traveling around a lot. And that's what makes it easily observable for people. The colors that scatter the most are purple and blue. That's why the sky is blue. I was so smart, I impressed even myself sometimes. However, while my answer was based in scientific fact, Dimi's came from emotions and romanticism.
I'm sure it's because of how cold it's become. And now, everyone just looks down at the ground. It feels like fewer people wish to see that blue than ever.
I felt like Dimi had already said something like that before. But when exactly?
So, even when it's cold as can be, let's hold our heads up high and march onward.
Huh. Interesting. I quickly changed clothes, then left the Kurenai conference hall building with Dimi. Going to school together. For all intents and purposes, this was some normie stuff. Shogun and Yua terrified me so much. I honestly wanted them to die. And I really meant that. Freaking kill yourselves, both of you. And yet, thanks to them, I'd been able to test out normiedom. Maybe I owed them more than I realized. I attempted to force myself to change how I felt about them, but Dr. Takashina's face resurfaced in my mind, and my good mood was instantly blown away. My doctor had been killed, and it could very well have been because of me. Shogun had killed a doctor I knew well, all to set an example, or provoke me. I was hit with a wave of pure anxiety and dread. I began to gradually fall behind Dimi. Looking at her diagonally now, I glanced at the back of her head. What kind of expression could she be making? She was humming. She was humming the song
from the Phantasm CD I'd lent her the day prior. Her footsteps were light and bouncy. We weren't even talking, so why was she so happy? Seeing her like that, it helped alleviate my anxiety, if only a little bit. But it was probably time to be honest with myself. Why was Themi being so nice to me? Maybe the reason lay within the memories I had with her. Memories that were lost to me. Or the fact that she's a delusion. When we arrived at school, I let Themi go off on her own and made a break for the restroom. That was one of my secretly OP tactics. I felt bad since Themi had gone out of her way to pick me up, but coming to school with a girl would make me stand out. Especially if the DQNs in my class noticed. Who knew what terrible fate would be in store for me then? That was why I'd taken a short break in the restroom. It would buy me enough time to make them think I'd come alone. And yet, my mission had ended in failure. Uh-oh, miss me? Putting a nonchalant look on my face, I left the restroom and headed toward the classroom at the end of the hallway, keeping my head down all the way. Oh, never mind, Fess, okay. As I made my way there, I spotted Ayase walking toward me. The moment our eyes met, Ayase's lips twisted into a thin smile. Interesting. I don't think she's ever smiled before. Or at least not, like, in a non-performance situation. Well, no, I guess they did back when she saved us, but I feel like she's usually just so, what do you want to say? Like, not serious-faced, but, like, blank-faced. You know what I mean? Senna's more serious-faced all the time. Like, she doesn't smile. Ayase was a celebrity. I knew I'd be better off not talking to her when we were at school, as it would only make me stand out. Unfortunately, Ayase wasn't on the same page that I was, which she showed by choosing to stop directly in front of me. I had no choice but to follow suit.
How did the matter with the police resolve, Takumi?
I nearly screamed, but I managed to cover my mouth with my hand. Why would you bring that up in public? I looked around in panic. The situation was already really bad. Unsurprisingly, Ayase was the center of attention. It was rare for her to come to school at all, and she was Phantasm's vocalist. And she was a beautiful androgynous woman. Androgynous, really? I don't think so. I feel like I've seen far more androgynous. That last thing was pretty much a universal opinion, meaning both guys and girls alike were immensely interested in Ayase. And they all knew there was no way she'd be talking to an otaku freak like me under normal circumstances. The gazes surrounding me were painful. I wanted to run away.
Seek your sword. That is what you must do.
She always said the same thing every time we met. Ayase may have been on my side, but I was tired of her repeating the same bullcrap over and over like a broken record. I want to get it just as much as you want me to. I just don't know how. Give me a hint. How did you get your hands on yours?
It was there before I knew it.
Even more cryptic. And there it was. Was she ever going to stop dodging the freaking question?
At first, I did not perceive it. But when I ever so slightly altered my perceptive, it all became clear. Perhaps it is already visible to you, Takumi. You just aren't seeing it.
And she lost me. Conversing with Ayase always wore me out. Spare me the Zen koans, please. I'm really trying to find the sword. I definitely want to get my hands on it too. Unable to bear the piercing gazes for even a second longer, I gave Ayase a short sigh of exasperation, then slipped past her and into the classroom. After all that, I became even more depressed. Some of the guys, Miss Mikun included, were staring at me in astonishment. Crap! They'd seen me talking to Ayase. I was in deep crap now. Who knew what they were going to say to me? I could deal with it if they just made fun of me a bit, but I was worried that they'd go one step further and pick an actual fight with me, just because I'd dared to talk to Ayase. I really didn't need a demo of high school gang activity. I dropped my gaze and made my way to my seat, trying to bring the least possible amount of attention to me. I beg you, leave me alone. Hey man, what the heck? My prayers were left unanswered. Taku, when the heck did you... You were talking to Kishimoto just now! I had to remain silent. I couldn't allow myself to look up. It's the first time I've ever seen Kishimoto actually talk to someone! What the heck did you do to her? I beg of you, don't yell so loud. It's echoing throughout the entire classroom. Please, just leave me alone. I have no intention of messing around with Ayase. Even if I wanted to, I'm not worthy of her anyway.
Aw, man, dude. That's sad though, bro. Man, come on. That particular feeling, at least, that's like such a universal guy feeling, I feel like. Man, that sucks. That freaking makes me sad.
Huh. So please, stop making such a big deal out of this. I know you can hear me, Taku. Tell me how... Daichin! Right then, Dimi interrupted him. Take it down a notch. Can't you see you're making a scene? Huh? Oh, crap. I'm sorry. Got a bit carried away. Miss Mikun lowered his voice and clapped me lightly on the back. With my head still hanging low, I let out a small sigh. Dimi had come to save me yet again. If you notice too, only Miss Mikun came up to him. No one else did. All the other people that he said he was talking to, I bet he wasn't actually there. He's also part of his delusion. He's part of Takumi's delusion. Freaking, oh no, man. The whole world's gonna fall apart here shortly. I can feel it. I feel like we're on the brink of having like the turning point in the story. You know, like how Steins Gate had a turning point. I'm waiting for it. Seriously though, how did you actually do it? I didn't know what I'd expected. This was the dude who only thought with the wrong head after all. Oh, give me a break. Do you know what self-control is, Daichin? You know, one of these days, your girlfriend's gonna overhear and end up gutting you. Don't worry your pretty little head about that. I may not seem serious about her, but I promise I give her all the TLC she deserves. What's that? So, Taku, let me in on it. How are things going with Kishimoto? Asking me once again, Miss Mikun started rubbing my shoulders. While I was reluctant about it, I timidly looked up. About half the guys in the classroom were taking quick glances at me and whispering to each other. I bet it's because he's talking to himself. Or, well, no, he's technically not talking to himself, right? He's just by himself. He hasn't said a word yet. So, okay.
Crap. They were still watching me. Don't look at me.
Chills ran over the nape of my neck. If you were caught in a DQN's line of sight, you were finished. They'd never let you hear the end of it. All that awaited you was pure, unending hell. What should I do? Run away? Should I just skip classes and go home? I couldn't do that alone. The mere thought of running into another Shogun or Yua left my legs paralyzed. Should I ask Dimi to go back home with me? She'd said before that she kept her promises, which meant she'd stay by my side at all times. So if she really had been telling the truth before, surely she'd skip class with me. Regardless, I needed to get out of the classroom as soon as possible. Huh? Suddenly, a really loud sound came from the entrance. Yua? Everyone immediately turned their gazes toward it, trying to figure out what was going on. Actually, I bet it's Senna. Wait. No? Oh, you were the last one I would have thought it was. Okay. It was the transfer student. Rubbing her forehead with tears in her eyes, she bowed silently to everyone around her again and again. The entire classroom had fallen silent. What the heck?
Did you see that? Yeah. She crashed right into the door.
Gosh, Kozue-chan is so cute.
If the clumsy girl archetype actually existed IRL, she certainly fit the bill. I bet she didn't just run into the door. I bet she heard his his mind. She was reading his thoughts, and then she was trying to she probably just got really sad and wanted to wake him up from it or something. I got all the conspiracy theories now, man. I got them all. I'm just taking them out of my pockets left and right, baby. Dang. I just don't know what the right thing is. I don't know if I'm ever right or wrong. I just don't trust anything now. I can't trust anything. Everything feels like a delusion. How can I ever know?
Oh no, she's crying. Is she okay? That was really, really loud.
With worry in her voice, Demi ran up to the transfer student before anyone else could. She just couldn't help herself from getting involved. What a meddler. But I guess she was just that kind.
Crap! She beat me to it! Hey, wait! I'm supposed to take care of her!
Making his intentions clear, aka telling Demi to back off, Miss Mikun ran over to the transfer student, albeit a bit late. The transfer student running into the door ended up being a blessing in disguise. The guys that had been staring at me up until then had now shifted their attention toward her. GJ, transfer student. I'd have to thank her later, but you won't. But right then, I happened to overhear what a group of girls near my desk were saying.
Barbarian. What's wrong with her? She's doing this crap on purpose.
Their whispers were faint, but I knew exactly what they said. Gentlemen, I stand before you today to tell you of the boundless potential that exists within man's field of vision. The brain's visual centers house many nerve channels that ordinarily go unused. So I ask you all, are you familiar with dead spots? Does this relate in any way to the second generation? It very much does. Allow me to show you a simple experiment. Please, take a look. I haven't time for your child's play. I assure you, it is quite relevant. In this figure, the left side displays a dot, whereas the right side displays a ring. Now, please cover your left eye so that you cannot see through it.
Okay, sure. We'll do that. I'm gonna try to do it while reading. Let's see if this works.
Then, using only your right eye, please gaze at the dot on the left side.
Okay.
What do you see? Despite staring at the dot, are you still able to perceive the ring at the edge of your vision?
Oh, true, yeah. It does kind of, like, want to disappear. I can still kind of see it, but, like, while staring at the dot, yeah, no, it does kind of go away. That's kind of cool.
No matter how much you stare at the dot, it is only natural for you to still be able to observe the ring adjacent to it.
Oh, okay, so, okay, I got you. So, in other words, I should still be able to see it. So, because, yeah, I do still kind of see it, but if I, like, really focus on the dot, it starts to kind of fade away, but I can still... Okay, I thought maybe... Okay, that's cool.
In that case, I ask you to please continue staring at the dot. But now, move your face closer to the monitor. What happens to said ring?
Oh, that's when it's going to disappear, isn't it? The further I go. I can't really get much... I can't get much closer to the monitor from where I'm sitting, so... We'll just have to pretend.
Oh my. Interesting. Incredibly interesting indeed. The ring on the right vanished, did it not? Despite what you may surmise, this is not because of your field of vision narrowing down. Evidence against this is as follows. If you move even closer to the monitor, the ring will reappear in your field of vision.
What sort of trickery is this?
This is no trickery. It is one of the multitude of abilities the human eye has always possessed, yet normally goes unused. This is what we call a dead spot. It is the channel through which Noah shall produce something from nothing in the eyes of the population.
Noah, oh! Interesting. That's actually like part of the title. Okay, so okay, Steins Gate wasn't the only one that did that then. Okay. So is there going to be something called a chaos head at some point? Huh. Okay, interesting that we just got that little snippet and that was it. Okay, so something to do with dead spots. So I'm assuming whatever they're working on makes certain pieces of reality stay out of people's vision, so to speak. Is that what I'm gathering? Okay.
After class is finished, I found myself standing still at the school entrance. Twilight was beginning to encroach upon the sky, and a few crows were flying across it, flapping their wings without so much as a caw. I was waiting for Demi. It was her turn to clean the classroom, so she was taking longer than usual. We hadn't promised to go home together today, but I was sure we would. So, waiting for that to happen, I'd been standing there for over 15 minutes. I had no idea how the day would go this morning, but I'd managed to make it through it with fairly little trouble. Miss Mikun was so desperate to talk with the transfer student that he'd dropped the subject about me and Ayase entirely.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was freaking out about the fact that we were talking to Ayase, and we were trying to evade him because he doesn't want people to look at him and whatnot. Doesn't want to be noticed.
I owe it all to the transfer student, really.
Oh, choice? Okay. Oh, there she is. Okay, well, definitely not a red scenario, and I'm not
pressing green, so I guess we'll stay neutral. Speak of the devil. There she was, passing right next to me. With a face that looked like she was about to cry, she bowed her head to me. Despite how uncomfortable I felt, I managed to nod back. I watched as she attempted to leave through the school gate, tripping over herself along the way. Once again, I thought about how small she was. She fit the lolly archetype to a T, and on top of that, she was a clumsy girl too. I didn't know her very well, but her perfect blend of personalities made me want to shout from the rooftops. She was loaded with moe traits. I thought you said she was mid-tier, dude, last time. What made you change all of a sudden? Because she saved you? What the frick? And yet, she didn't seem very popular with the other girls. What people valued in others really did differ between 2D and 3D, huh? Okay.
Taku!
Demi hurried over to me in a half sprint.
You really did wait for me. Thanks so much. Did you really want to go home with me that badly?
She peered into my face with a broad grin. I quickly turned away. Thanks to the setting sun, she shouldn't have noticed my face turning red. Rather than waiting to head home together, it was more like I was too scared to do it alone. I even felt paranoid just waiting alone at the gate. What if Yua was hiding in the shadows? Dude, he's so afraid of Yua. It's like, I feel like it's so obvious that she's actually out for our best interest. Maybe she's not. Maybe I'm just being fooled entirely. It's just, it's gonna be a complete ruse or something, but dude, it seems so obvious to me that she's totally fine, and he's just so afraid of her, but not afraid of Demi, who has literally read his mind before, and appears out of nowhere. That's another thing that happened I forgot about. She just appeared in our room without opening the container door. She just appeared. She just, like, vamped in. I was like, yeah, no, she's a delusion, man. Probably a delusion that was sent to us from this, probably the Nozomi Corporation or whatever, or something. Demi should have known that, and yet she was deliberately probing me in a teasing manner.
Aw, man. Even if you didn't really mean it, I still wanted you to agree with me. In all honesty,
Demi had an unexpectedly distant look in her eyes. They shone faintly with the afterglow of the sunset.
I'm really happy I can support you, Taku. Really.
Thanks. I thanked her out of reflex. I truly was thankful, though. Demi had become completely irreplaceable to me. Until I found a D-sword, she was all I had to rely on. Bro, really? Irreplaceable? Bro, you've only had like a handful of encounters with her. There is no way you're that actually delusional. Like, that's a different type of delusional, but you know what I mean. Like, she's still not trustworthy, man. Like, in terms of how paranoid you are in general. Like, man, I can't get over that.
You're welcome.
With a joyous smile, Demi guided me away.
Anyway, let's head home.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Suime Academy was in the high-end residential area of Shoto. Every house was huge, and the whole area just oozed with an air of success and affluency. Despite this being Shibuya, and still daytime at that, there were hardly any people around. Uh-oh. It gave the area this forlorn, lonesome air. Uh-oh.
Hey, Taku? You're surprisingly popular, huh?
What? I'd nearly died just then. What the heck was she talking about?
Did you not realize that?
With a chuckle, Demi shot her index finger toward the tip of my nose. Don't point at people. It's rude, gosh darn it.
I mean, you were with that pretty third-year girl just the other day. The one with the glasses.
Well...
I know. You already told me yesterday. It's not anything nice. She's just been picking on you.
If you knew that, then why are you...
Wait, did he tell her that? I don't remember him saying that. Huh? I'm telling you, he's living like two different lives. He's got a delusion, and that's the Takumi we're in the head of, is the delusion Takumi. But then there's the real Takumi who's actually experiencing these things, but like differently, right? It's like he's experiencing talking to somebody, but then the Takumi we're playing as is like seeing the encounter as this completely different thing, and it's like scaring him or something, right? But he's actually in real life acting differently, and he's like kind of jumping. I don't know, man. I can't really pinpoint what's happening. I'm trying so hard, but like nothing ever feels quite right, you know? Man.
But it's not just her. Today, you were talking with the Fess herself. Next up was Orihara-san. On the very morning she transferred, the first thing she did was talk to you.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of seem like we a little bit popular, you know what I mean? Just a little bit, at least with the girls that keep coming around, but specifically ones that just keep particularly talking to us, and they happen to be cute girls, you know what I mean? But like everyone else seems to keep away from us, and I have a feeling there's a reason for that too. Because again, I like to point out, last episode, once again, like, Miss Me was over with other guys, but it never said that they were necessarily talking to each other. They never responded to him. The other kids looked at Takumi, but they didn't really notice Miss Me-kun or Dimi. You know what I mean? They did, I'm pretty sure, though, if I remember correctly, notice Orihara. So I think Orihara is real, but I think Miss Me and Dimi may not be, which is wild. I don't know. It's just... I'm trying to pick up on some nuances, but I don't know if I'm getting it right.
And after that, after all that, you now find yourself heading home with me. See? You really are a popular guy.
Actually, I had been thinking about that recently. Has my life as a normie begun? Are my popular times finally here? Stuff like that. Something that would have been absolutely unthinkable for me a month ago. Back then, I'd never had the chance to even talk to 3D girls, excluding Nanami. I always boasted about not being into 3D girls, but that was just to make myself look cool and indifferent. So Dimi was definitely onto something. Why had my encounters with girls increased with such frequency lately? It all kicked off after that chat with Shogun. A scary thought suddenly crossed my mind. What if every single event in this past month had all been a delusion?
That's what I've been saying, right? Or at least half a delusion. Yo, okay. See, but the fact that he's saying it makes me think that it's not true now. Because anytime that they come to the conclusion, it's probably not the case. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Okay. Alright.
What if I'd just been having a really, really long dream? Considering how insane everything was, I didn't think I'd be all that surprised if everything went right back to normal tomorrow. Or maybe the person controlling me had swapped out with someone else? Maybe the previous one was happy just watching me go through the motions, but the new one preferred to interact with other characters. Or something like that. Either way, the past month didn't feel entirely real to me. Way too many things had been happening.
Oh, right. I just found out about it today. I can't believe Fess is in the same school as us. And she's in the same year as us, too. The class next door, even.
Themy's voice was overflowing with excitement. I guess Themy was quite the trend chaser.
I only just borrowed that CD from you yesterday, so it's even crazier. Not to mention she's really cute, too.
Themy circled around in front of me. While still facing me, she began to walk backward. Her voice got all quiet, and then she asked me a question timidly.
So, what were you two talking about?
I'm telling you, dude, she's an operative. She is a delusion operative trying to get info from us, from these different girls. And again, from Fess, who also understands that everything we're seeing is a delusion. She was trying to get it from us the last time, too, but she was trying to get, it was both of them, right? It was Ayase and Senna. I'm telling you, man, I don't trust her. I don't trust her, man. I just don't.
I mean, this morning, you and Fess, Kishimoto-san. I really, really want to know. I know it's not really my place to ask, but when you were talking with Kishimoto-san, you seemed really troubled about something. Ever since then, I've kinda worried about you.
She'd seen completely through me. I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea to tell her everything.
No, it would. It's gonna be so bad. Dude, she's gonna freaking betray us. Oh, bro, this is gonna be bad. And he's gonna find out that Yule was on his side all along. Gosh dang it.
It wasn't like I had other people to talk to about it. Plus, agonizing over it on my own had gotten pretty exhausting. I'd appreciate another perspective. Not from someone who spoke in nothing but vague, ambiguous bullcrap like Ayase and Senna, but from someone that would give actual concrete answers to my concerns.
Yeah, no, dude, but Ayase and Senna, dude, I know that it's vague and ambiguous, but they actually understand what's going on. Specifically Senna. Like, okay, Senna and Ayase seem like two sides of the same coin, but like Ayase is the more spiritual element, and Senna's the more logical element, right? Senna speaks in terms of like, you know, Matrix and like maybe this is like a simulation and visual rebuilding, whereas like Ayase's like, you know, speaking about like this is all your delusion from the will of God, you know, and all this type of stuff, you know, very, very spiritual type aspects, you know, in terms of her language. And I have a feeling that's intentionally done that way. Like I have a feeling that there's a reason they speak very specifically the way that they do. But it makes me trust Senna just a little bit more, only because the way Senna talks, again, like I said, she just seems like she's trying to also figure out what's going on, where Ayase seems to seemingly kind of already understand, but she's just not giving us the full context, because it's like you have to figure it out on your own. So it makes her just slightly less trustworthy, but I still think we can trust both of them. I don't think we can trust Demi, though. And I think we can trust Orihara, because I mean, we don't really know anything about Orihara, but we haven't had a reason to not trust her thus far. We just happen to know that she also has precognitive abilities or something, and also has a giant sword of some kind, so.
But when we'd talked yesterday, she hadn't believed me at all. We were talking about the sword thing.
The sword thing? You mean what we talked about yesterday?
I nodded. Uh-oh. Ayase has one.
Has one what?
a real one. I wasn't completely sure, but I thought I heard Dimi taking in a large breath. She staggered with her eyes open wide, and then, after taking a few steps back,
"There's no way,"
she shouted with a clearly skeptical voice.
"I mean, that was a toy, right?"
Yeah, mine was a toy, but hers is the real deal. If you go to her concerts, you'll see... I quickly realized what I was saying and cut myself off. Would she even be able to see it? Yeah, true. I mean, Ayase had mentioned that only people with powers could see D-sorts. Well, we do know that she could read our mind, but he's just not picking up on that, so I mean, she probably could, right? But that's assuming she's not just some freaking false delusion, you know? Whatever.
Okay, so what you're telling me is I'll be able to see a real one if I go to a concert? Well, I would like to check out one of Phantasm's concerts sometime, so I could just look for it then. Oh, hey! We could go together to one if you want.
You might not be able to see it. Only a certain subset of people can.
Oh, really? Like in the Emperor's New Clothes? Well, considering I'm kinda dumb, I probably wouldn't be able to see it. As if.
Actually, that was a good point. Come to think of it, I didn't know anything about what exactly a real D-sword was, nor how it worked. I'd just been accepting everything Ayase said without question.
Does a sword like that really exist? I find it pretty hard to believe. Are you sure the sword Kishimoto-san has isn't just some super realistic toy?
But it was glowing.
There's all kinds of toys that glow, though.
How about, like, she broke through reality and pulled it out of space and time? Like, you know, like, that's something you could bring up, I guess, if you're gonna spill all the beans. But, I mean, probably shouldn't if she's, like I said, if she is an operative, that's probably not good. But I'm just saying, like, it's, like she said, like, toys glow, but, like, also... She ripped it out of, like, another dimension. Like, she, like, shattered the dimension you're in and pulled it out. Like, that's not toy status, you know what I mean?
Well, she wasn't wrong. If you wanted something to glow, you could easily slap some lights onto it. But when I thought of the overwhelming sense of presence Senna and Ayase's swords had, their existence became harder to deny. They had an aura about them that no mere toy should have been capable of. Also, one was pulled out of space and time.
Mention it, or I'll be mad.
And most of all, Ayase had taken that sword out of thin air. I'd seen it with my own eyes.
Thank you.
It wasn't anything simple, like hypnosis or super speed. On top of that, I felt as if I'd only gotten to experience the tip of the iceberg.
Okay.
I might have the power to project delusions into reality. I had no definitive proof, but I tried throwing my thoughts at Dimi regardless. So that could be why Shogun is targeting me. That was the only possible reason he'd be targeting me. There was nobody more harmless than I was. Otakus were fundamentally harmless beings. We did shut ourselves away in our own little worlds, after all. If we had time to bother denizens of the third dimension, we'd rather spend that in our heads, flirting with adorable moe characters.
Is this about that patent you were looking into yesterday? Do you have any equipment like that, Taku?
I shook my head. Nothing like that. I don't have equipment, but I have the power to do it. Maybe.
Taku, you're just messing with me, right? Oh, I get it now. Is this all from some manga or anime or something?
Just as I feared, she didn't believe me. But I knew I'd experienced what I was talking about before. With that accident back in elementary school. I tried desperately to explain that to Dimi. That I might have been a murderer. I knew Dimi might abandon me if I confessed that to her, but I couldn't hide it anymore. I wanted to tell someone. If I did, I could clear the uncertainty in my mind, even if just a little bit. Dimi listened to my shaky explanation with a troubled look on her face, remaining silent the entire time. And after I finished talking...
Oh, come on. You're overthinking it.
She nonchalantly laughed the whole thing off.
I'm gonna be honest, Taku. This whole thing sounds pretty delusional. You know that, right?
Yeah, the delusion calling us a delusion, yeah? Uh-huh, all right. I see your game, I see you, but I'm privy to you. I'm privy. You can't fool me, Dimi. Was I really overthinking it? That was a nice thought. But even with that theory, the uncertainty in the depths of my mind hadn't cleared at all. Okay. Oh, the heck? Where are we now? The smell of dust wafted through an office. An office situated on the second floor of a somewhat old building. Is this like Bond's office? Sunlight streamed in through the window covering the back wall, turning the fluttering dust into that of a thin, powdery snow. Oh, it could be Senna, too. Maybe, because she's very analytical. I have a feeling it's Bond, though. We'll find out. The words plastered onto the window. Frisia Credit Bureau. Cast a shadow onto a nearby desk. Yeah, I think this is Bond. 20 desks were lined up across the floor, with not even a hint of a gap between them. Each one was drowning in an endless sea of documents, papers, and files. Piles stacked so high, they looked to be on the verge of collapsing. From an outsider's perspective, it looked far more like a publishing company than a credit bureau. Most of the desks lacked denizens. There were only around 5 to 6 people at best. As for why that was, the obvious conclusion would be that it was a Saturday. But this was by no means the answer. This was made evident by the whiteboard stuck to the wall near the entrance. Its schedule densely packed with tasks and projects. Nearing the end of his lunch break, Ban Yasuji opened the door to the private investigation company. Yeah, I had a feeling. There he is, my boy! Love Ban. He entered without so much as a knock, yet none of the workers seemed to bat an eye. Continuing to act as if he belonged there, Ban gave a quick, "How's it going?" and headed toward the desk at the back of the room. In it sat a robust-looking woman, hunched over her laptop. Robust-looking? What does that mean? Hey there, Momo-chan. Working hard or hardly working?
Oh, that's what they meant by robust. Oh, okay. That's that's a term I guess you can use. Sure. It's not one that immediately came to my mind. I would have thought more of maybe stocky or something. That's usually a word I think you would use. Robust is an interesting term.
In response, the woman continued staring at her monitor with a weary expression. Her name was Momose Katsuko, and she was the president of Frisia. Look who's back. Yup, I'm still kicking. Any new tidbits on New Gen?
My word, I'm a busy woman here, Bon-chan. To say I have a lot on my plate would be an understatement. Small businesses like mine have to make sacrifices, and that includes our Saturdays. Don't make me crabbier than I already am.
Momose finally raised her head. She placed a hand on her forehead, and upon seeing Bon's grinning face, lightly shook her head.
How many times have I told you that this isn't some secret police organization or subsidiary thereof? I'm sure you think you can just storm in here and mine us for all the information we've got. But I'm not running a charity here. If you have the free time to spend coming here, spend it on your own investigations, Mr. Civil Servant.
Alternatively, you could have actually paid the retaining fee. If you'd rather do that, please take an appointment sheet from Miho-chan at your earliest convenience. Youch! The big cheese has got bite. Come on, we're friends here. In spite of Momose's sharp remarks, Bon didn't show a hint of concern. He simply fanned himself with his distinctive handheld fan, remaining aloof as could be. To think I'd be treated like this, even after I helped get this place off the ground when it opened up. You're breaking my heart.
For goodness sake, Bon-chan, how many more years are you going to keep holding that over my head? I swear, someone gives you an inch and you take a mile.
Yeah, you got me there. Fine, I yield. How's this for a retaining fee? Bon showily pulled out a plastic bag with the name of a nearby Japanese-style confectionery store on it.
Oh, you! Why didn't you just open with that, you silly goose? Appreciate it as always. Miho-chan, would you be a dear and make us some tea?
Her attitude having undergone a swift, stark change. Momose closely examined the contents of the bag Bon had handed to her.
Oh my, Chestnut Yokon? I suppose they are in season now, aren't they? And I didn't even have to ask. Bon-chan, what are you still standing around for? Come, sit down already.
Why, thank you. Bon gave a wry smile, took a chair from the closest desk, and seated himself beside Momose. The clerical lady Momose had called for before brought over 2 steaming cups of tea. So, got any new tidbits on New Gen?
Hold your horses now.
Momose carefully unwrapped the chestnut yokon, folded up the wrapper, and set it beside her PC. She then hurriedly devoured the first of the sweet treats. Japanese-style treats were her greatest weakness. They were a necessary offering for Bon to bring every time he came for information.
Whiff is so scrumptious.
I might not be the one to talk here, but have you thought about slimming down recently? There's a whole bunch of diets out there.
Gosh dang, Bon, baby, he don't hold punches, man. He don't cut corners. He just freaking goes for it, my man. He just speaks his mind, my man. I like Bon, dude. He's funny. I like him a lot.
Otherwise, you might never find yourself a husband before you shrivel up completely.
Yo, calm down, bro. She didn't ask to be flamed, man. Gosh dang, this guy hitting her now.
You're right. You're not one to talk. Besides, I'm long past the age where I'd still be on the market.
Aw, that's kind of sad, though.
With a shrug of her shoulders, Momose took a sip of her tea, then turned to face Bon. You realize another new gen case happened, right? Should you really be skipping out on work right now?
All the others are already breaking their backs investigating it. Thought I might try to get at the truth from a different angle.
Oh, please. I'd suggest you stop trying to act so suave. It really doesn't suit you.
Knowing himself to be quite sensitive to hot drinks, Bon showed no hint of reaching for his cup. He simply continued to fan his face, in spite of the already chilly air. It's gotta be something with the fact that he's overheating all the time, right? That's gotta mean something, because even Takumi noticed that he sweats all the time, you know what I mean? Or like he was sweating, or what was it that he noticed? He noticed that he had the fan, and then Bon was like, man, you know, it can be hot out here, and then Takumi's like, wait, what are you talking about? You're the one holding the fan, or whatever. It was something like that. So I wonder if that has to do with the fact that maybe he can see delusions or something. I don't know. It was something of a habit of his. Are the police looking into the GE rate?
Oh, right. The GE rate. Now that one really threw me for a loop. It was exactly like you said, Momo-chan.
Of course it was. I'd never dream of handing over false info.
Information is how I keep food on my table, after all. So, are they looking into it?
Well, I certainly am. I'm taking the initiative to do it myself.
Bon-chan, you wouldn't dare!
Momose's voice carried well. Her personality was intrinsically energetic, lending her voice quite a bit of volume. The workers of Frisia were used to this, not even batting an eye as her angry voice reverberated throughout the office. The boss's yelling was an everyday occurrence, after all. Bon and Momose were old friends, so he was all too familiar with being on the receiving end of it. Thus, much to her chagrin, Momose's wrath was met only with him lazily picking at his ear. Before she said anything else, Momose quickly lowered her voice, for this was a topic she did not want met with prying ears. But her face was red with anger, as if she had not been cheerfully stuffing her face with sweets just a moment before. She pointed her finger at Bon with tremendous intensity.
Didn't I make it absolutely clear that following that lead on your own would be dangerous? Politics, religion, and business. Do you have any idea how deeply rooted it is in all three? You should know all too well what happened to Professor Oda after he gave that GE rate lecture on TV.
Yeah, he was killed in the crucifixion. This isn't the first time you've told me.
Oh, that was him! Yo, they're killing people who are finding out about the delusion stuff. That's gotta be what this is. I bet Takashino was learning stuff too. He probably was trying to diagnose Takumi, and he got a little too close and they offed him, dude. No way. That's what. Okay, so all these people have to be important. So then all the people in the group died must have been important too, by that logic. But they were high schoolers, right? So were they high schoolers like us? Like Takumi and Orihara and all these other, were they like a group of people who had precognitive powers, but they were overwhelmed by Shogun or something? I don't know. Okay.
And it won't be the last either. I'll keep on saying it until you get it through that thick skull of yours. And I'm always the one to clean up your mess. I'm fed up with it.
Simmer down now. That tea's getting cold. Why not have a sip and cool off along with it?
Ignoring both Bon and her tea, Momose tossed a second chestnut yokon into her mouth in a huff. This really isn't something to get all worked up about. Besides, Sue was helping me out. To an extent. As things are, convincing the head honchos up top about something as outlandish as GE rates ain't easy.
I acknowledge that Suwa-chan is both capable and reliable, but so help me if you overwork that poor boy.
Since when were you looking out for him? Testing out what it's like to be a mother hen?
No. I just can't have you getting him all wrapped up in your mad schemes, Bon-chan. He's got a bright future ahead of him, and I won't let you squander that.
Alright, fair enough. With a shrug of resignation, Bon took a testing sip of his tea, only to immediately grimace. It was still too hot. Be honest with me, though. Is it really possible for biorhythms to make people go insane? To drive them to murder?
I've already explained all this to you. Actually, I can't claim to fully understand it myself.
Does it have something to do with your specialty? EM waves? Momose let out a sigh, then, in contrast to Bon, composedly sipped at her tea. You're familiar with how nights with a full moon often have more cases occur on them, yes? Somewhat. A vast influx of incidents and accidents would always occur on the night of a full moon. This was no urban legend either. One need only glance at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police's statistical records. Okay, so they really are going with that then, at least for right now. Okay.
And what do you think would happen if the biorhythm curve increased by a power greater than a full moon?
More stimulation. Yeah.
That's all. Shibuya is a special city. I mentioned that, yes? When the GE rate gets high, the biorhythm curve increases. What's more, the increase far exceeds the effects of a full moon night. To be precise, it's approximately 6,800 times more intense.
That number ain't all that easy to visualize.
It's in a completely different ballpark. Think of it like that.
So, why is it happening now?
I imagine it's because of what Professor Oda had said before he was killed. How the GE rate has been rapidly increasing over the past half year. Though that should be impossible, as long as there aren't any massive changes in the Earth's strata, that is.
Changes, huh? Like?
You'd need enough energy for a volcano to erupt in Scramble Crossing.
A volcano? That strong?
At least. That's the only way to explain how the GE rate got like it is now. And the professor that tried to bring this to the world's attention was killed as a part of New Gen. Did you hear about how on the day prior to the incident, the TV show the professor was supposed to appear on was suddenly cancelled?
That's so.
An acquaintance of mine overheard a conversation between a few workers at MHK.
There ain't many folks out there that can twist the arm of a show broadcasted by the state. Surely that narrows it down.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with details. If I was, I would have gone after whoever was behind it a long time ago.
Bon leaned forward, intrigued. I've got a pretty good idea where this is going. Given the circumstances, I ought to hear it.
Are you sure about that? You'll be stepping into the dark side of society, Bon-chan. Are you absolutely sure you want to know? You might even get fired.
As long as I can catch the culprit behind these New Gen cases, I don't really care where I end up. Well, I'll think about what to do after I hear you out. Sipping her tea, Momose tapped away at her laptop keyboard with her free hand. Displayed on the screen was a single document. It contained a list of information Momose had previously looked into. The Meiwa Party. Momo-chan, you've got to be kidding me here. I was sure the opposition's party's name would come up at some point. But here? Bon groaned in utter exasperation. Yet, despite his smile, his eyes showed not even a hint of one. All they housed now was the cold, discerning gaze of a detective. We mess this up, the whole country's gonna be shaken to its core. Interesting. Since it was the weekend, I'd been unable to get Dimi to come over, so I was forced to spend 2 very anxious days all by myself. I had Dimi pick up some groceries on Friday so I could survive the weekend without leaving my base, but I'd come very close to sending her a text asking her to come over. Multiple times. Interesting. But in the end, I hadn't sent anything. The only thing that gave me a break from my anxiety was the half hour I'd spent watching the latest episode of Bloodtoon. Even in extreme circumstances such as this one, I still had to make sure to stay up to date on Bloodtoon. Hey, you know, priorities, you know. Dimi was my sole source of comfort in the 3rd dimension. But when it came to the 2nd one, Bloodtoon was the one that fulfilled that role. Well, to be more specific, Seratan was. Interesting, she has, like, eyes on her costume. Like, tons of different eyes. She's got eyes on the shoulders, eyes on the stockings, eyes on the hat. It's very, you know, I'm picking stuff out. You know, whose eyes are those eyes? You know, one might ask. After I'd finally overcome that weekend, Monday came. I took a peek at Freepada's Phantasm section, only to find it in a state of complete disarray. Wasting no time, I immediately followed a link taking me to @channel. It was a total crap show. Whoa, that's a lot. Okay. Let's see. Fess from Phantasm was hospitalized in the past? Oh. Wait, so were we? Is that going to be a thing? Was Senna also hospitalized? And of course, then probably Orihara, because she's running into everything all the time? Huh. Let's see. An anonymous reader. Fess of Phantasm's real name is Kishimoto. When she was younger, she was hospitalized for mental illness reasons. The name of the hospital was AHM. Is that the one we went to? I don't know. Phantasm is over. Another anonymous reader. Cool story, bro. Too bad it's total BS. Another anonymous reader. Deets, please. Another anonymous reader. Whose eyes are those eyes, lol? Another anonymous reader. Who the heck is Fess? Another anonymous reader. You serious? Another anonymous reader. Lol, AHM is only meant for patients with severe mental disorders, for your information. Another anonymous reader. For Pete's sake, more haters? What a poor attempt to bait. If you're gonna bother making a thread like this, at least include a source. Fail. Another anonymous reader. This is such bullcrap. Fess has never been in that freaking hospital. How do you even sleep at night spreading such obvious slander? I've never even heard of AHM before. Stop making crap up. Another anonymous reader. The one watching you was I, Fess. Another anonymous reader. Strike the stake, strike the stake, strike the stake right into these morons spouting BS. The next new gen victim's gonna be one of you jerks. Another anonymous reader. One's claim is legit. Fess was hospitalized for a very long period of time for mental health reasons. The hospital publishes a free newspaper in which a selection of drawings, essays, poems, and other works done by patients are shown. Her song lyrics can be found there. You can find all of this on the hospital's website, morons. Her full name is Kishimoto, and then they won't say Ayase for some interesting reason. AHM equals Arc Heart Medical. Did we go to Arc Heart Medical? I can't remember the name of the place we go to. Because that would be a connection again. Another anonymous reader. Finally! Oh yeah, there it is, Arc Heart. They gave a link. Wouldn't that be cool if I could click on it and it was an actual thing? Another anonymous reader. Is that seriously all it takes for you guys to abandon her? Well, that's just fine by me. Just means I've got fewer rivals now. Festan will be mine. See y'all at the wedding. Another anonymous reader. Finally! Another anonymous reader. Wait, Lamau? It was actually true? What the heck? Lol. Another anonymous reader. Yes, yes, yes! Another anonymous reader. Heck yeah! 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a flame war. There's even pictures? I'm gonna pee myself laughing. Another anonymous reader. Notice of Phantasm's termination. Another anonymous reader. Is Phantasm gonna disband because of this? I used to like Fess quite a bit. Sexually. Ew. Another anonymous reader. Yes, yes, yes. Another anonymous reader. This must be someone's guidance too, Lamau. Another anonymous reader. 12. The verses there aren't used in Phantasm's songs, are they? Another anonymous reader. The one watching you was I, Kishimoto Ayase. I love how they do this, by the way. It very much does feel like I'm reading a real forum. The way people like talk back and forth, it's very funny. Another anonymous reader. Don't quit, Fess. I'm seriously gonna cry. Another anonymous reader. I think I sorta understand it. They say there's a fine line between genius and insanity, after all. Another anonymous reader. Band breakup flag for the win. Tonight the black mass cometh. Another anonymous reader. Lolly Festan. Fat. Well, that sets Phantasm's fate in stone. I don't know what that acronym is, so FWIW, I guess this is a more fitting end for them than going mainstream. Another anonymous reader. Any comment from Fess yet on their official website? Another anonymous reader. They're all anonymous readers. I should just stop saying it, but I've started the trend. I must keep saying it now. Doesn't matter how much noise you virgins make on here. Fess doesn't look at the past, only the future. Can't wait for her next prophecy predicting all your deaths. BRB, putting on my roller skates. That's so cringe. I love it. Oh, dude, I might use that IRL, bro. I might use that. That's so cringe. I love it. My roller skates. That's so freaking dumb. I love that. Another anonymous reader. Okay, what's the problem, though? Another anonymous reader. To 9 and 11. This reeks of some weird advertising scheme by Phantasm. Desperate to keep your dead band alive much? Lol. Another anonymous reader. How would they keep the band alive, though? You know what I mean? Like, that, wouldn't that kind of be like, oh no, they have mental issues. It's like, they're not actually prophesying anything, you know? I don't know. Doesn't seem like a good advertising ploy. It was always obvious that Fess is a total schizo. Why is everyone acting like this is a surprise at all? Another anonymous reader. So Fess always was mentally ill. But that's what's good about her. Gosh dang it. Another anonymous reader. Calm down, everyone. This is all just some magnificent bait from Festan. Another anonymous reader. Fess's spirit collapsed because the world is full of ill will. Its power awoke the punk part of her soul. Those keen, aggressive lyrics are the cry of her sublimated soul. We, on the contrary, should celebrate the facts bearded by 12 as holy grace. Another anonymous reader. The website's down. Are they trying to bail? I followed the URL 12 had sent. Okay. Yeah, to Arkhart. Apparently, Arkhart Medical was an old-school psychiatric facility that only treated severe cases of mental illness. Or at least, that was what the website said. Okay, so he must not be familiar with it, so it's not the same place we went to. Interesting. The website had pictures of the place, and frankly, it looked like a straight-up penitentiary. There were iron bars on every single window. I wasn't even sure if it was still open or not. The homepage hadn't been updated for 4 years or so. But, just as the poster on @channel had said, beneath a certain poem was the name and photo of a young Ayase. Huh. Ayase was mentally ill. It wasn't that it was shocking to me or anything like that. After all, I'd regularly gone to a mental hospital too, back when I was in elementary school. So really, I felt sympathy for her. Ayase and I were the same. She had that bewitching aura to her, and every person my age in Shibuya thought she was so charismatic. But despite how different that made us, in this one way, we were the same. The fact that we had that in common reinforced my hypothesis that I had the same power she did. The power to project delusions onto reality. So, okay, let's read her poem real quick in case he doesn't. The shadow of the wicked heart lurks within that body, a presence which the eye cannot perceive, even if I try to split asunder. Even if I try to split asunder. Perpetual nightmares, alas, take shape, and eventually become a sword, one that will tear this body apart. Should they bear the shield of apathy? Oh, should they bear the shield of apathy? Ye souls shall escape the flames of war, on a battlefield reborn. Come foes with malice in their hearts, ill will, ill will without compare. When that time comes, malice shall possess its own will, and thus reveal its true form. Interesting. Okay. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it gave me some courage, maybe even strength. Though, there was one problem. Up until now, I had taken everything Ayase had said at face value. But that might have been a mistake. Things about how to acquire a D-sword. Things about how getting my hands on one could save me. It wasn't the phenomenon she'd showed me that was making me doubt her, but the words she'd said. I wasn't sure whether or not to believe her. Maybe... The sudden ringing of my phone startled me. You could always count on them to take you by surprise. I'd nearly peed myself. That was why I hated these things. The loud ringing refused to stop, so I clicked my tongue and grabbed it. It was probably Nanami calling me. She was probably just calling me to nag about whatever random bullcrap was bothering her. Kill me now. Annoyed as could be, I pressed the accept call button and held the phone to my ear without checking who was calling. I had no idea why I did that. After everything that I'd been through, why the heck had I not checked the caller's number? Oh, yo! What came from the other side of the line was a certain melody playing loudly. Yo! You may pass. I frantically checked the number on the display. Crap. I knew I should have checked. It was them. But how? It said it wasn't in use anymore. When I'd had Nanami call the number to check, that one notice played, Maybe the prankster had reactivated it? What do I do? Panicking, I turned toward the center of my room. Surely Themi would be there, ready to give me some advice. See, he's talking as though he knows she's a delusion, right? Like, 'cause that doesn't make sense why he would think that, right? But she obviously wasn't. Oh, okay, well, see, he's kind of going back on, okay, I don't know, man. Because she did appear that one time, so it's just, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Of course she wasn't. Themi was at school right now. In the middle of a class. I told her in advance that I wouldn't go to school today. So she hadn't come to pick me up. As I freaked out, trying to figure out what the heck to do, You May Pass kept on playing from my phone. A whole minute had already passed. From the small amount I'd listened to earlier, I could tell there were other sounds mixed in with the song. The few things I could make out were the sounds of car engines and people walking. Whoever was calling me, they had to be outdoors. But who the heck was calling me? I could only think of one person that would pull a prank like that. Shogun. Now really freaking out, I looked at Seiratan, who was standing next to my PC screen. What should I do, Seira? Seiratan smiled at me, just as she always did.
Why don't you turn it off? Just ignore it, you silly Billy.
Oh, you're right. I could do that. I should have done that from the beginning. I put my thumb on the button to end the call. But for some reason, before hanging up, I felt the undeniable urge to listen to You May Pass. Just one more time. Just for a little bit longer. Dude, is this song? Are they using this song to hypnotize him? Oh, wait! My brain just unlocked a memory from Steins Gate. The truck! The truck that hypnotized Kagari. It played a song and it hypnotized her. It made her follow the truck, remember? That's gotta be what it is. They're calling his phone and they're giving him they're like controlling his mind every time he hears the song. Right? But he didn't always have a phone, though, so he wouldn't have been able to hear it, like, from the beginning. And he was still having delusions and weird stuff happen back then, so maybe not? No, dude, that's gotta be it. It's gotta be that song has got to be part of that. I happen to know that that's a thing because of Steins Gate Zero, but, like, that has to be involved with like, hypnotizing people or whatever, and putting them under a delusion of some kind. That's gotta be a thing. I just thought about that, yo. Yeah, but it just doesn't make sense for, like, the totality of the game so far, because he's not always had a phone, and he hasn't always heard that song, so I don't know. It felt strange. Even to me. See, it's like it's because he wants to hear it that made me think that, because he's like, I just want to hear it one more time, you know what I mean? I don't know. It creeped me out. There was no reason I should have hesitated even remotely. And yet, I almost subconsciously gripped my phone and brought it to my ear. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It came surging out of the phone. A fierce pain. A violent, piercing, nearly ultrasonic noise. Yeah, that happened last time too, except he got away from it quicker. That sound shot throughout my entire body. It was as if lightning had struck my head,
Oh no. My entire body was paralyzed. I screamed as loud as I could, yet I couldn't hear my own voice. Boiling. My brain. My heart. They boiled. They bubbled. They melted into mush. Pain crawled from deep within my body, tearing me apart. My consciousness liquefied and coursed through my veins. And when it finally arrived at my heart, it erupted in a resounding explosion, then vanished. Overwhelmed by these horrific sensations, I was unable to figure out what was going on. I could no longer even think. Dang! What the frick? What was that? He just got bipped. Oh no, dude. They just controlled his mind. Is that how he's been able to start sleepwalking like he did and then Shogun takes over? When else did he hear that sound? Because he said he heard like it was outside, right? Did he hear it while walking around from like his place to school or his place to at cafe and then now they're getting him via the phone now? So it's more direct? I don't know. It's controlling him though. Oh my gosh. When Kusunoki Yua slowly opened her eyes, she saw her class, Class 3B, enveloped in pure chaos. Several students had collapsed. Their eyes had rolled back into their heads. Foam bubbled from their mouths as their entire bodies convulsed. What? Another group of students were crouched low to the floor, cowering, pressing down on their heads in pain. The students that remained shot up from their seats and made straight for the hallway, even though classes were technically still in session. The teacher was too focused on taking care of the students that had collapsed to pay those who had left any attention. All the students that had run away were screaming in terror, but none of that seemed to register within Yua's mind. Her phone had been vibrating in her skirt pocket for a while now. Once she finally realized that, Yua slowly reached for it. Oh no! Did they send it to everyone? What the frick? She attempted to stand up, but was unable to keep steady and fell from her chair. Staying low to the ground, she leaned against the wall. After she put her glasses back in place, Yua pressed the accept call button and held her phone to her ear. Why?
Hello? Yes? Oh. Yes? Oh, me? I'm fine.
As she answered the question, Yua grimaced and pressed on her forehead. She could hear the clamor of her classmates in the hallway, as well as the voice of her teacher trying to help the unconscious students, but it all sounded so terribly distant.
Yes? Yes. And you are? Yes. Yes. I see. Then that means... Huh?
Suddenly, Yua went pale. With a gulp, she covered her phone with her hand and brought her voice low. Her voice had very clearly been shaking.
That can't be true. Because... in actuality...
Upon saying that much, Yua's voice began to falter. She hung her head.
In actuality... it was... me.
The commotion in the hallway intensified. What did she mean by that? Everyone was looking and pointing in the same direction.
anxious expressions on their faces. The windows in the hallway rattled as if they were being hit by a fierce gale.
Yes. That's right. My sister.
Sister? You have a sister?
Yes. I understand.
At last, Yua bowed her head as if the person she was speaking to was right in front of her, then hung up the phone. Then, she looked up and directed her gaze toward where everyone was pointing, beyond the window.
The sky.
It was as if a seal of white paint had coated the surface of a grand lake. The sky, which had previously been filled only by its light blue color, was turning white. Huh? The white was spreading at an impossible speed. It bled rapidly across the sky, eroding each and every speck of blue it could find.
It's turning white.
That was it? Chapter 5? No frickin' way. Chapter 6, Noah. What the frick is happening, bro? Oh my gosh. This is moving quickly. But back to Bond, baby. He'll make me feel better. Bond's awesome. Bond makes me happy every time.
If it were a day like any other, getting released from a lengthy meeting should have put Bon Yasuji in a good mood. However, today was not a normal day. The detective removed himself from his peers, moved to the nearest window, and attempted irritably to call his junior. Oh boy, he's seeing it too, isn't he? Suwa, his partner, had not shown up to today's meeting. I get wanting to play hooky on this, but did you really have to leave me to go it alone? Darn kid, Bon thought to himself. At first glance, Suwa may have appeared light-hearted, but in actuality, he was quite the diligent man and took his job very seriously. With this being Bon's opinion of him, what had happened today was quite the shock. He had attempted to call him several times, but it always went to voicemail. Ever since he had heard a fairly unsettling story from Momose 2 days prior, Bon had been faced with a constant feeling of uneasiness. And today, only more troubles had been added to the pile. There was the incident with Suwa, but that was not all. When Bon was reporting about the GE rate earlier this morning, he was immediately shot down by Matsunaga. "We don't have time for crackpot theories," his superior said. "Could you not add to the pile, kid? I've had enough for 1 week." Bon waved his fan at his face, repeatedly, and let out a small sigh. And right when he did, the call connected, and he heard the voice of his junior on the other end.
Sir? It's you.
There you are, you schmuck. Where the heck have you been?
The reception was extremely poor.
Which part of the countryside did Suwa lose himself in?
Bon thought, scratching his head.
So... I'm... what... You know?
Huh? What are you saying? Where are you?
As Bon shouted into the receiver, Suwa's voice disappeared on the other end, replaced by a continuous rustling sound.
Dude, Nozomi just released some sort of an attack, like a biorhythmic attack, didn't they? Some kind of an attack. They released a psychic attack on people, and it's got to do with the phones. I don't understand what the heck. But even Yua, just in class, was having issues like, what the frick? Oh my gosh. That's also what makes me think Yua's probably in the real world, too. and Beamy isn't and Miss Mikun isn't, because they're never talking about those guys. They're only there when Takumi can see them, so I just don't believe they're real. How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
So? Where the heck did you...
Well, I thought I'd do things my way for a bit. So I went and asked around.
Uppity little... The way Suwa acted on his own without getting permission was not something that was worthy of praise. However, Bon could not help but smile wryly to himself, as he, too, was taking unauthorized actions even now. He considered that perhaps he was a bad influence on his junior.
I might be close to getting my hands on a clue. It'll be conclusive evidence as to who's the real New Gen culprit.
What? The color in Bon's eyes shifted.
Keep that top secret, though. I might be mistaken.
It doesn't matter. Just get your rear back here right now. You hear me?
No. I've got to dig some more.
What? You talking back?
Ease up. I've got...
Suwa? Suwa? Oh, frick! What's happening? Right at that moment, the area below Bon's feet began to shake. An earthquake? The shaking gradually increased in intensity. It was hard to even stand up straight. Unable to maintain his balance for any longer, Bon got down low to the floor. It's a big one! The other detectives, who at first seemed to be underestimating the seriousness of the situation, all quickly moved under their tables. The clock fixed to the wall, the paper cups and pens atop the tables, the projection equipment. They all crashed to the floor one by one. The two whiteboards standing side by side near the podium fell to the ground as well. It's like being stuck in some insane turbulence. That was how it felt to Bon. It felt like the ground was disappearing beneath him. His entire body was being swung left and right by the shaking. It seemed to have a seismic intensity of around 5 or 6. Oh, dang. Has the great Kanto earthquake finally arrived? Of all times for it to hit, it hits now? Oh! Immediately after that, a fierce pain shot through Bon, causing him to groan out in pain. It felt as if he had taken a violent blow to the head. Him too, dude! That's why I'm telling you, he's got precognitive something or another. Cause he got the same thing that happened to Takumi when he answered the phone, but except Takumi heard it through the phone. Though we did just call using the phone, but he didn't get the... Bon just called, I mean, using the phone, but he didn't get the sound, you know what I mean? Oh, maybe that did it to him. Oh no. And then Yua did too, she got the headache. What is happening? But he had not been physically struck by anyone. It was simply a severe headache. Suddenly, a scream echoed throughout the conference room. Gritting his teeth, Bon looked up to see one of the detectives gripping his head as he writhed in agony. And then, like a lifeless doll, he fell to the ground with a thump. Most of the other detectives were gripping their heads as well, their faces contorted in pain. What is happening? Does Bon know what this is? Because he said he was uneasy after Momose told him something. What did she tell him? We don't know what it is yet. What was this headache that bore no resemblance to any he had experienced before? Whether it was connected to the earthquake, there was no way for Bon to know. Eventually, the shaking gradually subsided. With his vision blurred, Bon looked out the window. Everything was covered in a milky white light. A light so dazzling, Bon could no longer keep his eyes open. What the frick is happening? What is going on?
As I opened my eyes, I felt a pain sharp enough to crack my skull open. I can't really comment on any of this. I'm just riding. We're just riding right now. I found myself slumped over in the middle of my room. I tried to get up, but the pain in my head suddenly shot to the rest of my body, and I nearly fainted from the agony. I let out a pained groan. After 5 full minutes of pure writhing torture, the pain receded slightly, and I managed to stand up by using the leg of my bed to support myself. I wiped off the cold sweat on my forehead with my hand. My room was completely devastated. It was as if a tornado had ripped through it. All my waifus lined up on the shelf had toppled over, and some had even fallen off the shelf entirely. The bed was now sitting at an angle, and the piles of eroge and packages had crumbled to the floor and scattered everywhere. What the heck had happened? If I remembered correctly, there had been a phone call that played the melody of You May Pass, before then transitioning into something like an ambulance siren. It was exactly the same as last time. That's right. Right when the buzzard sounded, I'd heard the ground roar, and immediately after that, my whole body had felt like it was boiling and melting. And then, I couldn't remember a darn thing. It was all completely blank. Oh, frick. Was it an EM wave attack from Shogun? What if Shogun was capable of something similar to what was in the patent I'd found? Just the thought alone sent a chill down my spine. While trying my best to endure my headache, I looked up at the ceiling. Of course, there wasn't anything to see up there. But if he was reading my mind, he'd have to be using a satellite that'd be in orbit way up there. There's no way. That isn't possible. But, considering what Senna had told me, that patented system could already be in use. Maybe it was in use, and a few people were already abusing it. And maybe Shogun was among them. No. There was no way! It was way too far-fetched. There was no way an old fart like him, with 1 foot in the grave, would have private access to a satellite. Unless he was one of the key persons behind a top-secret black project sanctioned by the government. Scaring myself with my own delusions wasn't helping anything. Since something had actually happened, I decided to look up what the heck it was online. Still fighting my headache, I crawled toward my computer. The computer should have still been on. The monitor should have been displaying a wallpaper with Satan on it, but it was pitch black. I hadn't set it up to automatically go into sleep mode, so it wouldn't make sense for it to do that. I was feeling dizzy. It was as if I had no strength left in my body. Even standing up took almost everything I had. Gritting my teeth, I attempted to move the mouse around. No response. Next, I tried to press the power button. After a second, the hard disk started, emitting its typical scratching noise. I sank down in my chair. As I was waiting for my PC to boot, I frantically grabbed my phone, which was still on my desk. I checked the time. Huh? 1 p.m. Before I'd gotten that call, what time had it been back when I was browsing the Ayase stuff on @channel? When I tried using my brain, the stabbing pain coursing through it got even worse. Think! The time! Remember the time! It couldn't have been. Yeah, it hadn't been noon yet. Which meant I've been unconscious for over an hour? Or maybe I'd been sleepwalking and I'd ended up wandering off somewhere else for an hour? No, I'm not a sleepwalker. I shook my head violently, trying to stop thinking about things that would make me sink back into negative bullcrap. As I did so, my vision wobbled from the pain still hammering in my head. It was like a lump of lead was sitting in the middle of my skull. And when I looked at my PC monitor, I saw... Oh, what the frick? What? Hey! What the heck? No way. The hard disk data was corrupted? You're kidding me. There's no way. If this is for real, this is the end of everything. It was where I stored my giga-sized collection of R18 Moe pics. Are you freaking real right now? My Eroge save data. All my bookmarks for sites I browsed daily. My minimum attendance chart. And the thing I treasured most. My ESO save data! You're telling me everything's gone? Frick! I wanted to cry out in frustration. I wanted to smash my keyboard in anger. I wanted to kick the wall with everything I had. Before I did anything, though, I needed to check if I could restore it. But my whole body was still heavy, and my headache refused to go away. All I could do was bite my lip and sink deeper into my chair. It was over. My life was over. Losing my ESO data meant I had no reason left to live. Nothing mattered anymore. It had all burned away. Just kill me.
Wait a sec, Taki.
With an angelic smile on her face, Serotan gently called for me from atop my desk.
Cool your jets. Since ESO's an online game, shouldn't the save data all be on a server somewhere?
By server, you mean the dev's server?
So, even if your computer did kick the bucket, Neidhart's data should still be on the server, righto?
Oh, you're right. I was so dizzy and confused, I'd forgotten even the basics. It felt like I'd finally found a ray of hope shining through the endless despair. I knew I could depend on my waifu. Gosh dang it. I'd still have to give up my treasured pics and MP3s that I hadn't backed up, though. I needed to start reformatting the OS as quickly as possible. And I wanted to see with my own 2 eyes that my ESO data was safe. Though, in order to do that, the headache that was still torturing me had to stop. Unfortunately for me, the pain didn't feel like it would be going anywhere anytime soon. Oh my gosh, bro! He's stuck in his container, he doesn't know what's going on. There was rarely ever a moment in which the screens of Shibuya Station were not colored with advertisements, video clips, or music videos from the latest popular artists. And yet, currently, the screens were instead displaying a female anchor with a grave expression on her face. It was an ongoing special TV broadcast. Sensational words decorated the top left of the screen. SI5, earthquake in Shibuya. Over 200 casualties. Holy frick. Earthquakes were not particularly unexpected in Japan. The Tokyo metropolitan area had already fallen victim to several seismic intensity 5 earthquakes over the years. However, as the media gathered more and more information about the incident, the sheer number of casualties made it clear that this was no ordinary earthquake. It was especially peculiar when compared to the 2005 earthquake, also seismic intensity 5, where no fatalities had been reported. Yeah, people were foaming at the mouth and all that crap though, so something was going on. Moreover, the epicenter was Shibuya, a city which was already the center of attention in Japan due to the new-gen incidents. There had already been an earthquake in Shibuya approximately 3 months prior. It was a seismic intensity 3 quake, and 8 people had died. Maybe Shibuya's cursed. That was what the people observing the breaking news about the latest earthquake were thinking, even if they were not saying it out loud. In any case, each station had started their special broadcast right when the earthquake hit. Information was having trouble circulating, and the total death count was still unclear. Nonetheless, the female anchor continued to report. Reading from a stack of papers, she declared, "The Fire and Disaster Management Agency has confirmed 31 deaths, and that number is expected to rise as they continue to aid those affected. The causes of death remain unknown, but the..." Furthermore, various reports described a mysterious white light appearing immediately after the earthquake had hit. According to these reports, the light had been accompanied by a massive shockwave, and it had turned the sky completely white. The cameras spread across Shibuya's Scramble Crossing had caught the aforementioned light on tape, and, after the earthquake ended, nothing but pure white footage was displayed on loops on the jumbotrons located there. The discoloration that had appeared alongside the earthquake had not simply been a dull white, however. It had been utterly blinding. Shibuya had been momentarily enveloped in light, the sheer glare forcing each and every resident's eyes shut. Yo, forcing their eyes shut. That's probably when their eyes all shut, they could maybe make the delusion happen then. Whatever Nozomi's trying to do. Oh no. If this were an era of war, the people would have undoubtedly believed it to have come from a nuclear weapon. As a matter of fact, there were some who claimed to have spotted a white mushroom cloud floating a few hundred meters above Shibuya, though it was quick to vanish. No one knew what the origin of the light was, nor if it was connected to the earthquake. And then, just as mysteriously as its arrival, the white sky had returned to its original color in less than an hour. And now, a dull light blue lay above the people of Shibuya. The asphalt of Dogenzaka was very slightly cracked, its damage only millimeters wide. And the multi-tenant buildings, together with many other structures along Center Gai, had all grown small crevices across their walls. What the heck? I don't understand what's happening right now. The reformatting of my OS had taken nearly 2 hours to finish, and yet my headache still hadn't gone away. I'd even lost consciousness a few times from the pain. I'd passed out on my keyboard from exhaustion before, but today was the first time I'd literally passed out. On the plus side, though, the pain was way more bearable now than it had been 2 hours ago. I wet my throat with some cola, and then, summoning all my energy, stood up. I fixed my broken bed and made it level again. Then I cleaned my floor to the extent that I'd be able to walk around. It took a lot of effort to do because of how weak I was feeling, but it had to be done. I wouldn't have been able to leave my own room otherwise. If Shogun were to attack again, not that I actually knew if it was him this time, I would have been trapped and unable to escape. In other words, I'd be completely screwed. I had to secure an escape route, or else. Once I'd finished reformatting my OS and cleaning my room, I went straight to the PC, installed ESO, and tried logging into Baselard. Hey, there he is. It worked! It worked! Neidhart isn't gone! My items and equipment are all here! Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I was so moved that I tried to get up and pump my fist in the air, but even that took too much energy, so I gave up halfway through. I couldn't have been more happy to see my other self alive and well. I'd thought he was gone forever. Okay, time for the next step. While it was definitely a huge load off my shoulders, I still wanted to try and figure out what exactly had happened, not to mention demand compensation and a formal apology. It seemed like an earthquake, but there were way too many things that didn't add up, if that were true. So interesting too, so Takami's the only one of the people that we got to see that didn't see the blinding white light. You know what I mean? He only heard the sound on his phone, but he never saw this white light. I wonder if that'll make him special, you know? Because he was in this container, and maybe the delusion can't get through the, what would this be, like steel container or something, you know? Because of how thick the metal is. I'm just wondering, because the fact that he lives in a container is obviously, that's got to be an important point to the story, and I wonder if it's been protecting him, like a giant aluminum, like tinfoil hat, you know what I mean? Yeah, like it's blocking out the conspiracy, you know? I don't know. But that's one element that he didn't get that everyone else got, is the blinding white light. And he doesn't even know about it yet. He hasn't left the container, so interesting. I looked for Grimm inside Baselard, but he was nowhere to be found. I went to check the chat room, but since I'd lost my bookmarks, I had trouble finding it. When I eventually did, though, I discovered that Grimm wasn't there either. Of all times for him to have gone AWOL, why now? With no options left, I had no choice but to head straight to Taboo itself. Oh, there he's gonna find it there. On it, I found the following article. Over 200 casualties in Shibuya. So there really had been an earthquake. It'd been a seismic intensity 5 quake, and loads of people had died. The casualties were currently set at 200, but the article stated that the number may even go beyond that. There were also reports of Shibuya's sky turning pure white for a short period of time, as well as a giant mushroom cloud, though no one knew if either of those were connected to the earthquake. The earthquake was also being discussed on @channel, with people posting things like, "More Shibuya stuff," or "Shibuya is over," or whatever else. There was also a video uploaded on there showing footage of Scramble Crossing that had been taken from its various surveillance cameras. This wasn't just an earthquake, right? When it happened, I'd been hit with a terrible headache. And it wasn't just your normal headache. It felt like my head was boiling. And even now, almost 2 hours later, I was still experiencing throbbing pain and fatigue. Maybe that's how you'd end up if you got stuck in a microwave. If I thought about it that way, my delusion that Shogun was going after me with EM wave attacks might not have been so far-fetched. Huh? Right at that moment, I heard a familiar sound coming from my PC. It was the notification tone that played whenever someone entered the chat room. Uh-oh. Grim might have joined. I wanted to get the full story of what happened, so I opened up the chat room.
Oh no! Shogun! Ah!
The moment I saw that name, a shriek escaped my mouth.
Oh no!
What was with this timing? Could he actually read my mind after all? The hand I was using to hold the mouse was trembling. My entire body was frozen in fear, overriding even my headache. Just looking at Shogun's name made me feel sick, but I couldn't look away. I wanted to close the chat room, but I was in such a state of shock, my mind and body felt like they had been ripped apart. I tried desperately to move the mouse, but my body simply refused to listen to me. I felt chills on the nape of my neck. I was being watched. God's gaze. Interesting, so this happened in the very beginning too, when he first talked to Shogun and he entered the chat room. He got God's gaze, like, just before he started talking to Grim, and then Shogun jumped in, right? That's gotta be connected. Or maybe it wasn't God. Maybe it was Shogun's gaze being shot down from an orbiting satellite. Just leave me alone. I wanted to run away. But where would I run? It didn't matter where I went. Even if I went to the very edges of Japan, he'd still catch me. It's been a long time. That was the first thing Shogun said to me. He'd said it like he was just casually saying hello to a friend he hadn't seen in a while. But I knew for a fact I had never, ever considered this guy a friend. My teeth sank into my lip as I stared at the words written across the monitor. However, instead of making me freeze out of fear, the message from Shogun instead sent me grabbing for my phone. It was past 3 p.m. At this hour, classes were probably still in session. But surely my situation wasn't hopeless. If Demi was here, she could do something. That's what I wanted to believe. I went to my address book, although it wasn't much of a book considering how empty it was, and called Demi's phone number. Save me, Demi. Do you hate me? Demi, quick! Pick up! It was hard to breathe. I couldn't think straight. Demi wasn't picking up. There was no voice on the other end, only the monotonous dialing sound repeating endlessly. Why? Whenever I'm in trouble, you're always there for me. So why aren't you answering? I have a present for you. A present? Uh-oh. You're gonna send me some more disgusting crap? And this time, you're gonna blame me for it. You're gonna pin me as the new gen culprit. I still wonder if Shogun isn't actually bad though. Like, cause if he's in the back of our head, he's an older version of us. Maybe he's not actually evil. Maybe, you know? Maybe the things he's doing because he knows it's all a delusion or something. I just don't know. I feel like they're trying to make us believe so hardcore that he's bad that, but maybe he's not. I don't know. I don't know. No. Anything but that. It's not me. I'm not the culprit. I felt like a fish that'd been ripped out of the water. I was losing oxygen. My mind was going fuzzy. My only ray of hope left was Demi. I grabbed my phone tighter and tighter, praying with all my might to the other end of the call. She picked up! Save me!
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
I hope it pleases you. Voice? Mail? That couldn't be.
Oh no! No! This seems like a red button moment. I think this is a red button moment. I think it's pretty clear it's a red button moment. I better click that bad boy.
Discouraged, I hung up the phone. I wrapped my arms around myself. Before I knew it, my body had started trembling. I was more afraid of Shogun than I thought I was. But why wouldn't I be? He was a homicidal maniac, posing as a handicapped person, and he'd already committed 5 unspeakable crimes. And I was the next one in his sights. Somebody save me!
Uh-oh. Oh no!
Right then, as if answering my prayers, I heard a faint knocking sound come from the door. Demi! It was Demi. Demi had actually come. My salvation having finally arrived, I headed for the door. Only to stop dead in my tracks. Why was she knocking so hard? Me? I called out to the other side of the door. The sound ceased. Silence. There was no answer. Please, say something. Why aren't you saying anything? It's Demi, isn't it? Please answer me.
Nah. Nah. Ew! I don't like that!
Without a reply, the knocking resumed. Was it not Demi? Who is it? Who's at the door?
I hate that. I hate that. That's so scary, dude.
Could it be Shogun? Now that I was suspicious, all the courage I had mustered to go and open the door had vanished. I slowly drew backward, going back far enough that I ended up tripping over my chair. And as I did, the pounding on the door remained incessant. Someone was knocking on it, and they weren't stopping. No, it wasn't just the door. The banging sound was coming from the walls and the ceiling too. Whoever was outside wasn't alone. Who are you? Unable to bear the terror any longer, I screamed out. Then, as if in response to me, the sound suddenly stopped. I wanted out. I wanted to run. I wanted to run away as far as possible. But how? There was no doubt a group of people outside surrounding the entire container.
Huh?
the sound began echoing again. But this time, it wasn't the sound of knocking. This time, it was the horrifying sound of nails on a chalkboard. It made my skin crawl. And not being able to see the other party made it all the more terrifying. I knew it was Shogun who had sent them, but I had no idea what they looked like. I had no idea what the person harassing me from behind these lone, tiny walls looked like. My entire body was covered in goosebumps, and the sheer discomfort I was feeling made me even more nauseous than I already was. I covered my ears tightly. Stop! Stop it! Leave me alone! When I returned to my senses, I was still in front of the monitor. Yo, Shogun left, what? Shocked, I turned toward the rest of the room. That definitely was an attack, right? That was a psychic attack right there. Something to try and make him go crazy. I stayed still and listened carefully. I couldn't hear anything anymore. Had it been just a delusion? For more than 5 minutes, I stayed hyper alert to everything that was happening outside the container, so frightened that I couldn't even move. In the end, there weren't any signs of anything suspicious, so I opened the door slightly and peeked outside. There was no one there. Had it really just been a delusion? Even if it had been, I was still just as anxious, and my heart was beating fast. I looked back at the monitor. Shogun had already left the chat room. All that remained were those 4 lines. I didn't want to see any of it, so I hurriedly closed the chat room while Shogun wasn't in it. My body was still trembling. What present did he give us? It couldn't have been what we just got scared by. That had to be something else. Shogun was trying to provoke me. Was it fun screwing with me like this? Had I been chosen as the next victim? And this was a means to that end? Or was I just the perfect person to pin his crimes on? Someone, save me. Save me. Please. I stared at the post-awakening version Seiratan, as if I was clinging to my only refuge. Being alone is scary. I didn't want to be alone. I wanted someone to be by my side. I wanted someone to protect me. Right. There's school. If I go to school, Beamy will be there. I couldn't bear staying here alone with my spiraling anxiety. I took off my worn-out sweatshirt that I usually wore around the house, threw on my uniform, and left my base.